Welcome to the HTML class brought to you by Creative Online School. My name is Keith and I'm going to be your instructor. I've been doing web design and development for about 20 years now, and I've taught hundreds of students in both classrooms as well as online different aspects of the web. Now, this is your first time in any kind of programming or doing anything outside of just surfing the web. I've got great news for you. We're not going to be doing any programming in this course. Yeah, you heard me right. No programming. Confused? Well, guess what? HTML is actually a markup language, and you'll be doing coding, not programming, so hopefully that sets your mind at ease. Now, programming refers to code that actually executes something, like when you fill out a contact form on a website, that gets sent to somebody, or maybe an application that uses a password to let you into the website, or maybe just something that adds two numbers together. That's programming, because it actually performs an action when you run it. Now, HTML is more like a word processor. It uses it to style a web page and lay things out and give them color and placement on the page. This is kind of like a magician giving away their secrets. I'm going to show you the magic that makes up a web page. Now let's take a look at some of what HTML looks like. Now this is what a basic paragraph looks like in HTML. Now it's not too far off from what it looks like if you opened it up in a Word doc and just started typing, but you'll notice some greater than or less than characters surrounding a letter or letters throughout the paragraph. These are what are called tags. These tags are used to tell the browser how to display something. Now for instance, in this example, you're going to see a paragraph of text that starts out with a less than sign, followed by the letter P, followed by the greater than symbol. Now this is what tells a browser to start a new paragraph. At the end of the paragraph, you're going to see almost that same series of characters, but with a forward slash before the P. This is what tells the browser to stop the paragraph and start something new. Now this could lead to a new heading, a new paragraph, an image, or just be the end of the page. Either way, we've told the browser when to start and when to stop something. Pretty easy, right? This is how almost all HTML code works. There's only a few instances of tags that don't end, but I'll show you those a little bit later and it'll make sense why. Now HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So let's break that crazy computer speak down and make it make a little bit more sense. The hypertext is any kind of text that you select and link to something else. Now this could be another web page or a PDF or an email or anything that you want to send it to. This is what separates a web page from just a regular text page. You actually link to other things. Now the second half of that, the markup language, is exactly what I mentioned earlier. This is not a programming language, but a markup language, meaning we're making up plain text and we're giving it some structure and characteristics to make it look better. So back to our example, if you feel you're not remembering to close every tag that you open, think of HTML as standing for Hamburger Text Markup Language, and picture your tags as being the buns of a hamburger. If you put one on top, you need to put one on the bottom. Otherwise, it's not really going to be a hamburger. It's going to be just kind of a messy meat thing, right? Okay, ready to move on? The difference between HTML and HTML5. HTML5 has been a bit of a buzzword over the last several years. Now there's been previous versions of HTML, but none of them are really touted as being HTML3 or HTML4. I think the main reason that this version was given a more specific name was because it was the first upgrade that really had some impressive features worth talking about. Now to really understand the benefits of HTML5, let's first talk about some of the previous versions and what the differences were. Now, for the most part, the versions of HTML dealt with trying to give designers and coders better control over aligning objects on a page and really greater control over tables and things like that. Now, these were small but important changes at the time. Now, remember that HTML is the coding language for browsers, so when writing HTML, the browser is what interprets that code and makes it something visual. Things have improved greatly over the years, but back when we were coding in HTML3, a site might display a lot differently from browser to browser. So the ability to have more control over how your web page looked was really important. When HTML4 came out, more tags were available, giving users greater control over the web pages, and browsers started to standardize how they display their code. One big change that came out around this time was the different types of HTML4, like transitional, which was for users transitioning from a web page using older versions of HTML.
Now, the other option was HTML strict, or what some people called XHTML, which was, as the name implies, a much more strict form of HTML that required your code to be written a certain way to attempt to have it look the same across all browsers. Now, you might not notice some of the subtle differences between these variations of code, but sites like, let's say, Constant Contact still require XHTML code for its eBlasts. HTML5 has gotten away from how strict this code was and really cleaned up a lot of the extra code that was in previous versions, as well as given us a bunch of new features that help to move away from plugin-dependent code like Adobe Flash to do cool things like play games and watch videos. So first, let's take a look at the very first line of code in an HTML file. Here's what was required in an HTML4 file. And here's what it looks like now in HTML5. It's much more simple and clean. It's less code. The less code that you have on your page, the faster it loads, so this was a smart choice. Previously, you needed something like Flash Player to be able to let visitors watch video or listen to audio files on your site. Those users would need a plugin installed before being able to watch it, so you're possibly alienating some of your users. With HTML5, you no longer need these players, and you can just do it by simply adding a video or audio tag, something not previously available in HTML4. Now, later as we get into CSS, you're going to see how nice this feature is, but some of the new tags were added to define areas of the page, like header and footer, and nav, and article, where before you had to create these with custom CSS div tags. Additionally, HTML5 brought out a bunch of advanced features like Canvas, which lets users draw on the page with the help of some JavaScript, drag and drop capabilities to upload files, geolocation APIs, things like that. With all these new features, programmers have actually started creating games that run on HTML5, as well as web and mobile apps using it. HTML5 has become a very powerful upgrade with potential to be an even more powerful coding language in the upcoming years. Now before we go too far, I want to go ahead and let you take a look and see what an HTML file looks like by creating your own. It's actually very simple and you don't need any real special tools to do some of the basic work on it. So what I'm going to do is open up on the Mac a program called TextEdit. It's a very simple text editing program. If you are on the PC, I would suggest using something like Notepad. Even Word will work for something like this. We're going to keep this one really simple and just take a look at a basic HTML file. Alright, so I've got my page here. I'm going to go ahead and just type out something very simple like hello, creative online. Alright, of course I got an error right away there. Let's fix that. Alright, hello, creative online school. This is my file. Very simple text document. And what I am going to do is go ahead and go to save it. And when I save it, I'm going to give it the name. I'm going to call this one index, and I'll tell you why later on, but let's go ahead and get used to just naming our first file index. And it gives you the option to save it as something. If you can turn off text, you can just type in your own extension there. Give it the extension of HTML. I know some of these text editing programs will give you the option to click on a drop down and save it as an HTML file. If not, go ahead and just add that extension yourself. You're not going to blow up the internet, don't worry. And I'm going to save it to my desktop so I can find it. Alright, so you'll see right here on my desktop, I've got my index file, and what's really cool about this is that you can test this stuff out without having to upload it to a server. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the browser here, and all I have to do is grab this index file and drag it over to a browser, and I can see the text that I wrote. I can look up in the address bar in here and I can see that it is looking at my index.html file, so I know that it's reading that. And I can see the text that I wrote right here. Now this is nothing that's going to win any prizes for creativity, but just want to show you what a basic HTML file looks like. Now, another thing that you're going to want to take a look at here is I'm going to move this over to the side. I'm going to keep this open. It's still referencing this index.html file. I'm going to come back to my document here, and I want to go ahead and add my first line of HTML code. I'm going to keep this one really simple, and on the to the left of hello, I'm going to do a less than symbol, lowercase b, and a greater than symbol. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to add almost the same thing to the other end of the text here. do a less than, but this time I'm going to do a forward slash lowercase b and the greater than symbol. Oops, looks like my b moved outside of that. There we go. All right, so less than, forward slash, the letter b, greater than. So what I've done is added a b, or with a bold tag, to the beginning of this word here, and another one at the end. Now we're going to get more into these tags and what they mean later on, but again, this one just means to bold the text that's in there. So in most cases, you would probably expect to see this in the browser with the less than, the b, the greater than symbol on both sides of this text here. But again, this is telling the browser to use this tag to do something creative to it. So I'm going to save my file here, and I'm going to come back to my browser window, and because it's still referencing that same file, I haven't changed the name of it or anything like that, all I should have to do is click on my refresh button here, and you'll see my text got bold. So that's just a taste of what we're going to be doing in the rest of these HTML class file. So that's just a taste of what we're going to be doing throughout the rest of this course here. You've got your first experience creating an HTML file. There's obviously a lot more to it, but we added our first tag as well, and you see how the browser translates that into something that's actually going to give you that markup language, that styling of the page, and the content on it. So let's go ahead and talk about HTML editors next. What I like about building websites is the software required for it, as you saw in the last video, can be either free or very low cost for the most part. You get into graphic design, you're going to need advanced programs like Photoshop and InDesign and Illustrator. You get into video editing, you're going to need high-end computers with fast processors using programs like Final Cut or Premiere or After Effects, things like that. When it comes to the web, there are some great free or very low-cost website builders. Again, as you saw in the last video, we just used TextEdit or Notepad, which is a free program that comes with either of the operating systems for Windows or Mac. In this case, I want to take a look at some little bit more advanced editing programs, and the one that I'll be using throughout the rest of the program. A lot of these are very similar. They have some different nuances to them, but we'll go through what those are now. Alright, so the first program I want to take a look at is called Sublime Text, and you can download it for free. You do get a small trial time to be able to play with it. It's really one of the better editors that are out there right now, and I've used it for a little while, but there's some other ones I kind of prefer a little bit more just because of the way that they work, but you'll find what works for you. So go ahead and take a look at this one if you're interested in something free that you may want to purchase for a low cost. Sublime Text is a very good program. Another one that's actually very popular and is free, they just ask you to make a donation if you do like it, but again, you don't have to, is Brackets. And Brackets.io is the website. And again, it's a free program, works for both platforms, Windows and Mac, and they have some very cool things to it. I think just like Sublime, there are a lot of extensions that you can add onto it, so to give you different functionality to be able to have it automatically write certain types of scripts and perform different functions that some of the other programs don't do. But it's a very good program with both Sublime and Brackets. You have to, unless there's an extension I don't know about right now, you have to save your file and then open it up in a browser to view what it looks like. The one other program that I'll be working in, I'm going to show you, is a little bit different than those two, which is Adobe Dreamweaver. Now this one is a little bit more expensive because you either have to pay, I think it's $25 a month for one program through Adobe every month, or it's, I believe, $49 or $50 to get the entire Creative Suite, which Dreamweaver comes with it. I do like Dreamweaver because you can kind of get a preview of what the site will look like or the web page will look like right there in Dreamweaver. It's something I've just been using since I started programming here, so I'm very used to it, so that's why I like working in it. But again, some of these other options here are great. Now there are tons of other programs available. If you just did a Google search for HTML editor, there's a lot of them out there. Some of them work online, so you can just edit them right there in a browser. Other ones you just download and work on your computer. A lot of them have different functions and different things that you might find useful. So take a look at them, find what works good for you, or even just download a couple of them. Start playing in all of them until you find what does work for you, and you can go from there. So now that we've actually built our first web page and we've looked at some of the different HTML editors out there, it's time to go ahead and get started understanding how the page gets laid out and how the coding starts. Now again, I told you I will be working in Dreamweaver for the rest of these demonstrations. This will be basically the same from program to program. There's only going to be some small differences between them. So writing the code is not going to be any different, depends no matter what program you use. Again, you could still be using Notepad or TextEdit to do all this same stuff. Now what you will see when you first open up any kind of HTML document is usually they kind of preload it with a lot of the basic HTML formatting here. What will be different between this and Notepad is going to be the color coding of some of these tags in here. Now, even though you may not know what all these mean just yet, they should look pretty familiar because we've started working with some of the tags. Now you can see everything opens up with the less than symbol, then there's some kind of tag in the middle, and then the greater than symbol. Every single HTML tag is going to look the same way. You also notice there's some of the ones with the forward slash before them, meaning that they get closed out. So we also have looked at the difference between we've also talked about the difference between HTML4 and HTML5. So let's first take a look at what the difference is between those documents. So you can see right here, this is an HTML4 document. I know that because I can look at the very first line of any HTML file, and you should see something with the less than sign that says doc type, and then tells what version of HTML you're using. Now this may differ slightly from file to file, but because there are different versions of the 4.0, which was transitional and strict, and we get into XHTML and things like that. So you may see some slight differences here, but this does tell me that this is an HTML4 file. Most of the coding in here, the rest of this stuff, is not going to change too much for the most part between this and HTML5. But let's go ahead and take a look at what an HTML5 document does look like. So I'm going to switch over my tabs here because I have two different files open, and immediately you should probably see that this doc type just got a lot smaller and now just says HTML. We talked about how HTML5 uses a lot less code to lay out the page. So again, if I switch back and forth between HTML4 and HTML5, you should see a lot of that coding go away. Again, it's going to speed up your web page just a little bit, and it's kind of an easier way to tell the difference between 4 and 5. If you see a nice clean header up here, you know it's HTML5. So I'm going to stay in HTML5 for the rest of this programming here because this class is about HTML5, and it's going to be a lot easier to kind of see what I'm talking about with all the tags. So let's talk about the anatomy of a basic HTML page. Now we've already created one that worked in a browser where we created our test page, but there's a little bit more to it that you want to have in your page to really make sure that it works properly. Now the first thing we talked about was the doc type. Now with most of your HTML editors, it's going to automatically put a lot of this code up here for you, but if you had to start from scratch, you can definitely type this in here, and I would suggest just starting just like that. Next comes the HTML tag. This tells the document where the HTML starts and stops. Now for the most part, this should be the outermost shell, or the first and last tag that you see in any HTML file. Next, there's two major parts to any HTML file, and that is the head and the body. And the reason I point those two out is because there are extreme differences between the two. The head of the file tells all the information to the browser about what's going on in the page. This could be the title of your web page, this could be meta information, which we'll get to. You could be linking to external CSS files or JavaScripts or things like that. All that information is stored in the head and is really not seen by any user who comes to your website. So I always like to refer to it as the head of like a human being. You can't see the ideas going on in my brain right now. These are just the things that I have in my head that I know. And again, that's information that goes right to the browser that it needs to know. Nothing that really the users on your web page would need to know. Whereas the body, think of it as a body language, stuff that everybody sees. Anything that's on your body is what is in the front of the web page. So anything that goes in between these tags here, I'm going to immediately see on my browser. So we can do a quick test here. I'm going to go just to the right of the body, in between my two body tags. I'm going to hit a couple returns, so I have a little bit of room here. And I'll just say, yo, what is up? Alright, and in the head of the document, between these two title tags up here, I'm going to go ahead and say, this is my first file. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and save that, and I'm going to save it as index.html, and I'm going to save that to my desktop. I mentioned this once. We are going to name our files index.html for right now, explain why here in a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and save it to my desktop. And I'm going to move this down here a little bit. And I'm going to bring up a browser window. And I'm going to drag my index.html file right to the browser. Alright, so you see, yo, what's up? That was in the body of my page. So that's what's being displayed in the browser here. But what we put in the head of the file, in the title up here, this is my first file, you'll see actually appears as the title in the tab of the browser. So again, this is information that the browser uses that it needs to know for certain things. We'll get into some of the other things once we get into the other classes like CSS and JavaScript, things like that. All those things will be linked to up in the header that you'll never see, but anything in the body is what's actually displayed in the body of the browser. Alright, so continuing on with formatting of a page here. We know how to now type in the title. We know that we've got the head that opens, we get the head that closes, and then the body starts. The body ends, and then we close out our HTML tag, which also started the document up here. So what we need to do is start to go through some of the different tags that are in HTML that you'll be using quite a bit. The first one's going to be the paragraph tag, and we've already kind of touched on that a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is open up a browser, and I'm going to go to a website called Ellipsum. This is Greek copy, or just kind of dummy copy that people use to fill in kind of blank copy until they have the actual copy that they need. What it does is just kind of helps fill up and get an idea of how much copy might be actually going on a page or a document, whatever it is that you're going to be using. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the first paragraph here, and minimize my window. Now again, the first thing that we took a look at was the paragraph tag. So let's go ahead and type that in right now. Remember, it's less than, letter P, and the greater than symbol. Now again, with a lot of these programs, what's nice is that it'll actually, when you start to create the initial opening tag here, it'll create the closing tag for you just so you don't forget. So I'm going to go ahead and put my cursor in between the two there. I'm just going to hit return a couple times just so I got some room. And I'm going to go ahead and paste my paragraph tag in there. Now I'm going to show you two different things here. First, well, let's go ahead and save this first. And I've already got saved as my index.html file, so let's go ahead and look at that in a browser. See, I don't need this anymore, so I'm just going to drop my file right over it. Alright, so here's my index file. Alright, because this is Greek copy, it actually thinks because I'm in Chrome and it's trying to translate it, I'll say, no, I'm fine. Alright, so I've got my first paragraph of text up here. Now, the importance of why I have that paragraph tag in there, I'll show you here. So I pull my document. Now, just because I have a couple of returns in here, I could then start another paragraph, right? Now that looks like, if you were in a Word document or some kind of word processing program, this would actually work as two separate paragraphs. But if I save this document, and I come back to my browser up here and I hit refresh, you'll see that it all just blends together. It needs that paragraph tag to open and close to tell it when to start a new paragraph. So if I wanted that to be two separate paragraphs, I'll come back into my document up here, and what I can do is just open a new opening paragraph tag there. I'm just going to cut that one out, and I'm going to close it out up here. So you can see I've got the opening paragraph tag for the first paragraph on my copy, and then the closing paragraph tag. Now I've started a new paragraph tag, my new paragraph, and then the closing tag right here. So now if I save that one, and I come back to the browser, and I hit refresh, I should see two separate paragraphs here. Alright, so picking up where we left off, we've got two separate paragraph tags up here, which we saw looks as two separate paragraphs. Now what actually makes a paragraph here is you can see that it has the copy, and there's a nice big gap in between the two, separating them real nicely. Now if I come back here, there's something called a break, which is basically like a half return, or what they call a soft return. So let's take a look and see what that looks like here. Now, the reason I want to point this one out is because this is also one of those tags that does not have a closing tag. It kind of is its own tag by itself. If you remember, we talked there was two main tags that do not have a closing tag. So let's go ahead and put that one in here right now and take a look and see how that works and what it looks like. So let's say maybe I just wanted one line of text before the ending of this first paragraph here. So I'm going to make a little bit of space. And remember, that doesn't actually affect the web page itself, this extra space. It's just kind of allowing me to see it a little bit better in my document. So what I'll do is at the end of this first sentence here, I'm going to type in my break tag. So that's a less than, the letter B, R, and a forward slash. So that kind of closes it out because it's its own tag, and then the greater than symbol. Now I'm going to go ahead and just copy the first line of this text up here just so I've got something to show you. And I'll hit return. You don't have to hit return. You can have it lined right up next to it. And, oops, put my period down here so it looks like a complete sentence, even though it's not. Now that should be all that I need to do to just bring this down to the next line. Again, it's not going to give me that full paragraph return like it did in here. It's just going to bring it down to the next line. So let's go ahead and save that document. I'm going to come back to Chrome, and after this right here I should see this period end and then a new line start just below it, but again not with as much gap as you see right there. So let's hit return, and it worked just as it should have. Remember, I copied that first sentence, got that right there. Less space than it would after a paragraph tag, but it brings it down to the next line, whereas you wouldn't do that automatically just through regular HTML. You have to have that break tag in there. So that's kind of an interesting tag. Again, that's one of the ones that do not close. So all you have to do is type in the BR and then the forward slash, which kind of closes it out, and you should be all set to go. Alright, this is going to start to get a little bit more interesting now because we're going to start to format our text. Now I want to point out one thing here. If we go back to our browser, you can see that our copy comes in at a fixed size, a fixed type of font, a fixed color. All that stuff happens by default. It's all part of the default HTML styles that no matter what browser you go to, you're probably going to see the same thing. Until we start to add some styles to it, which will be partially in the next class, but also we can do a little bit now. We can start to affect how some of this copy looks. So let's start to format some of our copy, and I'll show you some really good ways to do that. So I come back to my document here, and again we've got our paragraph tag, so that's one way to format text. Although it's very basic, it's still a way to format it. What they have is, again, these are types of things that are in your basic word processing program where they have things called header tags. Now header tags are very important when it comes to HTML, more so with SEO, because these are the kinds of things that search engines are looking for to have certain keywords within them. So if you're going to be a good web developer, you want to keep SEO in mind. The more positive keywords that you want to try to rank for that you have in header tags, the better your site may rank. Now don't overdo it, but I'm going to show you how these work here. So before my paragraph copy here, maybe you want to put a header in here saying, this is my first paragraph. Alright, so that's not going to rank real well in the search engines, but I'm going to use it for an example here. So I'll say, this is my first paragraph. Alright, so by itself, this is just going to be just plain copy outside the paragraph, but I'm going to add a header tag to it. And in this case, because it's the first one, and it's because it should be the most important one being at the top of my page, and it should be kind of the main description of what the whole page is going to be about, kind of like a page title, I'm going to give this one a header 1 tag. Now it's very simple to do. I don't have to spell all that out with HTML. All I have to do is that less than, and I'll say H1, and I'll close that out. And again, you'll see that Dreamweaver wants to automatically close it out for me here. Whoops. So I'm just going to copy that, I'm going to cut it out of there, and I'll paste it at the end so it knows where to end that header tag. So again, header 1, this is my first paragraph, close header 1, start the next paragraph. Alright, so let's save that file, and let's come back to our browser window up here. I'm going to hit refresh. Okay, so you can see this is my first paragraph. This is actually styled text. It's making it very large, still in the same font, same color, everything else that we have going on, which is the default settings here. We can change all this later, but this is a nice stylized first paragraph header text. So with an HTML, there's actually 6 header tags, and each one, unless you style them separately, each one of these will sequentially get smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes down, or as the H gets bigger. So let's do an example here to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this just to kind of make it a little bit easier here. And I'm going to add one below this paragraph. Now, I'm going to go ahead and change my copy just so I can see what the difference is. I'll say this is my second paragraph, and I'm going to change this header1 tag, h1 tag, to a header2. Now, just to kind of go over some of the things we've talked about already, if I start with an h2 tag and I forget to close my h1 tag, that's going to make my HTML all screwy. So remember, anything that you start, you have to finish the same way that you started. So I'm going to get that h1 and turn it into an h2. Now my document is properly formatted, and I'm going to go ahead, just for demonstration purposes here, I'm going to go ahead and do a third and a fourth. Now again, this could go on up to 6, and you can actually use header 2, header 3, header 4, whatever tags. You can use those several times within your document. Best practice is to only have one header 1 tag. Try to maybe just have 1 or 2 header 2 tags. The rest of them you can do whatever you want with, but again, that's for SEO purposes. If this is just going to be something that you want to look at and you're not worried about SEO, that's totally fine. So I'm going to go ahead and change it to a header 3 tag. Make sure I close that out. And I'm going to do this one as a header 4. Header 4. And I'll say this is my last paragraph. And I'll say my third paragraph. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to come back to my browser and let's take a look what it looks like. Alright, just like I said, my first header 1 is the largest text on the page, whereas the H2 is slightly smaller, 3 is slightly smaller than that, and the header 4 is actually about the same size, if not smaller than the paragraph text. Now when we get into CSS, you'll see that we can stylize these however we want, so we can make them all bigger than the main body copy. We can make them all smaller, doesn't really matter. We can have complete control over that, but by default, these are what they're going to look like. And we're back. So we've started talking about stylizing some of our copy here. We did that through our header 1, header 2, header 3, header 4 tags. And now we're going to do some other basic styling that you're going to want to probably do on a regular basis. So let's say that we want to take the first 3 words of this paragraph in here and we want to make that bold. Believe it or not, there's actually 2 different ways to do it, and there is a best practice, but both of them work, so I'll show you both of them right here. So I'll show you the old way of doing it first, where we're going to take the, let's say these first 3 words, and I'm going to make it bold. So the bold styling is, so the bold tag is less than, the letter B, and the greater than symbol. So what I'm going to do is, because it keeps on putting that in there, I'm going to go ahead and X that out, and I'm going to paste it at the end of my third word there. Alright, so I told you there's 2 different ways to do it. Let's take a look at the difference between the 2. Because my first 2 paragraphs are actually the same text, go ahead and do the same thing to the first 3 words of the second paragraph, but this time, do less than, and I'm going to use the word strong. S-T-R-O-N-G. And of course it's going to close it out there for me. I'm going to cut that out. And I'm going to paste it after the third word. And let's go ahead and save our document. And let's go to the browser and see what it looks like. So hit refresh. Alright, so remember I just did the first 3 words. Right there, bold. That one right there is strong. Don't see much of a difference, do you? So the difference between these is bold is the kind of the older way to do it. It also gives you a way to tag them differently once you get into the CSS, where we can stylize maybe a bold one way and a strong a different way. But the main reason that they actually did this, what I read, was that it's actually for people with disabilities, where they have special browsers that'll actually read the information to them. When you have certain styles set up in here, strong will actually put the emphasis on that word as being bold. I have never actually used one of these browsers. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but the proper way to do it as of, I think, like late HTML4 is to use the strong tag. That is the preferred method of styling the stuff. It, again, helps people with those kinds of browsers be able to read the text a little bit differently. It is best practice, so go ahead and maybe start using strong, use it as much as you can. I think a lot of the editors by default will put in the strong tag if you're trying to bold copy. If you're using like WordPress or Joomla, a lot of times when you're using their WYSIWYG editor, you may bold the copy as if you would through like a word processor. But if you flip it over and you look at how the code looks on the back end of the website, you'll see that a lot of times they're using strong. So it is the preferred way to do it, so go ahead and get into that habit. Although you are not wrong if you use the B, it's just one other option for you. So along with bolding your copy, there is one other main style that people like to use, and that's italics. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and replace the bold up here and the strong with italics. Now again, this works the exact same way where there's two different options with it. You can do the old school method where we just do an I. Or down here with strong, the other option is EM, and that stands for emphasis. Alright, so let's save our document. Let's come back to the browser and take a look and see what that looks like. And as you can see, both of them look exactly the same. Although through the code you've got two different ways to do it. The exact same reasoning is that I is the older way to do it. EM is the preferred way to do it, again because of the types of browsers that read them for people with disabilities who have maybe like visually impaired, that this will actually read the text a little bit different. So again, you start hand coding this stuff, the preferred way to do it is EM, but you're not wrong if you do the I, because there are benefits to doing both of those. Alright, so one other way of styling that we'll take a look at here, it's kind of fun. This is an ordered list or an unordered list. You've seen them in any kind of word processing program where you basically make a bulleted list. Now they work a little bit differently through HTML, although they look the same once you're done. But I'm going to show you what the difference is here. So let's say we wanted to make a list, and let's go ahead and do it after the first paragraph here. I'm going to kind of get rid of some of that spacing. And after the first paragraph, let's just say maybe I wanted the text, and let's go ahead and here, we'll use this header tag here. And let's say we were making a list, and this is the header for it, and we'll say my favorite, bands. And let's say we wanted to do a list of the top 5 bands that you really like. So after here, I'm going to hit a return. The way that we start an unordered list, now that's one with just bullets that do not have numbers next to them, so just bullet points. We start it with a UL. Oops, that didn't do it. Let's try that one more time. So UL, an unordered list. Alright, so go ahead and close that list for me. Hit return. Now, think of this as kind of like the HTML up here, where that's going to start things out, and it's basically just a wrapper for everything else that goes within it. So you start out with your UL, so we're defining that this is going to be an unordered list as opposed to one that uses numbers. And within there we have to say what is going to be the actual bullet itself, which is a list item. So what we do is we do the less than li for list item, and we close it out. So now anything within there is going to give me bulleted content. So let's go ahead and type in alright, so let's say Slayer is my favorite band. I don't know, I'm just pulling that out. And let's go ahead and do another list item here. And we'll say Pink Floyd is another one here. And let's do one more just so we have got a little bit. Now I'm going ahead and lining these up. This really has no bearing on how it looks when it gets to the web page itself. This is more for just my personal preference. I like to be able to see exactly how things are tabbed in. A lot of people will tab it in like that. But again, it has no real bearing on how it's going to look on the web page. So let's go ahead and add one more list item. And in there, let's say Garth Brooks. Rock on, dude. Alright, let's save that file. And I'm going to come back to my browser up here. And of course I hit the refresh button, and you can see my favorite bands, and I've got 3 nice bulleted items right there. Again, we talked about those as being unordered lists, so you're just going to see a bullet. But let's say we want to turn those into actual numbers as opposed to the bullet points themselves. So let's come back here, and it's actually a very simple fix. Just all this space kind of bothers me. Let's close that up. Alright, so we turn that unordered list into an ordered list. So the HTML tag for that is OL. And make sure that we close that out properly. OL, otherwise we get HTML garbage in here and it's not going to work. I'm going to save that file and come back and hit refresh, and there we go. So now my ordered list is numbered as opposed to just bulleted. So again, the one thing I do want to point out, I want to make sure is absolutely clear, is that we start the ordered list or unordered list, we close it out, then everything has to stay between there that you want to be a bulleted item. So it's kind of back to that whole hamburger text markup. We want to make sure that our buns are on the outside and that all the meat and all the other fun stuff stays in between there. Alright, so one more tag that you're going to be using all the time that I want to go through is another one that was kind of like the break tag, where we said it opened and it kind of doesn't really close, but it kind of does. So I'm going to walk you through that part right now, and that is adding an image. So that's so important in a web page because it has to be an interesting web page. You want to have graphics on it. It's going to happen. You need to know how to write that tag. So let's go ahead and put that at the very top of my page here. Got a lot going on. I'm going to delete some of the stuff down here that we don't need. Alright, definitely need to know what my favorite bands are, so I'm going to keep that. But at the very top up here, we're going to go ahead and add our image. So, I will start off by doing the less than symbol, as we always do. And the image tag starts with img. That's all you need. Now that we've defined that this is an image, we need to say what the source of that image is. Alright, so we say src equals, and now again, a lot of the different editing programs may work a little bit differently. I'm going to go ahead and put this in manually so you see how it works. Some of them allow you to browse and go find the image itself, but it'll make a lot more sense if you just do it yourself right here. So we always open it up with a quote, and in between those quotes we put the actual path to the image. Now, this is going to be very important, and we'll go through it more in the next video, but let's go ahead and take a look here. I've got my index file. Drag it up here so you can see it, and it is right next to this image of a little itty bitty kitty that we're going to be putting in our file. And so the page being right next to the kitten should make this very simple, but linking to an image can be very complex sometimes if you don't understand it. So again, we'll go into that in more depth in the next lesson, but for right now let's go ahead and just do the image tag. So say the image source, because it's right next to me, I can just type in the name of the image, kitten.jpg. Very important. A lot of times people leave off the extension of what the file is. You have to have that in there because there are different types of graphics that you could be pulling into a web page, like a ping or a GIF or anything like that. JPEG, you have to tell it exactly what it is. You can see right up here, kitten.jpg. So type it out exactly as it is. And what we're going to do is right after that quote, we can hit a space, and just like the break tag, we want to add a closing tag and the greater than symbol. So this is the very base information that you're going to need for an image. So let's go ahead and save it and take a look at what that looks like. Alright, so I pull this up. I'm going to refresh my page, and you can see I got my itty bitty kitty right there, just nice and pretty. Alright, so I said there are some other pieces that can go inside the image tag here. Now, if you wanted to define the image itself, you can give it attributes like something very important. We started talking a little bit about SEO, is an alt tag. I'm going to type in my alt tag right here. This is telling the search engines what this image is. So let's say Google comes to my web page and starts searching through it, and as it gets to the point where it sees this kitten.jpg, it really doesn't know what this image is. I can name it kitten, but it could be a picture of Slayer. It doesn't know any different. But if I put in the alt tag what it is, that helps tell the search engines what this image is, helps rank my web page a little bit better, and it also helps provide help for other people who are doing searches for images. My web page might come up for that. So I'm going to say kitty cat. And again, we don't have to do any kind of real formatting in here. This is just describing whatever the image is. This could be a full sentence. This could be just one word. You don't have to put it at all. This is just helpful information and good practice to do. Now you can see I'm kind of leaving a space here in between the quotes and the next word, like alt. Same thing between the alt and the / up here. You don't necessarily have to do it. It just makes things a lot easier to read and see. One other thing I'm going to do, I'm and a space bar here, is you can define like the width and the height of the image. Again, there's other tags you can use in here as well, but these are the main ones you may see. So let's say width of the image. Maybe I don't want it as big as it is, because right now if I look at the image is kind of big. I don't know. I think it's about 800 pixels if I remember how I saved it right, maybe 600. But let's say the width of it, maybe we want it to be a little bit smaller. Let's say width equals 300 pixels. Let's go ahead and save that. Oops, actually I got those single quotes there. Although that's not wrong, it's best to just kind of be consistent with, just keeps wanting to put extra ones in there. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and come back to my file here. And you can see after I refresh it, it's telling the browser to only display that image at 300 pixels wide. Is that what I said? 300 pixels wide. But if I don't put anything at all, it's just going to display the image at full height and width. Let's save that again. Alright, so there it is, full width. Alright, you HTML maniacs, it's time to get into a new section where we're making connections through HTML. It's a very important part of HTML is knowing how to properly link to images and how to link to email addresses and other pages. That's the whole part of HTML, it's the whole part of the web. It's all about that interconnecting and properly linking. So we're going to start off talking about two different types of ways to link to something. And this sometimes kind of tricks people up a little bit. But it's very simple once you get the hang of it. There's two different ways. One is called relative linking. The other is called absolute linking. I'm going to show you the difference here, and we're going to hopefully this makes sense. So we have our web page so far. We've got a little bit of text down here, and we've got an image. Now, the big difference that we wanted to make sure we understand here is that this text is basically embedded into our HTML document. So we've actually typed this text in here. This is in here. We don't have to worry about it going anywhere. It's in the HTML file. Now, the image itself is not actually embedded into the page, it's being linked to, so it shows up as it's there. Now let me show you something here. So we've got our HTML file, and we've got our kitten.jpg right there linked in our file, and we know that our index file is right here, and our kitten is right there. So that means that the kitten image is relative to the index file, meaning it's right next to it. Now if I do something, let's say I create a new folder on my desktop, and I can just call this, let's call this images. Might be a place where I would actually put my images if I were to upload this to a website. Now if I move kitten in there, my relative path has now changed. Okay, it's no longer right next to it. It's actually in a folder called images. So just so you understand how that works, if I come back to my HTML page, where I have not changed anything in here yet, I've only moved this image of the kitten. If I hit refresh, you'll see that, well, the alt tag came up there, but the actual image itself is gone. I can't find it. It's not in the proper location relative to where the code is saying that it is. So you always need to make sure you know where your images are being linked from. So in this case, if I wanted to say that all my images will be in an images folder, I would come back to my source right here, source equals, and after that quotation mark, I'm going to type in the actual folder name here. So images, and I'll do a /. So what that's saying is that look in a folder called images /, and you will find kitten.jpg. Alright, so now I'm going to save that document, and I come right back to my browser. And if I hit refresh there's my kitty cat. Alright, so you understand. Alright, so hopefully you start to understand how important it is to have that relative linking to your image. Now, I told you there was two different types of linking images, relative and absolute. So let's talk about what an absolute link is. Alright, so this is where I actually found the image. I just did a Google search for kittens and I found this image here, and you can see this full path up here in the address bar. https://yourcat.co.uk blah 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 healthykittenmain.jpg. So that is the absolute link. No matter where I go, that image will always be there. No matter where I put my HTML file, it's always going to be absolutely linked to from right here. So what I could do is I could copy this URL up here. Let's come back to my HTML file, and I can replace that code right there with, again, I sound like I'm repeating myself here a little bit, but I'm just trying to reinforce the naming here. If I put the absolute link to that image and save that file, I can come back to my test file and hit refresh, and there's my image again. All right, now where this becomes very important is when you start to build your website. You may start to move files around. You really want to set this stuff up properly from the beginning, having all your images in one place, so that way you're not having images links break. But if you were to use an absolute link, chances are that would not happen if you had all your images in one place. And then you can move your HTML files around and not have to worry about this link breaking. But a lot of times within web pages, they still just use relative links because it's a lot easier, it's a lot less code. And again, as long as nothing moves, you should be good. So just keep that in mind, the two different types of linking, absolute and relative links. All right, so moving on with talking about linking. Another way to link is to link to an HTML file. So most websites are more than just one page. There's usually a series of pages, maybe like your home page, your contact, about us, whatever you got in there. You need to be able to link from one page to another. So that's your hypertext. That's linking from page to page to page. So that's one tag we have not talked about so far, and we're going to go ahead and put into our file here. So let's say maybe after the first paragraph that we have in here, and do a return and say click here. So maybe I want that to be a button. I want that to be able to link to, I don't know, let's say Google. Let me keep it really simple right now. So what I'm going to need to do is any kind of link is going to be called an A tag. The A tag stands for anchor tag, and it starts out with less than, just like all the other ones, and the letter A. I'm going to go ahead and close that out, and you can see it's just the A tag opening and closing there, but that's not telling me where to go. So kind of like the image tag, there's other parts to it that go within the A tag that will help it out. So within the A tag, I'm going to hit a space there, and majority of the time what you're going to be doing is the href. So I'm going to say, where am I actually going to link this to? And the letters are H, R-E-F, and what we do is we do an equal sign and a quote. So anything that goes in between the quote there is where we're going to link to. Now, just like the image that we just took a look at, you can do absolute links or relative links. And here's where it gets really important to understand the difference between the two. The relative link is going to be within your own website. So you could say link to aboutus.html or contactus.html, whatever. But let's say you wanted to link to an external website like we're going to do here. So we're going to link to Google. This is where it's very important to know the difference and how to type it out. So the absolute link, because we're leaving our website to go take a look at Google, is we're going to do the full URL, just like our image was up here with the HTTP. So Google will do HTTP : // and you can do the www or not do it, it doesn't really matter. Google.com. Alright, so as it stands right now, we do have a fully functioning click here link. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at it, just so I can prove it to you. Alright, hit refresh there, and there's my click here. Now watch what happens. I'm in this tab right here, and I click here. Alright, so it went to Google, so I know it worked, but it's actually replacing the tab, leaving my website and going to Google. So now if I want to go back to my website to see that cute little kitty, I need to hit my back button. Now the problem with this is, you really don't want people leaving your website as a good rule of thumb. You'd want to open it up in a new tab. So that is an attribute that we put within our HTML text here. So let's come on back. So we've got our A href tag right there. And after the actual link itself, after that href reference, going to hit space, and what we do is we say target. Not like the store, but like, what do we want to target? Do we want to target the same window, or do we want to open up a new window? So it's very easy to do. Just like the href, we say equals, do the quotes, and my program here actually comes up with all the different options. We will say, in this case, we'll say blank. We want to open up blank document when somebody hits click here. You can just as easily type that in. All you do is hit the underscore and the word blank. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to come back to my document, and I'm going to hit refresh here. And now if I hit click here, you'll see that I've got two tabs open. One went to Google, and the other one went to, or still has, my picture of my kitty in it. So that's the difference between the two. As I'm targeting a new window here, and I'm linking to an external link using an absolute link. So, using HTML, you're not just limited to linking to other pages, whether it be through absolute or relative links. You can also link to email addresses. So let's say I want my click here button, I wanted to open up an email address to somebody, whoever. It's actually very similar code here, but instead of this URL right there, we have to swap that out with a little bit different text. So we have to say mail to, and the colon, and we can say bob@aol.com. So what that's going to do is going to open up my email program and target that person in the to field. Now, I don't have my email set up on this program. I use Gmail, so let's see what it does here. All right, I refresh the page. I click my click here. And you can see it actually opened up my email program. Again, I don't have this set up, so we can go ahead and quit out of that, but it will work. And you can see I actually put it up there in the URL as well. So that's how you target an email address as opposed to a URL. Alright, so far we've covered the different types of linking. We've talked about linking to external web pages, we've talked about linking to internal web pages, and we've talked about linking to email addresses. One other thing that you might want to do is actually targeting something like a PDF or a zip file that you would like people to be able to download when they click on your button. So again, very similar. We're still using the href tag here, and we'll go back to not having to do that mail to part. And all you have to do is actually target the file name itself. Now, just like the image, you do need to keep in mind relative versus absolute linking. In this case, what I do is I have my index.html file, and I got my checklist right here. That's a PDF. It's called checklist.pdf. In fact, I'm going to copy that name so I don't spell it wrong. So now because it's right next to my index file, it's relative to it, it's in the same directory, all I should have to do is just paste in the name of that checklist right there. But again, like the image, if I wanted to put this into a folder, I'd have to put that folder name and then a / and then target the name itself. But in this case, I'm not doing that, so I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And I'm going to come back to my browser. And I'm going to hit refresh here, close that out, and click here. And because my browser has the ability to open up PDFs within it, I can see that it opened up in a blank window, just like we targeted to. We said open in blank window, and I can see the PDF itself. So all I had to do was just target that PDF. Again, that works the same way if this was a zip file or something that you wanted someone to download. All you have to do is link to the actual image name itself. Okay, so now we're getting ready to get into some really cool stuff here, so be prepared to have your face melted. This is what separates HTML5 from HTML4. These are some of the cool new tags that they are allowing that were not possible in the past. If you did not have the privilege to work in HTML4 before, you may not be as blown away as I am to be able to see these new tags in HTML5. These are just total lifesavers compared to the way we used to have to do stuff in the past with HTML4. So This is where we are being able to put video and audio right into our web page, as opposed to before where we had to convert it to Flash and do all these extra things to it. It just was not really easy to work with. Now with HTML5 we have the ability to put audio tags and video tags right into here, and I'm going to show you how to do that now. So I've got a brand new HTML file, and right here I've just saved it to my desktop and called it index. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to link to an MP4 file right here. So I'm going to create a relative path to it. Okay, we've talked about relative and absolute paths. This one will just be relative. Oops. And what I'm going to do is link right to it. So go ahead and get started here. I'm going to open up an audio tag. Alright, so I shouldn't have to tell you how to create these tags by this point, but we have the less than, the word audio, and then the greater than, and just like everything else, there's an opening and closing tag. Now this is one of those ones that is like the HTML hamburger text type layout, where we've got these sandwiching audio on top and bottom, and all the information that we need goes in between. So what I need to do is go ahead and open up a new tag, and I'll say source. And this source is going to be the source to that MP3 or MP4 file. And I will say, just like my image tag, src equals, and then quotes, and then in there I will put the link to my file. This one is called pantera.mp4. So make sure you know what extension you're using. Are you using MP4, MP3, OGG? It's actually good practice to use several of those just in case the browser does not know how to play one of those file formats. You could just do source src equals pantera.ogg.mp3. You can do all three of those in there, and the browser will look at the first one here and say, oh, I don't know how to play that, so I'm going to look at the next one. If it does know how to play the first one, it'll just go ahead and play that, so don't think it's going to play your song 3 times in there. But feel free to use any one of those and just make sure you get tested across your browsers. But what we're going to do is now we can try playing this, but there is one more thing that we need to do to be able to play this file, and that's add an attribute within the audio tag itself, where we will say controls. We want to make sure that there are audio controls in there so we can start and stop our music. So I'm going to go ahead and save that file, and I'm going to come down to my browser. I'm going to take my index file and drag and drop it right onto a browser. And you'll see I have my controls right here. I've got the file. I can go ahead and hit play, make sure that's working. Oh yeah. Alright, that's some good stuff right there. So we've got our audio file, we've got our total controls that we can use in here. Now if I did not put those controls in there, you would not see it, and it would not play automatically unless you had set it to play. So you can see everything just disappeared there because I took the controls out. And there are several attributes. What I would suggest is to take a look at this website here, w3schools.com, and there are a lot of different little tags that you may want to take a look at to see which of the browsers your file may play in. Again, we talked about MP3, Waves, OGG, and the MP4 file, things like that. To tell you what browser versions it supports the audio tag, because again that's an HTML5. The browser had to come out with the ability to play that tag. And then here are all the different controls and attributes that you can use to add controls, loop it, mute it, preload it, all that kind of stuff. So a lot of different ones to play around with. Take a look again at w3schools.com. They've got a lot of great information on this stuff. Alright, so we just took a look at adding audio to your HTML page. If that did not blow your mind, I will show you something that will, and that is adding video. What's better than audio? Video, being able to see it and hear it. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at our file. We're going to go ahead and use the same file that we used before, but I'll just go ahead and delete this information. And if you understood what we were doing there with the audio file, it is exactly the same for video. So we'll open up a video tag. Add a few returns, so I've got some room there. And in between my hamburgered HTML text there, we will say source.
And like an image tag, we'll do src equals, and what I've got on my desktop is a MP4 file with some kittens in there called kittens.mp4. So let's go ahead and add our quotes, and in there we will say kittens.mp4. I'm going to make sure I close that out with my greater than symbol. Alright, this looks right. Just like the audio files, I can use other video formats, and it is good to use to put them in there in case the browser that someone pulls this up on does not support MP4. Maybe they support OGG or Wave, or not Wave. Maybe they support OGG or one of the other formats in there. I'll show you where to get more information on that here in a minute. But we can, kind of like unlike the audio, we can go ahead and take a look at this as it is right now. So I'm just going to save this. I still have it pulled up in my browser from the last time when we were looking at audio. But you can see the video is there, but it's set to not autoplay. But you do see the video itself here. Just like the audio, when we did not have the controls turned on for it, it's there, but there is no control over it. So let's come back to our HTML file. Within the video tag there, we will add the word controls. That gives us the ability to add controls. I'm going to save that, and I'll come back to my file, hit refresh, and there are my controls. Now I can play it.
All right, today is Monday,
Look at those kittens.
September 7th.
All right. So now there are other attributes, just like we were going through for the audio file, and you can take a look at some of the other file formats. Again, here's your OGG or MP4 file that you can add into there. You can define the width and the height of it. You can also set it to loop. Okay, here's the different browsers that support the different file formats. The different browser versions that support the video tag. And again, all the different attributes that you can add to it, like autoplay. So maybe we didn't want the controls, you could say autoplay. So let's do that just real quick, just to take a look at what you can do here. So again, we can maybe take out controls, and we'll say autoplay. Now if I save that and I come back to my file, we should see these controls go away and the video will start automatically. So I'll hit refresh.
All right, today is
And there we
Monday.
go.
All right, today is
Alright, so I'm going to close that out. Now again, that becomes very helpful for things like maybe if you're doing a video as a background video, maybe you don't want controls on a background video that's maybe behind some text or something else you have going on with your web page. It allows you to add the video as a creative element and not like a focal point element where you need users to be able to play and start and stop the video itself. So having autoplay is a cool attribute. Again, always come back to W3 Schools, and you can take a look at all the different preload or all the different options that you have here. Again, like loop and preload and poster, things like that. A lot of cool little things you can do with this. Alright, so hopefully you have come down from all that awesomeness of seeing how to add audio and video right to your web page. I'm going to show you one other method. Now this is not HTML5 specific. This really works on any version of HTML. And this is embedding video on your page. This is actually more of a recommended way to do it because storing your video, a video is a large file, and you can store that on another server like YouTube. It'll take a lot less bandwidth off of your website, allow your website to load quicker, and it has a lot of benefits to it. So embedding is actually probably the preferred way to do it. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So let's say we went to YouTube. So here we are at YouTube, and they've got a lot of good videos. What you can do is any video that gets uploaded here, you can then share on your web page for the most part. Some videos they ask to not share, and they'll turn off this option, but you'll see the kind of right away. So let's just go ahead and grab any one of these videos here.
Welcome to Storybook Nanny.
Alright, Storybook Nanny, and oops. Now if I click on the share option here, I can click on, as you see this pops up. Now YouTube changes every once in a while. Again, this used to look a little bit different in the past, but for right now you click on share, and down here you'll see the embed option. So I want to embed this video on my web page.
I can click on that, and what it's going to do is give me a couple different options here. Now before you just grab this code and put it on your site, I want to show you a couple of options that YouTube gives you here. If you scroll down, they kind of keep them a little bit hidden because I think they don't want people to turn some of these on or off, but show suggested videos when the video finishes. I like to turn that off because I really don't want to see all that stuff or show that to people on my web page. Show player controls, yes, I want to do that. Show title, sure, that's fine. And then there's just some basic information down here. You don't have to read all that. So those are my embed options. And when you actually change that stuff, it changes the code up here just a little bit, which you put on your website. So you can see it's set to autoplay and encrypt media, different things like that. You don't need to know too much about that, but by changing these options here, it does affect this code right here, which becomes embed code. And I'm going to copy that code. And I'm going to come back to my web page. I'm going to get rid of all this video information, and wherever you want your YouTube video to go, you can just paste that code in there. And you can see this has an HTML element or a tag to it called the iframe. And what that does is allow you to bring in other web pages into a frame on your site, and you set different attributes like width and height and allow full screen autoplay. There's a lot of different attributes iframe has, but just like every other HTML tag, the iframe opens and then closes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and save that file, and I'll come back to my web page here, and I'm going to drag and drop it. Alright, so there's my Storybook Nanny video, and I can play it. Again, this has a lot of benefits to it because it's storing the video somewhere else. You don't have to worry about file formats, you don't have to worry about controllers and things like that. It is the preferred method, but there are times when you do want to embed that there are times when you want to embed that video or audio right on your web page, and that's totally fine too. But just remember to consider using YouTube or Vimeo or a video service like that to host your videos. Okay, so we have made it to section 5, and we're going to talk a little bit about page structure. Now, the way I'm going to show you how to do some page structure here is using tables. And there's some pros and cons to using tables. Now, tables are basically a framework or a grid that you would use to that you would add images into, or text, or maybe even audio or video, whatever, and it puts them into little cells, and it's made up of rows and columns. So the reason I say that we want to take a look at pros and cons to this is because tables were used for a long time back when there was just websites being looked at on desktops. Now that they're being viewed on mobile devices and tablets and things of all different sizes, now monitors are different sizes, people have gotten away from using tables and gravitated over to CSS and using divs and things like that to structure the website instead, because it allows the website to be responsive or to be flexible, where tables really don't give you a lot of flexibility. Now, there are times that I still use tables, but for the most part I've tried to kind of phase them out, but they do have their place. So I want to show you the basics of these tables and how to use them and when to use them, but as we get into other videos where we start talking about CSS, that will probably be more the preferred way to use tables in the future. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about tables. Now, I did tell you that it didn't matter what type of HTML editor you were using, and it's still not a big deal, but for this case, I want to show it to you in Dreamweaver because it's a little bit more visual and it might make a little bit more sense. Now, as with all the other tags and things that we have gone through so far, there's a lot more to explore, and I'm just going to touch on it so you get the basics of it, but it is up to you to explore it more, figure out some of the different nuances to it and how it may benefit you and how to use it within your web page. So again, in Dreamweaver here, what I do like about Dreamweaver is that there is the option to go into either just code view, where I'm seeing the code, which is how we've worked for the most part here, or we can go into split mode, where you can actually see what the web page will kind of look like up here while I edit my code down here. Now, the other thing that Dreamweaver has is a little bit more of a visual area where I can add certain types of HTML tags by just clicking on the little icon over here. So maybe if I wanted to add an image or a paragraph or an unordered list, all things we've done so far, I can add that into here and I can visually see it appear up here. Now some of these, they will give me contextual boxes that ask me certain questions to fill out before I go too far. Like maybe for an image, it's going to ask me what the link to that image is. Does it need to link to something else? Whatever. Little things like that. And the table is no exception. There's actually more rules to that. So again, that's why I want to show you in Dreamweaver how it goes, just so it can be a little bit more visual and make a little bit more sense to you, hopefully. So let's go ahead and click just in the body area here so I know where I'm putting my table. And I'm going to click on the table option up here. Now, this is how a table is made up. If it's made up of rows and it's made up of columns. So you can think of this as kind of like an Excel file. There's those horizontal rows and there's vertical columns. And each one of those cells you can add something into. So now the next question is, what is the table width? And you can say, I want my table to be 500 pixels. Or maybe I want it to be 90% of the width of the screen. So it's going to continue to stretch out or get smaller. Now this is not really good. It's kind of how you want it to be if it was in CSS, but there are other things in CSS that's going to allow it to format better. Right now, if I put this as percent, things may not scale evenly and it's just going to get a little jacked up. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and give it a fixed width of 500 pixels. And just so we can see the actual HTML file, I'm going to add a border thickness to all the cells in there of 1 pixel. And I can also add some other things like cell padding. Once you see the table, to make a little bit more sense what cell padding is and cell spacing, but for the most part, those are the main attributes that you may want to add. So for right now, I'm going to keep this as 2 rows and 2 columns just to keep it a little bit smaller. And I'll hit OK. So when I hit OK, you'll see that down here, it added a whole bunch of code, starting with the table tag, and then some attributes, and then some other table information here. But what it also did is added something up here into the visual area where we added 2 rows and 2 columns. And we added a border thickness of 1 so you can actually see the border going around my table here and I know where things are at. Now again, with Dreamweaver, it's kind of cool because you can add information either way through the code or into the visual editor up here, and they both kind of work together. So maybe if I wanted to add in this first area right here, maybe my name, you can see that when I click in there, it actually starts to kind of highlight it down here in the code so I know right where it goes. So I'm going to delete that information and I will add name. And as soon as I type it in up there, it appears right up here. So I will say Keith. I should put a little colon right there, so maybe this looks like a contact form, kind of, but we'll get to that. Alright, and again, as soon as I type that in, it appeared up here. And let's say phone number, colon. And I'll go ahead and put a fake number in here because I don't want you guys calling me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Don't even try calling that number. Alright, so now I've got a nice table. Everything is aligned. I've got some spacing here. It just kind of laid out nicely. So I'm going to save this file. This is still just my index.html. And I'm going to add my index.html file over here. And just like Dreamweaver was showing me in the visual area, it has this nice border going around here, and it has name and phone and my name and my phone number right below it there, just like the table does. And that's it. So if I were to stretch out my browser or make it smaller, you can see that table's not being affected. Whereas nowadays we really want it to kind of scale and stretch depending on the size of my browser. So if I was looking at this on a mobile device, it may fit nicely as well as on a desktop. But we can worry about that later as we get into some of the other classes. But for now, let's go ahead and dissect a little bit more of how this table is made up. So let's go ahead and break down the table. Now that we have that all built out, we know how it looks, we can play around with some of these different elements in here and just kind of see what affects what. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to code view here just so we can focus just on the code for right now, and we can zoom in a little bit. So we've got our table, which opens up and becomes the hamburger bun of my code here. I'm just going to separate it a little bit just so you can see it better. So we open with a table tag and we close with a table tag there. Now, just like some of the other things we just looked at, like with video and audio, you can add some attributes within that table tag. In this case, we can say, what do we want our width of our table to be? You can set height. I prefer not to. It's actually not good practice to set height, but if you need to, you can. Whether or not you have a border. So maybe I said this has a border of 0. So let's take a look at our browser now that I've saved that. This is what it looked like with a border of 1. I hit refresh and it disappears. And I could add a border of 5. Let's see what that looks like. Whoa, that looks crazy. All right. Doesn't look horrible, but again, there's better ways to stylize that. If you had to, though, you know that those options are in here. Now, it only works with whole numbers, so if I said 5.5, oops, try that again. 5.5, you're not going to see any difference in there. So it only works with whole numbers. So I'm going to say border of 0. Or actually, if I remove border, it should do 0 by default, I believe. So let's go ahead and hit save and refresh, and yes. Okay, so no border attribute actually just does 0 by default. I could still go in and change my width. I could still say 600 pixels. And you should see it kind of expand a little bit there. Let's go ahead and add our border back in just so we can see the structure of it as things change. Border equals, whoops, 1. All right. So after that, we define what the table body is. That's what T-body is. And you can see we've got our hamburger right there where it closes out. And the next thing that we have is a TR. Now that stands for table row. Put a little separation in there. So that is the row, the horizontal row that goes across here. So we define that there is a row. And within there, there is a TD. That stands for table data cell. So if I go ahead and save this and I hit refresh again to put my borders back on there, this is the table data cell. This is another table data cell. This and this make up the entire table row. So hopefully you understand the difference between those two. So what we have though is we have 2 table rows with different information in it. And you can see right here, we've got one table row that opens up, and we've got the table row that closes, another one that starts, another one that closes. So if I wanted to, I could actually copy this table row and create a new row. Now just because Dreamweaver opened up that little box that had me fill in the information does not mean that this is set for life and written in stone. This, I can just go ahead and continue adding as many table rows as I want here. And I can say email. And we'll go ahead and call out Bob again. bob@aol.com. Nice and short. I like it. Save it. I'm going to come back to my file here and hit refresh, and you can see the new row just popped up along the bottom there. So hopefully you see the benefits, and in future videos you will see the reasons not to use a table. But again, I still use tables sometimes. There is a place for them. You need to see what works for you. This is how they work. There are other attributes. Play with it a little bit more, but this is what you would be using for the most part. Section 6, we are going to be talking about forms. Now, forms can be contact forms, they can be login forms, they can be leave me a message forms, they could be all sorts of different things, but they are the areas that you fill in some information and you hit submit and something happens. Now, I've got good news and I got bad news. The good news is creating these forms is actually relatively easy. The bad news is they're not going to work. Why aren't they going to work? Because these forms rely on something called server-side scripting. And this means that you're going to need something like PHP or ASP or .NET to be able to actually process your form and submit it and send it to somewhere or put it somewhere that it needs to go. Like let's say you're leaving a comment on a web page, that information needs to get put into a database so that it goes onto the page and stays on that page. With regular HTML you cannot do that, but what you can do is you can still lay out the form itself, make it look nice, and hand it off to somebody who can program it. So again, HTML is just, it's not a programming language, it's just a coding language, whereas you need to know some programming to make a contact form work. And that would rely on something like PHP or .NET to be able to process that form. So we're still going to go through, we're going to create a form, I'm going to show you some of the different elements. It's going to look just like a form, it just won't actually be connected to a script yet.
So let's go ahead and take a look at how that form gets laid out properly, how to add the elements to it, and get it ready to be connected to a script. Okay, so we're ready to build our contact form, and we are going to lay out some of the different elements. I want to talk about each of the elements, show you what they are by name, just so you can at least name them correctly and understand how to explain them to somebody who will be doing the final programming on this. But what we're going to do is lay out the form. We're going to use several of the most common form elements in our document here and just see what it takes to build the form itself. Now, the very first thing that you have to do is you have to define the form. So this is another hamburger bun type tagged attribute that needs to go into your web page that's going to do a couple different things. So I'm going to go ahead and again use Dreamweaver just for the sake of speed here to make it a little bit easier. I click on form and it's going to give me my form tag. Again, we talked about this. It's just another hamburger bun type element that everything else that we're going to be doing goes in there. Now again, to define your form, you have to use this form tag because what's going to go in there is a link, a source, just like your images and everything else we've talked about so far. It's going to go in there and point to the PHP or ASP script that you would be linking to that will process the form itself. So it's very important to have that defines where the form is on your web page. So before you actually create any kind of contact form, you need to make sure that it's wrapped in the form tag. Okay, so let's dive right in and start talking about the most common things that you're going to find in a contact form. And it's going to be a text field and a text area. And they work a little bit different, they're coded a little bit different, and I'm going to use Dreamweaver shortcuts over here just to kind of speed this up a little bit. So the first one is an input. So if I click on text over here, this is your basic text input area. This is going to be where you put your name, your email, your phone number, that kind of stuff. So just to show you, I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to come back up here to my document, hit refresh, and you'll see I've got a text box that I can then type any information I want in there. Now this is one of those input fields where it does not have a closing tag on it, just like our break tag and our image tag. Input, it's just a box, it's an input area. Now the other one that's very similar to it that I want to take a look at, and we'll use this, is a text area. And all you have to do is add that. Now this one does have an opening and closing tag to it, a little bit different than the input tag up there. Now I could say something like, add your message here. I could put that in there and that's going to appear in the text area. So if I save my document, I think you're going to see the difference here and you'll understand it a little bit better, where a input is just a single line of information right here. Again, something like username, password, whatever you want to put it in there. Whereas the text area is a large area usually used for the people putting in maybe their full address or more information about like what their question is and be able to really expand on it more than just a couple words. So it's very important to know the difference of the input and the text area. Text area is usually the larger area. The input is just one line of text with usually just like one or two words in it. Okay, this is about to get a whole lot more exciting because we're going to be talking about two different elements here. One is called checkboxes, the other is radio buttons. And if you're not sure what the difference is, I'm going to show you right here. And I'll say maybe just below that text area there, let's go ahead and just put like a paragraph tag around here. That way it should bump the text area down onto its own line. And I'll do the same thing here. Not necessary, but again, just for what we're doing, I'm going to go ahead and do it. All right, I'm going to save that. I just want to see what this looks like right up here. Okay, so now we got our things on two different lines up here. Makes our page look a little bit cleaner. Now, after that, let's go ahead and do a checkbox. Now, a checkbox is used for allowing someone to add multiple inputs at once. If this were a true and false question you were asking, A checkbox is not what you would like. A checkbox is used for which of these colors do you like, and you can add multiple inputs in there. So maybe if I wanted to say, again, how many of these colors do you like? Red, blue, yellow, green. Maybe if I wanted to put all of them, I could check all those boxes, or I could check none of them, or just check one of them. It doesn't really matter. You can check as many as you want to. So that's the use for the checkbox. So let's go ahead and find checkbox on our side here. And what's nice about Dreamweaver is it actually gives you two different options here. You can add just a single checkbox. Maybe this is for subscribing to your newsletter, or an area where you would just have just the one checkbox as basically a yes or no kind of question. Whereas a checkbox group is what we just talked about, where there would be the multiple inputs. So I'm going to go ahead and say checkbox group, and I can add all my different options in here. So we can name this group whatever we want to, and we can label it as, let's say, what are my favorite fruits? Apple. And the value we would then pass along to the form would be apple. We could also say banana. And let's go ahead and add one more option here. Let's say orange. Orange, you glad we're almost done with this class? Alright, okay. And you'll see, because Dreamweaver is so nice, it went ahead and added these inputs into here. So if you were paying attention, you should notice that input is actually something we already used up here, but we've changed the type of that input to checkbox. So now this has become an input not just for text, but a type, not text, but checkbox. Now this is all part of the same group, and the value should be given apple, orange, banana, and should be labeled as apple, banana, orange. So if I hit save and I come back to my web page up here and hit refresh, you can see I've got apple, banana, and orange. And just like I said, you can make multiple choices here. This is not for a true and false type of question. This is for add as many of these options as you wish. Now the other option, oops, looks like you had an extra checkbox up there. I must have done that by mistake. I'm just going to delete that. Actually, let's save it. Just make sure I did that correctly. Yep. Okay, so that one checkbox went away. So now I've just got my 3 up here. So the other option that we just got done talking about were the radio buttons. And these are the little disc button kind of icons that are used for a true and false, yes or no type of question. So I'm going to go ahead and hit a couple returns, and again come back over to Dreamweaver's sidebar cheat sheet area, and just like with the checkbox, I can add one radio button, or I can add the entire group. So I'm going to say group again, just like I did last time. This one will be given radio group label, and let's just say true, value, true, or option, false. Actually, and I'll hit save and come back to here and hit refresh and just test it out. And you can see that I can only choose one of those 2 options right there. So let's take a look at the code and what Dreamweaver put in here for me. And if you're using brackets or Sublime, there are a lot of these same kind of little cheat sheet insert areas like I'm using. You just need to add maybe an extension for it. So don't feel left out. Don't feel like you have to use Dreamweaver. Again, this is just saving some time for me. So we looked at the input. We saw that in the very first one up here where the input type was text. And then we added the checkboxes. Again, input, the type was checkbox. And because this is another input as well, this starts with input and the type is radio. Because they're part of the same group right here, it's only allowing me to make one option, one check from that group. And then the value is true, true, or false. Now if I were to change this to radio group 1 and radio group 2, I would be able to check both of those boxes or click both of those buttons there. But because they're part of the same group, I cannot do that, which is perfect. I do not want people to be able to make both options. So again, we've seen our different options up here. We've got the input box, the text area, the check boxes, and the radio button. One more option to go.
Alright, so there are all different types of form fields that we can add into here. What I'm showing you are some of the more common ones. I'm going to show you two more fairly common options that you're going to want to probably have in most of your contact forms. So let's go ahead and take a look at those now. What I'm going to do is, actually let's go ahead and just delete all this so we're not getting confused by all this code. And I'm going to start with just my form tags right here. And right in between there, I'm going to add the last two elements that we're going to take a look at. And one of them is called date. So you've probably seen it before, maybe if you're booking on a travel website and it says to and from, what dates do you want to stay in and what dates do you want to leave. This is a little calendar that pops up for you. Now there's very little coding that's needed for this because a lot of it's built into HTML. It's really one of the cool things about HTML is that it has a lot of built-in things. And I'm going to use Dreamweaver to go ahead and add that little cheat sheet in there. And what do you know? I've got another input here, and the type this time is date. Now again, just to refresh, input we did a type as text, we did it as radio, we did it as checkbox, and now we're doing it as date. It's a very, very simple little form field right there. And I'm going to go ahead and hit save and come back to my document. I've still got all that information. I'll hit refresh, and now you can see I didn't add mmdd. It's just input date. And if I come back over here, you can see I've got the little option there to click on the drop down. It adds the current month as by default, and I can go ahead and scroll through it. All this is built into HTML. This is so cool. Alright, one last thing that I want to show, and it's probably the most important thing in here, and that is your buttons, your submit button. You need to be able to submit that form. You need to be able to tell it to send or to post or whatever it is that this form is doing. And we can do that right into here. Dreamweaver has two different options. There are buttons where you can say maybe the button is for upload or something else. Maybe it's not the actual submit button itself. So there is a slight difference there, but we're going to go ahead and hit submit button. And what do you know? Another input here. The type is equal to submit. Again, nothing crazy going on here with the code. I'm going to save my file and I'll come back up and I'll hit refresh, and there's my submit button. Now, it added a little question mark up there because it didn't really know what to do with this. We just have this form that's not going anywhere. It's not doing anything. But this is how my form would work. Now, what we can do is, like we looked at with tables, you can start to put these different elements into those different table cells to make it look all nice and neat. So you can say like what the field is for on the left, and then put the text area or text field on the right. Same with the date picker, all those kinds of things. The table would make your form look nice, but as we get into other videos, like I said, we can look at CSS as stylizing this, but all those elements so far should have come together to basically help you build any web page that you need to build. Okay, you crazy coders, now that we are at the end of the class, we just need to talk about a few final things before you go running out and trying to get a job being a web developer. One very important thing we need to do is talk about file structure and file naming. This is very important, and this can be a very amateur mistake if you don't follow what I'm going to show you here. So, from the very beginning, I started alluding to and have continued to name my file index.html. Now the reason that I do that is because a browser, when it comes to your website, needs to know what the home page is. Now, one person may name it home, another person may name it home page, or there could be a million different types of naming structures for your home page. So what the browsers have done is said, I am only going to look for the file name index.html. That way I know that is the home page. That is just a blanket statement across every single website out there. So whenever you create a home page, or you create the first page that you want a browser to open up when it comes to your domain name, when your domain name gets typed in and your site comes up, you have to name it index.html. So as you can see, I've got this kind of fake website set up right here, and I've got index.html. That is my home page. Without that, if I were not have that in my file, my website would probably just not come up for anybody who was to pull up my domain name. You got to have that in there. I can't stress that enough. Again, Don't name it homepage, don't name it anything else, just name it index. Another very important thing when it comes to the web is making sure that all your files are lowercase. Okay, you see I'm not using any uppercase letters here. For the most part, that's really not going to cause many issues except for with the index, and sometimes again depends on how your server is set up. Best practice is just to keep it all lowercase. One other major issue that comes up and that people want to do sometimes is that you need to make sure that you are not using any spaces. So you can see index, that's all just one word right there. But if I were to get into some of my other namings, maybe I wanted to create a file that was about us or contact us or my awesome portfolio. All of these you can see do not have a space. They are using another character like the underscore or the dash. This is a perfectly acceptable way of writing a web page name. You could also just as easily get rid of that underscore and just have it all be one word. It doesn't really matter. It is more helpful if you were to use a dash. That does kind of help you a little bit with SEO. The search engines, kind of like the dash, they read that as being two separate words about us. And it can help you with the rankings a little bit, whereas when you're using the underscore, it reads it all as one big word. At least that's what they're saying. So best practice is to just use a dash, but you can use a combination of both. Maybe like in this case, my dash awesome underscore portfolio. Perfectly acceptable. Again, if you're really worried about trying to optimize your site for SEO, I would stick with dashes, but there's nothing wrong with naming it this way as long as you do not have a space in there. I can't stress that enough. No spaces in HTML. Now I've got my images folder here, and again, same exact type of naming structure you need to be careful of. Kitten.jpg, perfectly acceptable. Itty bitty kitty. If I had several words there and I wanted to separate them, I would use a dash or an underscore, no spaces, no crazy characters either. Just try to stay away from things like exclamation marks or the pound sign or the ampersand or the asterisk or question mark, things like that, because what happens is when you come to like databases and different types of programming languages, those do use those special characters and can kind of confuse the server. Again, you're probably not going to have too much of an issue with it, but it could cause issues, so just stay away from all those crazy characters. So continuing on with best practices on the web, here's one little trick I want to show you that's very important as you get your websites becoming a little bit bigger and a little bit more complex. With something like this, there's not much going on here. It's very easy to follow. But there is something called a comment tag, and it's very important because it helps define certain areas of your website. It allows you to leave messages either to yourself to remind yourself or to other developers that may be picking up on your website and showing them where certain areas are. Now, different programmers, different coders may have a little bit different structure to the way that they do it, but I'm going to show you probably the most common way to do it and how to properly do it. So a comment, again, is like leaving a little message in here that the browsers completely ignore. So it has nothing to do with, they're not going to see anything. Nobody on your website will see it. It's only in the back end where the code is where you can leave little messages. So let's say I wanted to comment, leave a little message about what this image is right here. So what you're going to do is less than, just like you would any other tag, and in this case we start with an exclamation mark and 2 dashes. So you can see as soon as I do that, all my text here grays out because I'm commenting it out. It's saying ignore all this information. Although I don't really want to ignore all that information, I just want to type a little message in here. I want to say cat photo. And I'm going to do a dash dash greater than. So it's basically a tag, just like all of our other tags that open up with the less than and end with the greater than symbol. Except again, I'm starting with the exclamation mark, 2 dashes, and I close it with 2 dashes and exclamation mark. Kind of looks like little arrows right there. So if you think of it that way, kind of like little those cars you see on the expressway that let you know that there's someone working, those little arrows. It's kind of like a warning symbol right there. So again, you can see that's grayed out there. You know it's something that's not being read by the browsers. And what it is, it just leaves yourself a little message of what's going on there. Now, again, I said this is for sites that become a little bit more complex, where something like this, you really may not need to know that, but it's good to know where something starts and sometimes where something ends. So this could be a long stretch of code. This could be my contact form. This could be a big script that I wrote or had somebody else add into it. So maybe I would want to say something like end cat photo. So this is where it starts and this is where it ends. So just to prove that nothing really goes on here, I'm going to save this file and I'm going to open up a blank HTML page. I'm going to grab my index file and drag it over. And again, you should not see anything in here that says start cat photo or end cat photo or anything like that because the browser completely ignores it. Now, one other way that you can use comment tags, and people use this for troubleshooting their website. Maybe there's an issue going on. What you can do is you can turn off certain parts of your code without completely deleting that code. So maybe I wanted to say, man, I think this image might be causing some kind of issue on my website. What I can do is I can put this image right in between these comment tags. So I'll say right before that image tag, I'll do less than exclamation mark dash dash. I'll just put a little space in there, and you can see that it grayed out that entire line of code right there. But I need to tell it to stop, so I'll give it a little space, and I'll say dash dash greater than symbol, and I'm going to save it. So again, because I'm in Dreamweaver and it color codes my copy here, I can see that it's grayed out and it's not going to show, or it should not show within the browser. So I'm going to come back here, I'm going to hit refresh, and you can see that image is gone. Although the code is not actually gone, it's just being turned off. It's telling the browser to ignore this code. So it can be very helpful in troubleshooting, and it can also be very helpful in setting little reminders to yourself or to other programmers of where things start and stop, or maybe what that code is. All right, the very last thing that I want to show you is another, again, best practice to put in your web page itself. This is something that we're going to put in the head. So remember, anything put in the head of your file is not going to be seen. It's something that's going to be used by the browser, and it's going to tell the browser some very important information, hopefully, but it's not something that you're going to see within the body of your web page. And that is a meta tag. So what we do is we open it up just like we do every other tag, and we'll say meta. And there are a couple different types of meta tags that we can add. Meta tags tell the browser what your site's about, or it can tell different things about it. You can set a meta description that'll describe your website. You can say meta keywords, and those are the keywords that are on that web page. You can say meta author, who's the author of this web page. And where that gets used a lot is within a search engine. A search engine is going to look at that and say, oh, are those keywords on this page? Is that description on this page? And should I use that description to describe your website when somebody does a search and it comes up in the search engine results? So we'll do the first most important one. That's the description. So we'll say meta name, because we have to say what type of meta file this is, and we'll say description. And what we do after that is say the content. What is the content that describes this website? The most awesome website ever. Duh. And I'm going to go ahead and close that out. So that's my meta description for this website. Again, if I were to do a search for this website, this is the information that would come up below it. It would first show the title, and then it would show the description of the web page. The description does get used. The keywords don't really get used as much anymore by the search engines. The search engines used to look at those keywords, and people would overload them with keywords, and they would rank really high. And the search engines caught on to that. It really doesn't use it too much anymore, but it is still good to have in there. So I still like to, again, as best practice, go ahead and add meta name equals, and this time we'll say keywords. And just like my description, I'm going to add the content, and we just add keywords, just single words or small phrases like awesome, and then we say comma, and we add the next keyword, website. And that's it. I close that out. Now again, there are all different types of meta tags. The most important ones are to use is description. Second most is probably keywords. You can use author. You can use some of the other ones. You can see there's a meta that actually came in automatically. It says the character set. You need to know what type of characters are we using on here. Because if I was maybe typing this in a different language, it may use a different character set up here, but we're not. This is all just English stuff. And one thing I want to show you before we close this out is I'm going to save this. I'm going to come back to my web page here. Now I uncommented that cat photo down there, so it's going to appear back in here. But if I refresh, there is no information about that meta tag in here anywhere. Again, this is something that's in the head of your browser, in the head of the file. The browser will translate, it'll look at, it'll pass it on to the search engines, but it's not something that people actually see. The only information that is seen is in the body of your web page. Welcome to CSS, brought to you by Creative Online School. My name is Keith Hearn, and I will be your instructor for this entire class. I have been doing web development for over 20 years now, and I've trained hundreds of students in both classrooms and online. In this class, we're going to be learning all about CSS, or Cascading Style Sheets. I prefer CSS just because it's a little bit shorter. What you're going to need for this class is a basic understanding of HTML. If you are not familiar with HTML at this point, I suggest you go over to Creative Online School and check out some of the videos there on HTML. I did a class on there, and there are several other really good ones as well, so go ahead and check those out. If you have a basic understanding of HTML, that's about all you're going to need. That, along with your favorite HTML editing program, where we will be exploring CSS and building a small website using it. So go ahead and sit back and let's learn a little bit about CSS. CSS, or Cascading Style Sheets, is not really a programming language, but a way to stylize things like fonts and images and entire web pages. So technically you're not going to be doing any programming in this class, but instead you'll be stylizing the HTML. So CSS started in the late 1990s as a way to give basic web pages a way to have a more uniform look throughout the entire site, as well as cut down on the amount of code previously needed to style things on a page. So this is what a web page may have looked like just using HTML, trying to stylize things like text and images. Now here's what it could look like using CSS in tandem with it. It looks a lot cleaner, and there's a lot less code being used here, as you can see. So like I said, CSS works in tandem with HTML to give a site its structure and style. Now while HTML defines what the elements are on a page, CSS defines how those elements appear. So for example, we apply a P or paragraph tag to some copy on a web page, we get the default font, size, color, and family. Now by applying CSS to that same paragraph tag, we can control how everything marked with the paragraph tag on the entire website will appear. Now even though CSS and HTML work together, most times they're kept separate in different files, and we'll explore that more throughout this class. Now this is convenient because it allows designers to make changes to the look and feel of a site without really affecting any of its underlying structure. The term cascading is kind of a key term here too. Storing files as cascading sheets allows developers to globally update and design for multiple pages all at once. So why is this important? Imagine trying to code the design individually for every page of a huge website like Amazon that has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of pages, and trying to change the font and color for the code for every single individual page. CSS streamlines this process down to one externally linked layered file. CSS streamlines this process down to just one CSS file that would control that entire tag. This will all make a lot more sense as we take a closer look at style sheets. So what's new in CSS 3? Just like HTML and HTML5, CSS has been around, and CSS3 was the first one that really came out with kind of a unique name to it. It was given a unique name because there was such a major upgrade to this version. It allowed for a lot of cool extra things that we can do now that we really couldn't do in the past. So CSS3 is now the latest standard for CSS programming, and it's backward compatible with all the CSS versions, so most browsers are able to play it and take advantage of it now. It fixed a lot of bugs that were in CSS2 and even got some JavaScript-like capabilities. Now, CSS3 has also addressed a number of mobile development concerns, accounting for responsive design and making up for issues that were caused by things like Adobe Flash and incompatibility with mobile devices. So in combination with JavaScript, CSS3 has a lot of the functionality of Flash, like with animation and interactivity-wise. So here are 7 of the major things that differentiate CSS3 from the previous versions. 1. Mobile first mentality. And this is such a key thing. So CSS3 inherently supports responsive design, and it's equipped to handle media queries. Media queries are calls made by the code to determine what device and screen size a user is using to view that site on. Now this adds a whole new responsive design capability to the CSS repertoire. 2. Module-based code. Now one of the biggest developments that's in CSS3 is it's split into modules. Now all the old CSS specifications have been migrated over to the new version and divided into smaller pieces. We'll take a look at these a little bit more in detail later in the class. Web font support. Now this has given designers a lot more access to web-safe fonts, which previously we were kind of limited to just a few different fonts. Web-safe fonts are fonts that every single computer has installed and is able to recognize, where previously it was only the fonts that you knew every computer had on its own local desktop. So if a designer used common fonts like Times or Arial, they could pretty much guarantee that any user would have these. However, if you wanted to use a more rare font that was a little bit more stylized and designed, it was maybe not supported on most other people's computers, so it would default back to just any kind of random font. So now designers can run web fonts in CSS3 forward. It enables faster development and faster load times. Now this is key because this is a huge SEO factor for Google. So what used to require background images, CSS can now achieve using visual enhancements, which saves developers time in production. This cuts down on calls and load times for numerous images because those effects all built up in the code. Also, pages load faster thanks to the overall smaller file sizes and fewer calls. 5. Creating 2D and 3D transformations, animations, and transitions. This is so cool. These effects allow elements on a page to do things like rotate and grow and shrink and flip and transform and change colors. So for the first time, these elements created in CSS can move on the screen without requiring things like JavaScript and Flash to animate them. With transitions, an element can seamlessly change size and color. You can set the duration for the transition, like creating a button that slowly expands and changes color when you mouse over it. 6. New colors and image effects. CSS3 now supports new colors and gradient colors that allows for adjustments to opacity. Another cool thing is that it supports rounded image corners. It's an effect that requires a lot of formatting in Photoshop to work and achieve this in the past. 7. Box sizing has fixed some annoying alignment problems. So box sizing allows developers to get the sizing of elements right without having to subtract dimensions for padding and borders and things like that. So with box sizing property, the padding and border are all included in the width and height. So again, those are some of the major upgrades from CSS to CSS3, and we'll be taking a closer look at a lot of these things as we go throughout the class. So before we get started, there's one thing you have to understand about CSS, and that's the way that we target things with CSS. Now, up until CSS3, there was basically only 3 or 4 things that you needed to worry about targeting these. CSS selectors were things like an ID, a class, an HTML element, or there's one that will allow you to select all the elements. With CSS3, now there's actually a ton of different selectors that you can choose. That helps you target different parts of the code and just different things within there. I don't want to get too hung up on that, and we really won't be exploring those in this class just because I don't want you to get overwhelmed with it at this point.
That's something more for an advanced CSS class, but at the end I will be showing you where you can find out more about those selectors. Now what these selectors do is to help you define your web page and allow you to target certain items on the page easier. Now that may not make a whole lot of sense right now, but as we get into the class, just keep those things in mind. We'll be working most of these CSS selectors throughout the entire course, so just understand those are the things that you're going to want to pay attention to as we move forward in this class. Okay, so the first one I want to take a look at is an ID selector. An ID selector is used to define an area of a page as opposed to something that's like smaller and a more individual style. Now you'll know it's an ID selector because in the style sheet it's always going to start with the pound or the hash symbol. An ID selector will look probably something like this. Now as I mentioned, the ID selector typically defines like an area on the page, like the top or the bottom or the side or a widget area. Now when applied within the body of the web page, it's called on by using the term ID and would look something like this. Now one thing to note about ID selectors is that you can make up any name that you want for these. These are not predefined names, so you're not going to find these in any kind of like CSS dictionary. So if you feel like calling the top of your page Snickerdoodle and the bottom of your page Kettywampus, go for it. Just make sure you spell it the same up in your styles as well as in the body of your file. So now this may not make a whole lot of sense at the moment, so just hang in there while we go through all the different selectors, and once we start applying them within the code of a page, I think it'll all start to click and make sense. So the class selector is not used so much to define an area of a page, but more for smaller and individual styles within the page. Now you're going to know it's a class selector because in the style sheet it always starts with a period. So a class selector might look something like this. As opposed to ID selectors, class selectors make up the majority of most web pages because they're used to define all sorts of things like columns and text areas and how images interact, and they can be used as many times as you want within a page. Now when applied within the body of an HTML page, it's called on by using the term class and would look something like this. So just like the ID selectors, class selectors are completely made up names, so you can get creative. Just make sure that they make sense to what you're trying to do. Now personally I try to stick to obvious naming conventions like here some of the following. Where as you can see I created this class as purple button, which will turn this into a purple button, or half column, which makes a half a column. So you kind of see where I'm going with this. You can then be creative if you have multiple half columns, like half column blue text or blue button half page. Things like that that may make it more sense if you're going to be using several versions of something that's very similar. So as I mentioned in the last video, that if this is not making sense at the moment, don't worry, everything's going to come together in the next section of videos. I just want to point out some of the basic things that you're going to be using and to get you familiar with them. Alright, element selectors. Now, as I mentioned with the last two types of selectors, the class and the ID, those may not make perfect sense just yet because you're making up the names and this is still a little bit foreign to you, but the element selector should make perfect sense because if you're familiar with HTML, all we're doing is taking those HTML tags and we're applying classes to them. So, for instance, you could take something like this, the P or the paragraph tag, and we can apply all sorts of classes to it just like you can with the class selector. It works exactly the same way, but the element selector does not require anything like a period or a hashtag before it. It just stands on its own. So the other difference is once you get into the HTML part of the body of the page, you do not have to call it out as its own class or ID, it just is because you're targeting all things with that HTML element name. Now you have to be a little bit careful applying these because you have to remember these HTML elements could be throughout all your pages. So sometimes it's good to use these in tandem with class selectors or ID selectors. This just helps give you a little extra flexibility when using these.
Okay, so just one last selector to show you here, and this one's actually very simple. This is the all selectors, and it's used by using an asterisk, and generally you only use it once. I've only seen it used once within any web page, and a lot of times it's called like a reset, where a lot of times, as you've seen with HTML, there aren't predefined styles already set on all the fonts and things that you use. So for instance, if you were to create an H1 or header 1 tag and then put some paragraph copy below it, it's actually giving like a margin of space in between that header tag and the paragraph tag. By doing an all selector, a lot of times what people do is they reset all those default HTML styles, and they say everything in HTML have a zero margin, have zero padding, and things like that, to reset all those settings so that any new styles that are applied are all custom to that web page. It just kind of prevents any kind of conflicts between the default CSS or the default styles within HTML and the CSS that you're writing. So again, generally you'll only see this written once, and it's usually its own CSS file resetting a lot of the things. It can be used a couple other ways, but for the most part we're just going to be worrying about ID and class selectors throughout the rest of this class. Okay, so up to this point I've been showing you a bunch of different parts of CSS and what the different elements are going to look like here, but I think it's going to make more sense if we can actually take a look at a sample of how this is going to work within an HTML document before we go too much further. So what I've got is just a basic HTML file set up with one paragraph of text. Now remember that all text just comes in using the basic HTML styles, which I've got an example here in my browser. You can see it's a serif font. Looks like probably about 10 or 12 point font. The leading on it is, pretty average here. But what we can do is we can go in and create our own styles for that to give it a little bit more unique of a look. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up our style. In this case, we're going to use a certain type of style that's called internal style. I'm going to show you all the different types after this video, but for this case, we're going to put it right here in the head. So I'm going to put a couple spaces here just so we've got room to see what I'm doing. And what we do is we start out our styles within the head of the document. Remember, here's the opening and closing tag of the head. And right here, we're going to just type in the word style, just like we would any other HTML tag. So we get the less than symbol, closes with the greater than, and then we close it out with the / style right there. All right, so here's where I can put my styles. For this example, I'm just going to create a class. Now, if you remember from the previous videos, the class, you come up with whatever name you want to name it. And the class starts with a period. So that's what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create my very first style right in between the style tags. I'm just going to call this one sample text. Now remember, these are not defined, so you come up with whatever name you want. And because it's a class, it starts with a period there. Now, to start my styles, everything that I call sample text is going to be whatever styles I put within a couple brackets here. So I'm going to do an open curly bracket, and Dreamweaver put the closing curly bracket there. So just like with everything else with HTML, whatever opens, closes. So now the styles actually go within there are predefined. So there will be a list at the end of this video. I'll show you where you can find more of these. But for right now, we're just going to go with a couple basic ones that I know off the top of my head. And we're going to do, let's say we want to stylize the font family. And that is the font that you're actually seeing here. So say font. And you can see in Dreamweaver, as with most of the different HTML editing programs, it come up with what it thinks you're trying to type into here. So I'm going to say font family. And within there, you end it with a colon. And then you can choose from all different fonts. Now, font family says, all right, try this first font. And if it isn't a font that that person has on their computer, try this next one. And if you don't have that, try this one. If you don't have that, try this one and that one, until you basically end up saying, just make it a serif or sans serif font. And if you remember from previous videos as well, these fonts have to be on the user's computer for them to display. So this way it gives it a couple different options with a font that someone may have on their site, or excuse me, on their computer, and gives you a little bit more ability to create something unique and stylish here. So I'm going to say, let's go ahead and make impact. So that'd be the main font that it tries to use if the person doesn't have that font on their computer to keep on trying the next one, the next one, the next one, until it basically just comes up and says sans serif. All right, so the way we close out one of these styles here is we end it with a semicolon. Now we can start a new style. So I could say font size, and I'll do a colon, not a semicolon, but a colon, and I'll define the size of it. So let's say 18 point. Now, that's going to be pretty big, especially with that big, thick font that I got going up there. And we go ahead and close it out with a semicolon. I'll hit return. I'll do another one. Let's say we want to change the font, the font color. Let's go ahead and do that one. So that one is simply color, not font color, just color. And, oops, color. And I'll do another colon. Now, colors are defined a couple different ways. They're either using hexadecimal colors, which we'll cover a little bit later, or they're using just a word that, as you can see right here, there are some predefined colors that you can use just by a word. So let's go ahead and say, let's try that blue right there. That's fine. And like I said, we'll get into hexadecimal colors later on. All right, so let's go ahead and end with that right now. That's enough. We've changed the font family, we've changed the font color, and changed the font size. Now, I can save my document. I can go over to HTML editor, or excuse me, I can go over to the HTML browser here, and I can hit refresh, but nothing's going to change here, okay? Nothing's changing because I haven't applied that style to this text. So what I have to do is tell it where in the document I want to use sample text. Where do I want that to look? So, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to make two different paragraphs just so you can see the difference here. So I've got one paragraph. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate that just so you can see the difference here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this class, sample text. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. I'm not copying the period, I'm just copying the word sample text. I'm going to apply that to my paragraph tag here. So what I would do is within that paragraph tag, got the P, right after the P, I'll hit a space, and I'll say class, because it has the period that makes it a class, equals, and then in quotes, I put my class name. Alright, so it's saying anything within this paragraph tag here, apply the class sample text. And that sample text is going to look like this. Now this paragraph did not get a class added to it, so this should still look like it did before. So let's go ahead and save the document. We'll come back to our browser and we'll hit refresh this time. Now we should see two paragraphs. One is using the large impact font, that blue color that we chose, and it's 18 point. Well, the second paragraph, which we did not apply a style to, is still the original default font. So hopefully that starts to shed a little bit of light on what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to show you next a couple different ways to apply your styles, and then after that we'll move on to bigger and bigger projects. But again, for right now, you make up whatever class you want, but you have to add predefined style attributes to it, and then you apply it to something within your document. Okay, so as I mentioned in the previous video, there's a couple different ways to apply styles to your web page. Now what we did here in the previous videos, we created an internal style. So this style we created internally within this page. So that means anywhere within this page I can now apply any styles that I create up here in the header. Now it's very beneficial to this page, and there are reasons to use this in the future. The best way to do it though is an external style sheet where we create one style sheet that all the pages link to. I gave the previous example of a site like Amazon.com where there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of pages, and if I want to make a change to that site, I don't want to have to make that internally to each individual page. I want to create one page, one style that I can link all my HTML files to that'll pick up on those same styles. So I don't have to write those over and over and over. It just makes this whole thing so much more easy. So you can always combine these. You can have all three different kinds of styles here, but in this case, I want to show you what an external style sheet looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to create a CSS file here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this to my desktop here. I'm going to call it styles.css. I'm going to save it to my desktop. And what I need to do now is I need to tell my original HTML document to link to it. So within the header of the document here, I have to add a link to my style sheet. Now this is the code that they use for it. We say, what is it? We're going to create a link here and say, what is it? It's a style sheet. The type, it's text and CSS. And we're going to link to it. And here is where I'm going to add the link to my style sheet. So we've talked about this before, difference between relative and absolute links, because this document just resides on my desktop all I have to do is link right to it. I don't have to add any kind of paths in this case because I don't have any kind of folders. So I'll just say styles.css. Just make sure that's what I call it, styles or style. Yep, styles. Okay. So now I am now linking to this external style sheet right here. And all I have to do is, so I'm going to copy, I'm going to cut all that out. So if I save my document, just as an example, I'm going to come back to my sample browser here. All right, so my styles went away because I cut it out of there. But since I've linked to this, I should be able to go right into my style sheet here and paste it in. Now in this case, because this is a style sheet, I don't need to include the style tags. All I need to do is create the actual classes and IDs or whatever I want to right within here. So I'm going to save my document. Make sure that that is linked in there. My styles are gone. My class is still being defined right here in the paragraph tag. Now I should be able to come back to here and hit refresh, and you can see that it updated. So come back to my document here again. This is now linking in a separate file. So I can link a whole bunch of HTML pages all to this one file, and anytime I want to make a change to it, all I have to do is update this one external style sheet, and everything on my whole web page will update. Alright, so we've looked at two different types of style sheets right now. We've created an internal one within the document. We've created an external one that all my website pages would link to. And there's one last kind, and it's called an inline style. So this kind of defeats the purpose of a style sheet. A style sheet should be something that you create once that you can apply to all sorts of areas within your whole website. If you did an internal one, that would be applying special styles just to anything within that one web page. And an inline style is one that you create just once for one instance in one area of one web page. Now, it may seem kind of silly, but I'll show you the reasons to use each here in just a minute. So again, let's say that we've got this paragraph tag in here. Maybe we want to style this one a little bit differently. And again, this is the only time that this would ever change here. So nothing has changed. Nothing has changed up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, right within my paragraph tag here, I'm going to hit a space, and what you do is we're going to apply a style. So we have to say style equals, now this should look just like your class up here, but we're not calling a class, we're creating one special style just for this text. And I'm going to say, let's change this color to red. So say color, colon, so this is just like how I create my style sheet, or my styles, where we create the attribute there, we say colon, then we give it the information we want to add to it. So say color equals, let's go ahead and just say red. All right, and we don't need to close that out unless we're going to add more styles to this, so we can just keep that right there. So open quote, closing quote, style equals, that should be all that we have to do here. Let's save our document, and let's come back to the browser and hit refresh, and you can see my text has turned red. Now, I kind of explained about the reason why you might want to use this. There's just the one instance of it. That's totally cool. But here's how style sheets work. They actually work in kind of a hierarchy. So if I had an external style sheet, that would be the first level of the hierarchy. Anything that comes within that external style sheet, will be applied to the entire website. But if I put anything internal here, if I created an internal style sheet, anything that I put in there, maybe I had created a separate version of sample text internally as well as the external. The internal version of it would actually overwrite the external. And lastly, at the top of the hierarchy is the inline style. So again, this could still say sample text, and I could say color red as a style, a separate style to this one. That inline style would overwrite an internal and an external style sheet. So again, there might be times when you just have to call it out just one time in one web page in one area. So you may want to use like an internal or an inline style. But for the most part, we're going to be using external style sheets. It's really the best way to use them. But just keep that in mind if you need to overwrite something. Now, for the rest of the class, we're going to be using internal style sheets just so you can see the code that I'm writing as I work on the one web page. I think it's just going to be easier to see. There is no right or wrong answer. Again, you're going to kind of learn what's going to work best for you as you start to develop web pages and websites. I think I've explained the reasons and when to use those style sheets, so hopefully you understand But for right now, for these demonstration purposes, we're just going to be using internal style sheets for the rest of the course. Alright, so here comes the exciting stuff. We're actually getting into CSS a lot deeper here. We're going to really start to stylize things. We're going to be able to really start to see all the different things that you can do with style sheets. But the first thing I want to show you is what they call the box method. And this is kind of like, in kind of a weird way, it's kind of like the internal style sheets, external style sheets, where there's a hierarchy to it. And it's just, you need to understand like how CSS can affect the text or the areas within the web page here. And the box method is one way to understand that. So let's say we've got our paragraph tag and we've got our sample text within there. So let's go ahead and again, I'm going to get rid of this external style sheet and I'm just going to go ahead and pull it back over into my document. So remember I have to call it style. And within there, I'll apply my class, so that should still work there. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this guy right here. So anything within this class right here is going to be applied with a sample text style, which we've already seen that, so there's nothing crazy going on there. What we can do is we can apply some additional attributes where you can see what the box method means. So the first thing I want to do is I want to set the width to how big this sample text area is. So maybe I didn't want this to run the entire width of my web page. Maybe I just want it to be a small portion of it. So I'm going to say width, and this can either be done in percentages or in actual pixels. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and just say 400 pixels. I'm just going to pick out a random number there. And if I save that, just so you can see what happens to my document, I'm going to hit refresh so you can see that it constrains it to just about 400 pixels wide. All right. So now here's where you need to understand the box method, and this is so you can understand the two different parts that are going in this. So first of all, I'm going to add a border so we can see the border, so we can see the rest of the box method really. So I'll say border, and the different attributes that you can apply within that border there are whether it's a solid or dotted line, so I'll say solid line. Then I want to say how thick it is. Let's go ahead and say maybe 2 pixels wide, and then we can give that border a color. So let's go ahead and, but this time we'll use a hexadecimal color. Again, I'll show you what those are here in a little bit. And let's go ahead and make it black. And I end it with the semicolon. All right, so now we should have a box all the way around our text. That's black. And you can see the text goes right up to that border here. There's really no padding and there's no margin to it. So that's where you're going to start to understand what this box method is. You need to understand the difference between padding and margin. That's always kind of the hardest thing, so this box method is what helps. So I want to say we want some padding around the box so that that text isn't going right up to that border right there. So let's go ahead and say padding, and we'll say 10 pixels. Now when you say padding just by itself, that's going to apply it in the top, right, bottom, and left sides there. I could also say padding left individually. So that would apply 10 pixels only to the left side of the padding over here, or the box. But again, I want it to happen in all different directions here. So let's go ahead and take a look what that looks like. Alright, so now I've padded in that text about 10 pixels, actually exactly 10 pixels, in each direction there. Now the other part that you have to understand is margins. Margins happen on the outside of the area. So maybe I didn't want this right up to the edge here. Maybe I want to add a margin of, let's say, 100 pixels. So that should move this whole box in and down and keep anything that would be on the right-hand side or the bottom 100 pixels away from it as well. So let's say margin 100 pixels. End it with a semicolon, and let's save it and come on back and hit refresh. And now you can see that's moved down 100 pixels to the right 100 pixels, and actually it's giving some margin on the side and the bottom as well. So again, the box method is really important to learn because you're going to want to be moving certain elements within your page around and using style sheets, and you need to understand the difference between padding and margin. So I think the box method is just a good way to start to understand what some of these attributes are within your style sheets and how to properly use them. Okay, so there was a lot of different examples given in there in that last lesson. There's a lot of different parts that we're learning to add to our style sheets, and there's really a lot of them. I only use maybe half of all the styles that are available to use to your web page. There's a lot that's just, you may want to use them once or twice, you're never going to use them again kind of thing. I just want to go through some of the more common areas that you're going to want to maybe tweak out on your web page or apply styles to. Now the first one I want to show is color. Now color is probably the most commonly used attribute within style sheets. And there's a couple different ways that you can add color. So in this case, we've applied a style to a paragraph tag here, and you saw where we added color. Now, color can be added one of two different ways here. Actually, three different ways. We're going to take a look at two different ones here. Color can be applied as by adding the color and the colon, and then you can type out the word. There's a couple hundred, I think, different words that you can type out to get different colors for. For the most part, to try to be as accurate as possible, we use web-safe colors, or we use hexadecimal colors. And what I'm going to show you here is I'm going to open up Photoshop, and this is where I get most of my hexadecimal colors from, is by just pulling them out of here, because it's one of the easiest ways to do it. So there's other ways you can do it online. Again, this is just for an example here. I can use my color picker here, and I can move around. Let's say I wanted to get this really, let's find a cool green. All right, that's cool green. All right, so if you know anything about color and the way that it's made up, you can look at it a couple different ways. If you're looking at it on a monitor, you use RGB, red, green, blue. If you're using this for print, you would use CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, black. But if you're using it for the web to be as accurate as possible, you use a hexadecimal color. Now it's made up of 6 different digits, whether it be numbers or letters, and it makes up whatever color you pick from. So you can see it starts out with a hashtag here, and then followed by 6 digits. And you can select any color that you want, and that hexadecimal color changes as I move around. So again, let's come back to a green here. That's cool. What I would do is just copy that color, and I'm just going to close out of that. And I'll come back and say I want to get rid of that cadet blue. I want to add my hexadecimal color. If you remember in Photoshop there, it started out with the hashtag or the pound sign. And in Dreamweaver, it actually comes up with a picker that I could use to find the color that I want here. And I can apply that hexadecimal color there. But in this case, I want to add my cool green. Oops, that seems to have deleted my hashtag. Go back and apply that. All right, cool. So what I can do is I can save that to take a look, and I hit refresh, and you can see my font color changed to that green. So again, I told you there are a couple different ways that you can apply colors to your document or to your whatever it is you're trying to stylize in here. Color is for font. Maybe I want to add a background color to this box that's here. So maybe I want to add what is background color. Now, if you're ever curious, you kind of know maybe what it starts out with. Most of your CSS, or excuse me, most of your HTML editors will have all the CSS options in there. So once you start typing, it may be easier just to find it that way. In this case, we're going to use background color. And again, the same way I could use a word here, one of the word colors, or I could use another hexadecimal color. In this case, let's use black, which is all zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll end it with a semicolon. So let's save that and see what that looks like. I'll hit refresh. All right, so that just filled in that text box that I created. That's 300 pixels wide. Has my green text on top of it, and is 100 pixels in. So I could keep on applying more and more styles to anything within here. I could create different versions of this, but this is kind of how it's done for the most part here. Now, as you saw, when I created my border, I changed the color of that, and I only used 3 numbers on this one. If it is a hexadecimal color that has all the same numbers within it, you can shorten it to just 3 numbers here. You can see that it still comes up as black. Proper way to do it is to add all 6, just to make 100% sure. I know some older browsers don't understand the 3 digits, but for the most part, most browsers nowadays understand both. So until you're really confident with the numbers that you're using for your hexadecimal color, I would suggest using all 6. I would suggest using a program, if you can, to pick that hexadecimal color.
Depending on your HTML editor, it may come up with something already, but that is how you apply colors. Okay, so we started taking a look at it. We went through it a little bit fast. So I want to go through it again here and show you some other parts of it. Stylizing fonts is such a big part of style sheets. Color and fonts are, again, probably one of the most things that you're going to stylize within any document. So I deleted the original font family here. I want to apply it again. I just want to show you, make sure that you understand the difference. I can add a font family. And again, I can choose from one of the ones that Dreamweaver here gives to me. I can keep it really simple and just say something like Arial and add a semicolon, and I can 99,000 times out of whatever that is guarantee that every computer is going to have the font Arial on it. So I shouldn't have to worry too much about it. You can see that it got smaller there because I got rid of all the font attributes, but it turned it into Arial font. Best practice though is to give it a couple different fonts, like explained in the previous video. If the computer doesn't have one font, it'll default to another. So you try to pick fonts that are very similar to each other that someone may have, to go from a sans serif font, which is something like this, to a serif font, which is something like Times New Roman, where it has the little kind of curls to the ends of the fonts there. That's called the serif font. You don't really want to switch and go back and forth between those. So you want to pick a couple of sans serif fonts. If in this case, we can maybe do Helvetica, and then usually you end it with either sans serif or serif, so it knows. Worst case, just pick any sans serif font, because that's what I'm looking for, something that kind of looks like one of those. So I can apply that. You're not going to see much here. It's probably going to stick with Arial there because I have that on my computer. But again, there are other font attributes that we can take a look at. So we've got that pretty basic Arial font there. We can also say font size, and we can adjust the font size, obviously. Let's say 24-point font. That's going to be real big here. If I come back and hit refresh, you see how big that font got. We could also just go ahead and take that down a little bit. It's a little bit big. You've seen color. We can also do font weight. There's a couple different ways to apply font weights. You can either see it says like normal, bold, bolder, lighter. You can do in number terms here. It just depends on what the font allows for. Each font may be a little bit different. It may only have a normal or a bold version. It may not go through these numbers here. So font weight, let's go ahead and just say bold. Try to keep it simple. Now you would know if you were to use like a Google font, those Google fonts will tell you those numbers that you could apply to it if you brought those in. Again, we're not going to get into that right now, but I could save that and see my font weight and how that works. So I took the size back down, but you can see now it's a little bit thicker here. And we can also say font style, which allows me to make it italic. So if I save that, now I should have a bold, italic, Arial font. For the most part, those are all the font styles that you're going to want to apply to it. You could also add things like leading, which is in CSS, it's called line height. If you're used to doing print work, it's called leading. We could say 24 point. And what that's going to do is add extra space in between the lines of text here. So if I hit refresh, you should see that kind of doubled in space there, which is kind of nice. And you can also do little things like, oops, letter spacing, let's say 2 point. And what that's going to do is add spacing in between each of the letters here. And that looks nice sometimes for subtitles, but not regular text here. You don't use that a whole lot. Now one thing I do want to point out is that there is no reason to add any of these in any kind of order. I could mix and match font family at the bottom, background color at the top. It's not going to put the background color on top of the font or anything like that. It's just saying anything with this sample text style applied to it, apply all these different things in here. Nothing's really going to conflict with one another in any kind of order, so just go ahead and start applying those and you won't have any issues. All right, so another style that we went through kind of quick that I want to revisit here is the border. And there are a lot of different ways that you can apply your border. So I'm going to delete that so we can see it again. So the border around the box, this does happen quite a bit. I'd say depends on how you want to style your web page, but I do use the border a lot. Sometimes it's just a border along the top of a line or an area that's a text box is within. So I can say border like we had before, and a colon, and again we used solid before, so we'll go ahead and use that again. So we'll say solid, and we'll say, let's make this like 5 pixel, make it nice and thick just so we can see it, and then we apply a color to it. So we apply a couple different attributes within the border style there. So let's say, let's make it a red so we can really see it. And I'll close it out with these semicolon here. And just so we can see it again, let's get rid of this background color. I'll hit save and come back to my document. Let's hit refresh. All right, so we've got a nice red border all the way around the document. That's 5 pixels wide and is a solid line, and it's red. So we can apply different things to that border though. Let's move that down so I can see it. All right, so I could say border top. I only want a border to go along the top of this document. Let's save that and see what that looks like. So that's how I apply styles, or excuse me, it's how I apply border styles quite a bit. It's usually just like in one direction, like maybe across the top or just along the side there. I could just as easily say border left and hit save and come back. Now I've got a nice border along the side of it. Kind of looks like a pull quote or something that you'd see in a newspaper where it's got that one line there and it has the text called out. So that's kind of cool. But there are other attributes I can apply. I can say dotted, and I could say just 1 pixel, and I could say blue. So let's say save and come back and hit refresh. So now I've got a blue dotted line going along the side there. Because it's 1 pixel, you don't really see the dots too much. I'm going to take that back up to 5 and see how that looks. There we go. Now there's some nice big blue dots going along the side. So that's how I apply my border style. Again, you can either do border, which goes around all the edges, or you can define which border you want to apply. We could also say border right. Oops. We could do something different on that side. So we could say solid 2 pixel green, close it, save it, refresh it, and now I've got 2 different kinds of borders on either side of my text. So a lot you can do with borders. Play around with it. There's some really cool stuff you can do. Okay, so try to stay with me on this one. This one's a little bit funky, but kind of cool. I want to show you this one here. We're going to do 2 different kind of new things here. So again, stay with me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, outside of this paragraph text, I don't want to necessarily keep styling this thing here. For what I want to do next is apply to something that's in the entire background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div tag. Now a div tag is when I don't have like a paragraph or something to apply a style within, as I do there. I can just create something called a div tag, div, and just like every other tag, it opens and closes the same exact way. Let's say I just want to wrap it around there like that. So what I can do is apply a style within my div tag. Now it's just a holder, just a container. It's all a div tag is, and they're very commonly used throughout any HTML file that's using CSS to build it. So again, I've got my div tag on the outside here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new style. I'm going to call it background image. Now I just kind of abbreviate it by saying BG, and then I do what's called camel case. So like a next word, well, let's start with an initial cap. It just makes it a little bit easier to read here. So that one's going to be called BG image. And with all my styles, I open with a curly bracket, and I close it with a curly bracket. And for what I'm going to do is add a background image within my document that I can put text on top of. So a background image is kind of cool. You can do a lot of different things with it. We'll apply just a couple styles to it. So we'll say background. And now I have to define a couple different things, kind of like we did with our border. We have a couple different options we can do within background. And we can say the URL to that image. Now I just saved it onto my desktop. It does not have to be an actual like www kind of URL. It's just what is the path to that image. So I say within parentheses, quote, and I called a file sky.jpg on my desktop, which is right next to this document. And I can give it a couple other attributes if I want. Like I said, kind of like the border where I can apply other attributes. I can say, how do I want the background image to center within the page? I can say, do it to the top and center. And I can also say, do I want this image to repeat? Do I want it to repeat just on an x-axis? Do I want it to repeat on a y-axis? Or do I not want it to repeat at all? In this case, I have a nice large image that I'd like to apply of a sky. And I can just say no repeat and add my semicolon there. And so now I've created the style, but I've not applied it anywhere. So I want to apply that background image style within my div tag. So just like my paragraph tag down there, I want to say class equals, within quotes, background image, no period, just background image, and save my document. And if I come back to my browser, where did you go, browser? There you are. Alright, now if I hit refresh, I have got the entire height of this document. I've got an image that fell behind it. Now, as you can see here, only the sample text was confined to that width of 400, so that will run the entire width of the area. And it actually confines itself height-wise because there's been no height defined here, just up and down. It just says, well, however big this text is as big as I'm going to go. But I brought in that image and I've put text on top of it, so it's really kind of a cool thing. To get a little bit more advanced, you can probably do this on top of video as well. There's other ways to do that using CSS. There's things called parallax where you can have the image stay put and the text will move on top of it. All sorts of really cool things you can do, but again, this is the basics. This is adding an image. This could be a gradient. This could be a solid color. You can do all different things with it, but adding a background image is such a cool thing in CSS. Alright, now that we got that cool stuff out of the way, let's take a look at something a little bit different here. Now we've got, in fact I'm going to get rid of this background image because it's a little bit distracting with what I would like to show here. So I'm going to get rid of that div tag. And yeah, I'm fine with all these styles up here. I can keep that the way that is. Alright, so let's go ahead and just take a look at our document one more time here. What I want to do is I want to add a link in here. A link to that text right there. Let's say the first line of text, I want to add a hyperlink. And if we remember our HTML, we come in here to the line of text that we want to make a link, and we say less than a space href equals, and within quotes we add our link. In this case I'm going to use the pound symbol or the hashtag, and what it does is basically just adds a placeholder. So it kind of makes the link work, but it doesn't go anywhere. So again, just for sample, do that. And it closes out my A tag. I'm going to copy that and move it over here. And I'm going to save my document and come back and see what that looks like over here. Okay, so if you've looked at the internet anytime in the last 20 years, you'll know that a link by default is blue and underlined. That's just kind of the internet standard of how this works. Again, everything has a base default style to it. This is what a link looks like. Now we can apply a style to HTML tags, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we do that. So we created this as an href tag. And again, this is a style, it's a class because it starts with a period. One of the other things that you can do is add a HTML tag. And all we have to do is doesn't start with a period, doesn't start with a hashtag or anything like that. It just starts with whatever that HTML tag is. So you can see I'm still within my style tags here, so I'm not creating a new link. I'm just saying anything that starts with an A tag, boom, right there. I'm going to open curly bracket and apply a style to it. Now, this is exactly the same as the same kind of styles that I apply up here. So let's say maybe I wanted this to be a color of, I don't know, let's make this one yellow. I should make that yellow-green. That'll stand out pretty good. And I'm going to close that one out. Let's do something else to it too. Let's make it, let's not make this guy up here bold. And we'll make the link bold. Let's go ahead and just kind of take that off too. Let's do one other thing just so it really stands out. Let's make it a font size equals 30 point font. All right, it's going to be huge, so you're not going to be able to miss this one. All right, again, we've targeted an HTML style by just calling it out. No period, no hashtag, nothing else, just that letter A right there. I could do the same thing with P, paragraph tag there. I could do it to body. I could do it to any kind of HTML tag that's out there. Again, I just chose the A. I'm going to hit save, come back over here, and boom, there is my green, that kind of yellow-green, a very large font. Let's say I want to get rid of that underline. Let's get rid of that. That's called text decoration. So we'll say text. So far we've been like applying styles to things. We're adding things to what's on our page. You can actually do the opposite though too and just say none. I don't want any text decoration to this thing. I come back here and hit refresh, and that line goes away. So I don't want it to make it look as obvious as a typical HTML link. Some people like to. You can also say, let's copy that just so we have it. You can also say on hover, give me that line back. So what you do here is we say A, and then we say colon hover. So we tell it what state we want that A to be on. And we'll keep everything the way it is, but we'll say text decoration underline. All right, so one thing to understand about this so far is that we've got our A tag. So we're applying a style to anything with an A tag to it. So just because I've defined it as the hover state doesn't mean I have to redefine all these styles up here. It's already been applied to it. I'm just saying in this one state, change this one thing. So let's save our document, come on back, hit refresh. Now nothing's changed, but if I mouse over, if I hover over it, you can see I've got my text decoration or my underline. So hopefully that makes sense. You've seen a couple different ways you can style things now. We've got our classes, we've got our HTML tags, and we can take a look at div tags here next. All right, so the last thing to take a look at that we have not looked at so far, that we have talked about though, is the other type of thing that you may want to target within your document. Is we've started with the classes, we've done an HTML tag. The only thing we did not do was the ID. Now what that one looks like, it starts with the hashtag, #. And then we can make up any ID name we wanted to, just like we could with the classes down here. I'll say this top area. I don't know. Remember that the IDs are typically used only, or they are only used once within a page and typically used to create structure or framework to your page. So maybe I just wanted a top area on my page that has a very distinctive look to it. I'll say top area, and all the other styles are just as you would apply to any other type of style. So let's say maybe I wanted that to be top area, just a background color, and maybe I just want that color to be black. All right, and now we have to add this down here somewhere, and maybe the top area should go at the top of the page, maybe above the text, below the body, and it applies just like one of the last examples I showed you with the div tag, except instead of saying class, we simply say ID equals . That's what I call it, right? Top area, top area. All right. And I'm going to close that out. And you know what? I don't have any text in there, so let's go ahead and define a little bit of a height to it, just to make sure that it works. And we'll say height equals 50 pixels. So maybe I just want this big black bar at the top of my page. Maybe this is something I would eventually put something like my logo and my navigation in, but for right now we're just creating a top area so that you can see what an ID looks like. Come back to my document, hit refresh, now I have a 50 pixel black top area. So to refresh, ID tags create structure to the page, are only used once. You can make up whatever name you want for them. Classes start with a period, make up whatever name you want for them, and it can be used over and over and over within a document. And then we saw what HTML tags look like being styled. Alright, welcome to section 5, where we're going to be getting into a little bit more advanced CSS here. This is more for framework and positioning and things like that that you're going to find a little more useful as far as laying out a web page. So, first thing I want to show you is what's called a float tag. Now, it's a little bit ambiguous on what it really means. I wouldn't say that it floats anything. It's more used for positioning to create like multiple columns as opposed to text just kind of running into the next line. Right, that's how CSS works right now. Basically, you would have like one big row. So let's go ahead and use this as a for instance. I took away most of our styles right now. I took away all of our styles. And just have this div tag wrapped around this paragraph of text right now. And if I hit save and I come back to my browser, this is what I'm talking about. All the text just runs all the way across the edge of the page unless it's defined to not run across. So let's say we had what we had before. Let's go ahead and create a new style. I just create a class called column. All right, let's open that up and close that. And then within there, we will say width equals, just for instance, let's say 200 pixels wide. We'll keep it real simple right now. All right, so if I come back, oops, what did I do wrong here? Oh, I didn't apply it. So within my div tag here, I need to actually apply that class. So I'll say class equals, all right, class equals column. I'm going to save that. Now I'm going to go and see what it looks like in my browser. And you can see I've got this one nice big column of text. And it's only 200 pixels wide. So what I should be able to do is go ahead and copy that and give it a couple of returns there so we can see it. We've got another column. Now this should align right next to it, right? Okay, instead it just drops down to the next line. So again, any kind of div tag, anything that you're really doing in HTML and CSS, it's just always going to go down to the next line by default. That's just kind of how it works. So that's where float tags come in. I'm going to show you how those work. Now again, they don't really like let text and text boxes just float around. They actually are used to align like to the left or to the right of something else. So applying them is actually really easy. It's more of just really understanding how they work and when to use them is the more difficult part. So within my column style here, I'm going to say float, and let's go ahead and just say float it over to the left. And then what that's going to do is going to say, okay, this first guy here, let's float him to the left, and the next column will float it to the left, or just to the right of that first column, but again, aligning it to the left. So these should stack like a couple books right next to each other. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to come back to my browser and hit refresh. And now I've got two columns of text that are aligning themselves right next to each other. So just so you see the order of them, I'm going to put like a number right there. And 2, so we can see that they are aligning in order. So 1 and 2. I could just as easily float these over to the right as I did the left. There are times to use that, but for the most part, you're going to be floating things to the left. That's just how these columns usually get laid out. So within there, you can apply the same kind of styles that we used with our other things that we've done up to this point. Maybe we want to add some space in between these two areas. Now this is where that box position that I showed you earlier is going to come into play. What I could do is say, all right, my width of this column is only 200 pixels here. So if I were to apply padding to it, the text would be less than 200 pixels wide. The box itself would be 200 pixels wide, but because I was padding, which comes in, it's going to make that text area a lot smaller. Whereas if I were to use a margin, which pushes to the outside there, that's going to give me more room and allow me to keep that 200 pixel width. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and add a background color just so we can see these two boxes. And let's go ahead and just make it just something kind of light. I'm going to make it a gray. All right, nice light gray. Let's save that and see what that looks like. All right, so you can see that those two gray backgrounds are just touching each other, so it looks like one big block, although they're really not. Now let's go ahead and add some margin. What we can do is, maybe because I like it being tucked up against the left-hand side of the page and the top, I don't want to apply a margin everywhere. maybe I just want to apply some right-hand side margin to push these two columns off of each other. So let's say margin on the right-hand side, and let's say 20 pixels. That'll give me a nice gap in between them. I'll come back and hit refresh, and I can see I've got this gray box, nice little white 20 pixel width there in between the two columns, and but my text is still going right to the edge of that gray. So in that case, maybe I do want to apply just a little bit of padding. I'll do that in all directions. So I'll just say regular padding, and I'll say 5 pixels. So let's save that and we'll come back. There you go, that looks a little bit better. So that's how you would create a couple of columns of text within your document. Now one thing I want to show you that kind of goes along with this a lot of times is I'm going to create just one more line of text. I'm going to call this one 3 just so you can see it. Now, I'm not going to apply a div tag to it or anything like that. I'm just going to hit save. If I come back to my document, I can see that this actually aligns to the left as well. And it's just the way that the text gets put in there. It's still kind of allowing this text to kind of align around this text box right here. So if I really wanted that to the next line down, if I wanted to clear it, I could hit returns and paragraph returns all day long. It's really not going to push it down the way I want it to. What you have to do is add a clear. So what I like to do is create a new class called clear, because I like to use this one over and over a lot of times. And open and close it, and the actual class itself that you're going to use, the actual attribute, is called clear. So what it's going to do is clear the area that I'm applying this to, and I can say to the left hand side, to the right hand side, but for the most part I always just add both. I want to clear both sides of it, and I'm going to save that. Well, don't need to save it right now because I still need to actually apply it. And what I do is I'm just going to copy this to make it a little bit quicker here. Now I'll apply a div tag and a class called clear, and apply it right there. Now what I'm doing is basically putting like a return in between these two paragraphs, column 2 and what would be column 3 right here. So save that, I'm going to come back and hit refresh, and my text broke down to the next line. It cleared it down to the next line. So that's how you use float tags and clear tags. Again, I showed you both in the same video because they usually go hand in hand, so hopefully that helps you out. So similar to float tags, you can also do positioning, which displays it text within text, block, or in line. It's kind of similar, kind of different. There is a use for each. I'm going to show you how to apply it now. So similar again to our float tags, we've got one column here of text, and I've taken out most of the properties that we had in there before. Now what we want to do is, in this case, let's say, oops. Alright, let's say we have a block of text that we want with a red background, and there's different ways that we can control that. So let's say within this div class column, which we've already got some styles applied to, we want to call out just this one little block of text right here. The best way to do that is when you have a div already started is just to add a span tag. And what a span tag is, it's actually an HTML tag that you can use to say, oh, within this one style, let's make a slightly different version of that style. So what we do is we just do it just like everything else. We say span, open it up and close it like you would any other HTML tag. Tell it where you want it to start and stop. And okay, so that within there has that. Now it's not applying any actual style to that now. It's just calling that out, saying this is going to be a little bit different. Let's style it different. And I'm just going to copy column. And what you do, the way that you target that, let's pull this up a little bit here, is we say within column, we can also say anything within that column that is a span tag. So maybe I want to use a span somewhere else. It's saying only within that column div tag to apply something to the span text. So let's say I want to make that background color, I'll just make it red. Keep it simple here. And we can get rid of these other styles. They're not really being used. So let's take a look at what that looks like right now. So if we come back to my document, you can see that I'm now able to highlight this one little block of text as being red. Now I know that doesn't really make sense as how that applies to what the float tags were that we had before. So that is the next part that I'm going to show you. So to do that, what we do is we say display, and we got basically two different choices that we would use. We would say as a block, and if I save that, let's take a look what that looks like. Alright, so making it as a block. So if you remember from the float tags, it reacts like as if we were not applying that float tag to it, and it brings it down to the next line as if it's its own block of text. Or we could say inline, which is like the float tag, which keeps it right there within the paragraph itself. So again, kind of like the float tag, but it's with text within text is how you can target it specifically and tell it how to display. Alright, so as I mentioned in the last video, we're going to talk about framework and structure and like placement on a page for stuff that will start to really make your website come alive. In this case, I want to talk about positioning an object on the page. Now in the last video we looked at floating, where we floated a column to one side or the other, and that looks great for text and columns and things like that. But maybe we've got an object that we want to place on the page somewhere, and we want to give it like an absolute position of where it is. We have like some control on how it appears and where it appears. If you were using a text layout program, you could just drag a graphic and drag it around right on the page exactly where you want it, and it'd be very easy to do. With CSS, you're trying to do that through code, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. So I want to take a look at that positioning now. So what I'm going to do is first add an image to my web page. So within here, on my desktop, I created or downloaded the old Apple logo. So let's go ahead and bring that in here. Alright, so let's go ahead and make sure that that works. I'm just going to save it, and I'll come back to my document. Alright, so there is the Apple logo. It's appearing just after this first little paragraph. So just to keep things clean, let's go ahead and just remove it. And let's save that, refresh it again. Alright, so there is actually like a white box all the way around it. That's why it's not flush up in the corner, but it actually is. The graphic is flush left, top left. That's just where images go by default in HTML. But maybe I want to add some positioning to it. So what I can do is create a style for my image. Let's say we call this class position me. And I'll open and close a curly bracket there. And what I can do now is I can give it a position. So let's say position, and let's make this one relative. Now relative means its position is relative to where it's at on the page, and now we can control it by using other attributes like top or left or right or however we want to do that. So let's say position, so we're saying just make it relative, and now we can say from the top, let's make it 100 pixels down, and let's make it from the left, let's say 50% from the left. So it should be about kind of halfway across the page, but not quite. I'll show you a little trick to that here in a second. But now I just need to go ahead and apply that style to my graphic. So just like with everything else we've done so far, we can just go within the tag, and we can say class equals position me, and hit save, and I come back to my browser and hit refresh. Alright, so that is now 50% across the page. It's actually 50% to where the left-hand side of the graphic starts here is, and it's 100 pixels down, again, from where that graphic actually starts. So I've now positioned it on the page relative to where it was at. Now if I had a bunch of photos up here, a bunch of text, it would then be relative to where it's at after that text. So that's what that means. Now I said I would show you kind of the trick to fixing this so it was actually centered. Because by saying left 50%, you'd think that that would make it halfway across the page, but it's not looking at the middle of the image as a center point. It's looking at that left edge as a center point. So what I do is I come back to my image, and again I've got it here on my desktop. Let's see if I can do a get info and see how big it is. Okay, so it's saying it's 443 pixels wide. Now what I do is just calculate what's half of that, and I move it to the left, or margin it to the left, half that distance. So let's keep this simple, say 221 pixels. So that's half of that. So that way we're kind of finding our center point on the image. And we'll say margin left negative 221 pixels. So again, I'm applying a negative margin. I'm moving it to the left 221 pixels. So I'll hit save, come back, refresh, and there is my Apple logo. No matter how big I make my browser, it's always going to stay in the center. So that's positioning relative. What I could also do is, if I had other stuff on the page, I could make it an absolute. So I'm going to save that and come back and hit refresh, and it doesn't do a whole lot because, again, I don't have anything really on the page right now. So let's do one thing. Let's go ahead and create an ID area. Do that with a pound, and we'll say top area again. Whoops. Pound top area, and I'll open and close that tag. And again, I'll do kind of what I did last time. I'll say background color is, I'll make it black again. Oops, not O's, zeros. And I'll say a height of 100 pixels just to try to make it more obvious. And let's come down here and actually apply that. So I'll say div ID equals top area. And I'll go ahead and close that out. Alright, so now you should be able to see a little bit better here. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. Now I've got a top area, and this is absolutely positioned regardless of where this is at, 100 pixels down. Now, just to try to make it make a little bit more sense, let's go ahead and say 50 pixels. Maybe we want this positioned only 50 pixels from the top, so it should overlay that black bar there, and it's only 50 pixels down. So again, you say absolute, it's like it doesn't care what's around it. It's going to tell you, it's going to put this exactly 50 pixels down from the top, absolutely 50 pixels down, not relative to anything else that may be in its way. Where now if I change this back to relative and save it and come back and refresh, it's putting it 50 pixels relative to this image being after this black bar here. Alright, so we took a look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the one other option, which is a fixed position. Now, a fixed position is probably what you've seen before as like a sticky footer or sticky header, where it's always in that same exact position no matter where the browser's at. So if I said position is fixed, in this case I may say bottom. I'll say bottom 0 pixels from the bottom. And I'll go ahead and save that. I'm going to come back and I'll hit refresh. Now that Apple logo has positioned itself to the very bottom of the page, and no matter where I move my browser, it's fixed to the bottom of the browser. So now you've taken a look at different types of positioning, both relative, absolute, and fixed. There is a time and place for each of them. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense to you. Okay, so in an attempt to bring everything that we've learned so far together and actually be able to put this into building a full web page, and we're actually going to create a couple web pages, but we'll do it very simply and quickly here. We want to decide on our basic layout for our website, and we're going to build this whole framework out based on this little sketch that I came up with here. Now, most websites aren't these dimensions. These are just kind of like rough numbers that we're going to use to base what we're going to do off of. You may use percentages as opposed to fixed pixels. Maybe you do want it in this boxed format. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes here, but what I want to do is I want to create a header area that's going to be 900 pixels wide by 75 pixels tall. We'll create a footer area that's almost the same size, except it's going to be a lot shorter. It's going to be about 40 pixels tall. We're going to create kind of a main body area where all of our text will go. That's going to be 600 pixels wide by, I've got a question mark here. This area can expand as we get more text and more content to put in there, so I'm really not going to put like a fixed height in there. And then we're going to create another side over here, maybe a little sidebar area that we'll put our navigation in. That's only going to be 300 pixels wide, and again it'll be by whatever height. So here's where I may start to think about what kind of ID tags I'm going to use to create these 4 areas on my web page. A regular web page may have more, may have less ID areas, but again, for our demonstration purposes, this is what we're going to put together. So let's go ahead and close that out in our HTML document. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of everything that we've done so far so we can completely start from scratch. Alright, so if we remember, we have the 4 areas. Let's go ahead and just create them. We can create the IDs without actually having the style set up just yet. So let's do div ID equals, and we'll say header area. Alright, we'll keep that kind of simple. We'll open it and close it, and just for time's sake, let's go ahead and just copy and paste that. We'll create that as footer area. And let's create 2 more. We'll create side area, and let's call that text area. Alright, so those are the 4 different areas that we have talked about in our sketch. Now let's go ahead and actually create them up in our style area. So again, with IDs, we're going to start out with the hashtag, and we'll do, in fact, I'm just going to copy and paste here just so I don't have any typos. We'll go header area, open and close that bad guy, and we'll do the same thing for side area. Open and close him, we'll do text area. And we'll open and close. And finally, we'll do the footer area. And we just got to give him the hashtag. And we'll open and close it. Alright, so we have our 4 areas there. Now let's go ahead and define what the width and height was for the ones that we had width and heights. And we'll say width, that one was 900 pixels wide. And we set a height of 75 pixels. Alright, now I know our footer was very similar, so I'm just going to copy and paste that. Say 900 pixels wide by just 40 pixels tall. Our side area was 300 pixels wide, and we did not have a height defined. We just said width because whatever the content in there will define how tall it is, so that can kind of expand and contract as needed. And the main text area will be 600 pixels wide. So now we have our framework set up. Now we can start to add content within those areas and start to really define the web page. So for this instance right now, we're just going to build everything out as internal styles right here within the one document. When we get done, I'll show you how to apply it as an external style sheet, and we'll apply this to several web pages all at the same time. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started building out the rest of our web page now. We've got the framework in place. I've gone ahead and just dumped in some copy into this text area just to kind of save a little bit of time here. And what we've got is our 4 sections so far. We want to create something unique with a header here. What I was thinking is maybe we create a background graphic. Let's go ahead and apply that. I've got one on my desktop that I saved. Let's see, what did I name that bad guy? Whoops. I called him header.jpg. What do you know? Alright, so let's say background image. Now before we just use regular background, you can use either. Background image just allows you to apply that image. It does not give you all those additional properties that we did. So let's go back to that one. I kind of like that one a little bit better. They all start the same here. Again, you just can't add those added little pieces to it. So header.jpg. And just like before, let's say top, center, new, repeat. So do not start to tile up and down, left and right. Let's just keep it once and in place. And I actually cropped it to 900 by 75, so it should fit perfectly within there. Now we've got our side area and our text area. If you remember our float class, we need to float those 2 bad guys next to each other. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's say float. Oh, loafed. This isn't meatloaf, it's left. And let's, oops, make all sorts of mistakes here. Let's go ahead and copy that, and I can just paste that down here in the text area. So now the side area and the text area should float right next to each other. Now I put some text in the body area, but the left side area, that I'm going to use for my navigation. So let's go ahead and start to put some text in there now. Let's say home, and then we'll break a line. So we'll say BR to break, and we'll say, let's keep this one real simple. Let's say about, and then contact. Real basic website. You can always add to it more later. So those are our 3 sections in there. And footer area. Let's go ahead and do something in there too. Let's go ahead and say copy right 2025. Is it even legal to do that in the future? I don't know. For right now, we're going to do that as 2025 my website. And let's go ahead and give that one a background color. And we'll make that one, let's go ahead and just make it a light gray for right now. CCC is kind of a nice little light gray. So let's save that. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, so we've got our header up here. I can see that we've got our sidebar there, and we've got this here. Now you can see that the gray is up here. That should be my footer, and I've got the copy right down there. So why is that not right? Well, because we did not add a clear after we floated those 2 areas. So let's go ahead and create a new class now. We'll call that one clear, just because I like to name it that. And I'll say clear both bodias. Clear. And let's go ahead and add that right above the footer area after the text area. And I'll start a new div tag and just say class equals clear. And I'll close it out, and that should work. So let's save it and come back to our browser. Okay, not the most beautiful of websites so far, but it's kind of getting there. So I've got a nice sunny background up here. That would be maybe where I put my logo, and we've got our navigation going, and we've got our text going, and we've got our footer going. So all in all, this is actually pretty good. Let's do a couple other styles here. Now, if you come to a website and it's all sandwiched together that tightly, maybe that's really all the copy that I do have. What you can do is maybe not set a fixed height, but you can say a minimum height for this area. So let's come back to our sidebar, and in here, now we've used height before. Height equals, I don't know, let's say like 700 pixels tall. But we can say a minimum height. So maybe if I eventually have more text that takes up more than 700 pixels, it would continue to expand. But right now, I just say a minimum height of 700 pixels. So it's kind of like saying height. So there's my footer way down there at the bottom. If I scroll down, that's a little far. Let's bring that back up a little bit here. Let's go ahead and just say maybe 500. Okay, so now I can see my footer there. So all of our text is pretty bland, and we could probably use some padding down there, maybe some padding up there. So let's go ahead and apply some other styles. Let's say we want to target our body. How about that? How about an HTML tag? So that says anything within the body area. Let's make the font family be let's do something different. Let's do Lucida Grand. That's a nice font. And let's keep it general right now. So we're just saying, hey, anything within this body tag here, let's make it like that. And let's say within our footer, let's give that some padding. And we'll say just, let's say 5 pixels. So 5 pixels in all directions. That'll kind of push it in a little bit. That'll look nice. And the text area, I'll just kind of get it off the top a little bit. So we'll add some padding there as well. But maybe this time we'll add 20 pixels of padding. The side area, let's do the same thing with that. In fact, we can just go ahead and copy that one. And I think everything looks good so far. Let's save that and come back and look what our document looks like. Alright, so our font definitely looks better. That text is kind of pushing off to the side there, but this looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better down there as well. Okay, so not too bad so far. Let's do one other thing. Now, because I set the header as a background image, I can still apply things on top of that. So within my header, maybe I want to add my logo. Maybe I've got this kind of sunny logo that I want to add in there. And let's say that, and I say this one as a ping graphic. A ping is good for transparent graphics, and there it is right there. So because I've got this on top of a graphic, so you can see that it appeared up there, so it's transparent. By default, it always goes top left. It floats or it aligns up there. But the ping will be transparent and fit on top of my background graphic. So let's say within the header area there, maybe I want to give that one a little bit of padding too. So let's just say padding just to the left. Let's say 50 pixels. Oops, forgot my colon. Don't forget your colon. And let's do that. All right. So that pushed my sun in a little bit. Let's go ahead and give it a little bit of padding top as well. And just do like 7 pixels as well. Just kind of bump it in a little bit. All right, so there our sun kind of looks centered within there. Again, it's not the most beautiful website, but just see how this is all coming together. I've got some text in here, I've got some text in here. We can continue adding stuff. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll come back to this and finish up this web page and add some more here in just a second. Alright, so let's pick up where we left off there. Let's see, what do we have left to do? Let's go ahead and stylize our navigation. Let's make that a little bit cooler. And then after that, I think we're kind of okay. The next step would be to add this style as an external style and create these other pages as well. So let's go ahead and make sure that we know that we're on the home page and add within the text area down here. Let's say within there, let's go ahead and say, let's give it an H1 tag, and we'll say home, so that we know we're there. Now because it's a header tag, it's going to go ahead and push this text down to the next line, which is exactly what I want. Now it is going to come in with the default H1 styling, so just like the body tag, let's go ahead and just target that, and let's go ahead and use the same font, kind of like that font. But let's go ahead and say font weight is bold. Oops, I forgot to close this one out. That's why it's not. Now when they're on their when they're on a line by themselves here, or it's the last style within or last attribute within a style there, you don't need to put that semicolon because it's the last one. But if you have more than one, you have to close that out with that semicolon down there. Alright, so I got that. Now let's say any of the text within the side area here, let's go ahead and style that. So let's find our side area ID, and let's say font. Let's do a different font family for this one. Let's get crazy. Alright, let's say, you know what we had that was nice? Where's that impact? That was kind of cool. It's a little bit different. And let's say font size is, I don't know, 20 pixels. And you know what we can go ahead and do is go ahead and link to our other pages. Now even though we don't have them created yet, we can figure out what we're going to name them. So let's go ahead and add an anchor tag, ahref equals, remember what we call our home page is always called index.html. Everything else from there can be called whatever you want. So let's wrap it around our home tag, around the about. In fact, let's go ahead and just copy this just to kind of save a little bit of time. And we'll say about. We'll call that about.html. So we're going to have to create these pages here, but that's not a problem. We'll do that here in a second. And we'll say contact, same thing. Contact.html, contact, close out that a tag, contact.html, cool, got that. So now because these are href tags, they're anchor tags, a tags up here, we need to say side area, anything that's within there that is an a tag. Let's make it text decoration, none, so no underline. And let's say color is, I don't know, what should we pick? Let's pick something maybe kind of nice and sunny. Here you go, chocolate. That's cool. All right, so we'll make it a chocolate colored. And, you know, just so it stands out, let's go ahead and use my favorite color, gray again. So we'll say background, color, gray, so we know our side area. Let's just see what that looks like here real quick. Oh my god, it's beautiful. That is beautiful. Alright, so we have 3 working links here. And you know what, let's do one other thing. Let's say when you hover, let's change the color to, let's find a new color. What's a new color we can use? Let's say crimson. Oh my goodness, we're getting crazy now. Crimson, alright. So if I mouse over, you can see that that changes color all done through my CSS. Now the sidebar blends in too much with the footer here, so let's do maybe not a CCC. Let's find a different color. Let's find a nice bisque. Who wouldn't want to use bisque? Alright, that kind of goes nicely with our sun set up here. Alright, so I've got my home page, I've got these 3 pages here. And now what I could do is, I'm going to go ahead and save this as index. I've been calling it something else up until this point, so let's save it as the home page. But because I want to have a couple other pages all using the same style sheet here, I'm going to go ahead and cut all this out. And I'm going to go to, so let's go ahead and save that. I'm going to come back to my external CSS sheet. I'm going to get rid of the style because it is a style page already. Don't need to define that. And let's go style. And let's come back to here. Alright, so remember we have to do a link. Let's go ahead and say href equals, and it's, do I see it down here? Style.css, there we go. And relative equals, and it's a style sheet, and oops, and type equals CSS text. Alright, now all my style sheets are gone. They're all linked in this style sheet here. I'm going to save that. Come back here, oops, because I don't have the right file here. Remember, I got to go back to my index.html. Alright, oops, not save. Just hit return there, dummy. Okay, so now my index.html is now linking to an external style sheet, and it's still working. Tested that out. Now what we can do is go ahead and close that out, and we're going to keep this again real simple. I like to keep things simple. Here's my index file on my desktop. I'm going to duplicate it twice, and I'm going to call this one about, and this one contact. Let's go ahead and open those 2 guys up. Alright, so I need to know which one's which. So I'm going to say about here in my, whoops, wrong one, in my header 1 tag right there. Alright, and I'll save that, and I'll come back here, and in this header 1 tag, let's see, this is the contact page, so I'm going to say contact, and I'll save that. Now, let's close these 2 out, and let's come back to our main document. Again, we've got our index file right there in the browser. Now I should be able to go to about, you can see that changed, go to contact, you can see that that changed, although I got a spelling error, and I come back to home, and that's working. So right now, within, what, 20 minutes there, we created an entire web page and basically an entire website. Now, it doesn't look great, but you can see the basic structure of how this works and all the content that goes in it and how to stylize it. We've stylized classes, we've stylized IDs, and we've stylized HTML tags, which is, again, 99% of everything that you're going to be doing with CSS. All right, so it's time to celebrate. We've just built our first website. We've got a 3-page website going here, all built in style sheets, no tables. We're keeping it nice and clean. We can continue to add to this. And one thing I want to show you that I did not show you in the last video is the reason that we put all this stuff within the external style sheets. Open that back up in Dreamweaver. Because I'm in Dreamweaver, I can switch over to styles right here. Because of having this all in an external style sheet, I can just as easily make one change. Let's go ahead and change that color of the sidebar. Make a nice aqua color. Aqua, it's fun to say. Save. And now, if I hit refresh, that's blue, or aqua color. But the power of it, you can see, is that it affected every single page. So again, the instance that I was using of Amazon.com, if they wanted to make a change to their website, they only need to update one style sheet, and it'll update the entire website because they're using external style sheets. So there's a time and place for everything. The other thing that I promised you is that I'll show you where to find more information on all these different attributes, these different properties within a style sheet. There are a lot of them. I've been doing this for nearly 20 years now, and I don't have all of them memorized. I know some of the very basic ones. I know a lot of them, but again, there's a lot of them I still have to look up every time that I need to use them or know how to use them properly because there's so many different little intricacies and nuances to each of them. So what I like to do is either within the HTML editor that I'm using, and again, most of these work the same, I can say something like background, just start typing, and you're going to see a whole list of all the different things that come within there. Maybe I wanted to do background image. And within background image, you can see that there's all different attributes that you can apply within there. So first of all, using your HTML editing program may be a good way to learn some of these things. If you really wanted to get a deeper dive into understanding how to use these properly, I always recommend w3schools.com. They have information on all the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all the basic scripting languages, and you can see, let's say padding. They give examples, they give the properties, how to use them, the different attributes that you can add within them. You can add pixels, percentages, all the different kinds of stuff there. Again, they show you how to properly lay this out. They usually show you the browsers that things work in it. If it's maybe a newer attribute within CSS or HTML, maybe it won't work in all browsers, but it gives you working examples and it lays it out very simply and cleanly. So I highly suggest if you have any questions, go to w3schools.com or check out some of our other videos within the website.
Hello, and welcome to our web development lesson brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. First, a little bit about me. My name is Justin Posey. I have 9 years in web development. Most of that time was specialized in MySQL and PHP, and I have this and other courses available at CreativeOnlineSchool.com. First, we're going to go over an introduction to Apache, PHP, and Git, as well as their installation. Then we're going to go over using Apache to create HTML web pages. We'll learn some basic PHP and how to use it to create a web page. We're going to talk about using Git for version control. We'll learn some advanced PHP techniques so that we can make functional web pages such as forms. We'll go over an introduction to JavaScript and how to use it on your web pages. Then we'll go over some more advanced JavaScript so that we can accomplish some things that you can't in PHP. Finally, we'll give you an introduction to JSON and using JSON with JavaScript, as well as introduction to XML and using it with PHP and JavaScript. First, let's go into Apache. Apache is the most popular web server. A web server's job is to accept requests from clients and send responses to those requests from the server. So basically, your computer is going to ask the server for something, and Apache will send back what it asked for. In most cases, it's going to be asking for a web page, and it'll send the web page back. So why is Apache so popular? Well, first, it's free to download and install. So it's really easy for anyone to use. It's open source. The source code is visible to anyone and everyone, which basically enables anyone to adjust the code, optimize it, fix it, or even add new features to it. So it's like it has developers all over the world. And finally, it's flexible enough to suit all needs. Apache can be used for small websites of 1 to 2 pages, all the way up to huge websites of hundreds or thousands of pages, and can serve millions of visitors each month. It can also serve both static and dynamic content. Next, let's talk about PHP. PHP is a server-side programming language. That means it lives on the server, and that's where it does the work. PHP can be used to evaluate and manipulate data, including data sent from a browser. We can also use it to build custom web content, and it allows us to communicate with databases so that we can pull information to put on our web content. It's powerful enough to be the core of WordPress, which is how most sites are created nowadays, and it's also deep enough to run Facebook, which has some of the biggest user bases in the world. And fortunately for us, it's also easy enough to be a beginner's first server-side language. Next, we're going to talk about Git. Git is a file version control system. What this means is Git allows for the tracking of changes in computer files. Basically, it allows you to create a central copy of a file, and then you can pull a local copy from that central copy so that you have a second version that you're going to edit. Then when you take that local copy and make those edits, you can push the changes back up to the central copy where it keeps both versions. That way, if you make an update, you can always revert it if something goes wrong. And it also allows, if multiple people are editing the same file, or if you have some incompatibilities, it can assist with merging 2 different versions of the file and help you know if something's not going to work. If you both change the same piece of code, they're going to be incompatible. It can't do both. But if you both just added some functionality, it's possible that both could just be put in the same file. That's it for our introduction. Thank you for watching this lesson. This and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to go over how to install Apache, PHP, and Git, which are the main programs we're using in our lessons. And then we're going to go over how to create our first web page. To install this software, we can first do PHP and Apache together with a program called XAMPP. To go there, we're going to go to apachefriends.org. Here we are. And to install this, we just choose our operating system. I'm going to choose Windows. It'll ask us to save a file. You can see the file is downloading. This will take a while, so I'll shorten it for you to save some time. There we go. Now we click on it to execute it. And it'll bring up the setup wizard. We click Next. Now, all we want is Apache and PHP, which are their core components, so we're going to uncheck everything else. We click Next. We're going to install it to its default location, XAMPP. We don't need this extra product, so we'll uncheck that. And now we're going to click Next. I'll shorten this for you too. Now that that's finished, we'll leave this checked because we want to go ahead and launch the control panel. And it'll bring up the control panel. We select our language, click Save. And we're going to click Start next to Apache. That's it. Now we actually have our own running web server. To see that it worked, open a new tab and type localhost. If it was successful, you'll see the XAMPP welcome page. Let's go back to some of our other installs. Next, we're going to install Git. To install Git, we'll go to git-scm.com/downloads. Here we are at the Git page. Just like the other one, we're going to choose our operating system. And it's going to ask us to save a file. This one doesn't take as long, but I'll still cut it ahead for you. There we go. Now we open it. And this install is a little bit lengthier than the other one. We're going to click Next. Let it go to its default location. We'll leave this one the same because we want all those components. It'll create a shortcut. Now, this is a word editor that you're going to have to use as part of your Git usage. I personally recommend using Nano. I think it's a little bit easier to understand and it has better help files. But you can use whatever you like if you're familiar with either of the other two. We're going to click Next. We're going to go ahead and change this to use Git Bash only, since that's the safest method, and it can do everything we need. This is a bit about security, but you don't have to worry too much about it for now. Next, we're going to ask us how we want to deal with our line endings. That's just basically whenever you change lines. We'll do it just like Windows style. We're going to use the Windows default console module just so that we know everything has a standard. Leaving these checks help things to run a little faster, so we'll let that go, and we'll click Install. And once again, I'll shorten this for you. Now we're finished. We don't really need to view the release notes, and we're not going to use it just yet, so we're not going to launch it. But this is how to do the install. We've already seen what happens with Apache in its default page, but let's learn how to make our own basic web page so that we can see where we're going to be changing things. First, make sure Apache is running, then go to the XAMPP folder. By our default, it was CXAMPP, then go into the htdocs folder. Create a new folder in there that we'll use for our stuff called Lessons. Within this folder, we're going to create a file called index.html. You can create it with any text editor of your choice. And this is where we'll be putting the web page. So here we are in our CXAMPP htdocs lessons folder, and I've created a basic index.html file. If we look inside, we can see that there's just some simple HTML in here. We have our head tags and a body with a message, hello from creativeonlineschool.com. So let's see how to view this in our browser. If we go to our local host, instead of going to dashboard, we'll change that to our lessons folder. You'll see our message, hello from creativeonlineschool.com. We've now output our own HTML and created a web page viable over the internet. That's all for this lesson. Thank you for watching, and this and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this video, we will cover Sublime Text and using it for your files, the format for creating a PHP file, what a variable is and how to use it, how to display information with PHP, and then we will use that to create our very own PHP web page. Sublime Text is a text editing program, and it'll help you with your code by taking different commands and symbols and making them color-coded so that they're easier to track. We'll use it for our video to help us see what's going on. If you would like a copy, you can download it at sublimetext.com. So here we are back in our lessons folder. I've created another file called index.php, and I'm going to open it. This is what it looks like inside Sublime Text with some color changes that I made. So to begin a PHP file, we have to identify where the code is going to be. Open question PHP. This indicates that we're making a PHP file, and this is recognized as code. And we'll end it by question close. All of our code will go in between these two things. So first, let's talk about variables a little bit. Variables are containers for bits of information that aren't defined until the file is run. So you can set them in the code, or you can pull them from somewhere else when the code runs. We're going to start with a basic one, and in PHP, all variables start with a $sign. $sign, and we give the name. I'm going to just say var. And we'll set var equal to 4. And all statements in PHP end with a semicolon. So next, we'll do another variable, and we'll call it var2. And this one we'll set equal to a string. We'll open some quotes and put in some code. hello from Creative Online School.com. And we'll close this one. Now, we have some variables in there defined, but when we run this file, it's not going to look like anything happened because we've not told it to display anything for us. We have to tell it to output some kind of information. We're going to do that with the echo command. We'll say echo var1, or just var, and we're going to use something called concatenation here. By applying a dot afterwards, it will connect us to the next thing. We'll make a quick empty string with just one space in it to separate our values, and we'll put dot var1 or var2, and we'll close that one. Now, when we close this file and save it, we can go over to our browser and see that instead of hello world, when we run it this time, we're going to get 4 hello from CreativeOnlineSchool.com. This is the first variable, the space we added, and then our second variable. And you may notice we didn't have to put in an extension. That's because XAMPP prioritizes index.php over index.html. But in some cases, you may need to define that. So let's go back into our code for a moment. And this time, we're going to do something a little bit cooler. First, we'll take our variable and add a third one with our number, variable 3, and we'll assign it equal to 6. And instead of just having a basic string, we're going to say we have some HTML in here. Now I'm going to paste it in so that you don't have to watch me type it, but if I paste here, we've now got some HTML tags and a new body tag. Now, instead of just echoing var, we'll put in var plus $, var3. That allows us to do a little math so that you can actually see this accomplish something. And now that var2 is its own HTML, we no longer have to concatenate it. So we can have this as a statement, and we can echo just var2. So let's save it and watch it run. There you have it. We have our total of 10 and a new header of hello from CreativeOnlineSchool.com. This is the basics of creating a web page with PHP. You create the HTML, you assign it to a variable, and then you output that variable to the web page. Thank you for following along with us while we made our web page. This and other lessons can be found at CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we'll go over how to use PHP to accomplish conditional logic, creating a form with PHP, getting data from that form with get and post, creating and using arrays, and using for each to process arrays, as well as things that are similar to arrays, like return database information. First, conditional logic. We're going to talk about 4 primary things: if else, and while. If checks if a particular condition is true. That is, it checks a particular variable and says if that variable is what I expect it to be, or meets the condition that I set, then I'll let this pass and execute my code. The most common operators are equals, non-equals, exactly equals, and then you have greater than and greater than or equal to. It also has the ability to check if something exists, so if it's there at all. Next is if else. These are always paired with an if, and it creates a subsequent check on the condition if the if was not true. So it tries the if, and if the if fails, it proceeds to the if else. Finally, we have else. It is also always paired with an if, and it comes after all the other if-elses. If all the checks fails, both the ifs and the if-elses if they exist, then it will execute the else. The while continues a contained process as long as a particular condition remains true. So once it's true, it gets in until it changes. And it uses the same operators that if uses. Here we have the project we made in our last video. So we're going to use it to learn about ifs. First we'll set another variable. We'll call it check, since we're going to be checking it. And we'll set it equal to 5. Next, we're going to go down and set an if around our echo. $check equals equals. Now we're using 2 because if we only use one equal, it'll assign a value to a variable. We're checking if a value is a variable, so we have to use 2 of them. And we'll set it to 4 just so that we can see it fail and know that it's working. Next, we'll open our brackets and we'll put a closing bracket after the echo. That means the echo will only execute if this is true and it's not. So let's see if it removes our creativeonlineschool.com sentence. Yep, it sure did. Next, we can go and see it reappear if we set it equal to 5. This is our new lesson from creativeonlineschool.com. It's back. So, what if we want to do more than one check? Well, we can then use an else if. So you come down here and say else if check. We'll say greater than or equal to, just to make it a little different. And then we can say echo second result. Now, what do you think we're going to get? It's the same. That's because the else if only fires if the if fails. And this one didn't fail. It was true. It is equal to 5, so it never got to the else if. But what if we changed it from 5 to 6? When we launch it this time, we see the second result. That's how ifs and else ifs work. Next, we're going to say else and open it again, and this time we'll echo third creativeonlineschool.com. And if we can get all of these to be false, it should reduce that. So we're going to change check from 6 to 3. And now when we see it run, third creativeonlineschool.com. This works because it failed both the if and the else if. And if it fails everything in the list, it will process the else. This is a good way to catch all if you're not entirely sure what data you're going to be processed. If you don't know what the value is going to be, and it could be anything, then you need an else because you can't check for everything. We'll continue on in our next video. Continuing on, we're going to talk about the next conditional variable, and it's called while. What we're going to say is while check is less than 7, then we execute what's inside. So what we're going to do here is we'll echo the value of check along with concatenating a page break so that it goes into another line, makes it easier for us to see. And then we're going to say check ++. That's a shorthand way to just add 1 to a variable. Now when we run this, we're going to see 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it stops. That's because check was initially 3, and every time it hit the while, it said, I am less than 7, let me run this, and then add 1. And then I'll run it again, and add 1, and add 1, until it got up to 7, and at that point, it was no longer less than 7, so it stopped. It's a good way to repeat information a particular number of times, or until a particular thing becomes true. Continuing on, we'll now talk about forms. We're going to go back to this page we made earlier, which has our header for Hello Creative Online School. We have it here. It simply puts out a number and then our header. Well, we're going to add a form. I'll just paste it in here so you don't have to watch me type. And I'll go over the parts real quick. The form action is the location of our file. In this case, the file I've made is called index2.php. We're going straight to this so that we can use it as an example. And we've set the method equal to get. That's going to be important in a moment. There's 2 simple inputs here, one called name, and then a submit button. So when we go and view this, we'll now see that we have a simple input box along with a submit button. Now, if I were to enter something into the box, like my name, and click submit, it's going to show us the same page, but if you look at the URL, you're going to notice that there's now a question name equals Justin in the URL. That's because our method was get. It's going to assign the different things we put into the form to the URL. And if we go back to our code, we can do something about that. First, we have to check if the get exists. That way, we know whether we need to execute it or assign it to another value. We can do that by saying if is set, which checks if it exists, $_get, open brackets, the name of our field in quotes, because this is called name. This is going to pull name, because name is what's going to be in the URL. And then we'll say if it exists, then we'll set var equal to it. Var equals $_ get name. We'll use our else statement here to say else var equals 4. So if we have a get, it should be set to what we have, and if not, it'll assign it to 4. We'll save this and go back to the web page. Now for now, I'm going to remove this so that we can see it from the beginning. We've loaded our page. It says 4 and hello from creativeonlineschool.com. And when I put my name in this time, click submit, instead of 4, it's put out Justin. That's because it's pulled it from the URL where it says name. That's how to use gets in PHP, and you can submit your forms to them and have the information accessible in your code. We'll continue on with some more form information along with some other types of PHP functions in our next video. Okay, so we're still on the form we made with our get functions, and we have our name passed through the URL. But there's some extreme limitations to using get. First, all of your information is displayed for all the world to see. What if you have sensitive information? Or what if you're passing a huge amount of information? Maybe you have a lot of different fields or one big field. Or what if you just think it doesn't look very nice and you want to keep your site URLs looking clean? Well, we have another option for that, and it's called post. If we come back to our code, we can change the method to post, and it's handled much the same way as get. Basically, we'll just change the gets to posts. Now when we go back, we'll start again from the basic one. And we have 4, hello from creativeonlineschool.com. This time, when I put my name in and submit, I still get my name, but there's nothing in the URL. It stayed the same. This helps us keep everything looking clean and be a little bit more secure since it's not on display. Now, to learn a little bit more about the post and gets, this syntax where you see the brackets is because the post and get variables are arrays. Arrays are sets of information instead of individual values. And as such, they need a little bit more information to tell which part of the set that you're looking at. We're going to start making our own so that you can understand them a little better. So instead of setting var equal to 4, we're going to set var equal to array. And if we open it up, we can just put different things in the array. We'll say different names. Tony, Steve, Tony, Steve, Jeff, Franklin, and this is our list of names. Notice they're just strings and they're separated by commas. Now, what happens if we try to echo this? I'm going to go back to our web page and we'll take this and refresh it. Oh no, we get a warning. Array to string conversion, and it doesn't work. That's because arrays can't be echoed directly. You have to echo what's in them instead of the whole thing. Now, we can display an array with a different command. It's called print_r. And then we open some brackets for it. And now if we go back to our page, you'll see all the different things in the array. Tony, Steve, Jeff, and Franklin. However, this is printing the array in its complete form. You see there's numbers next to them. These numbers are the indexes to these names. Tony is at position 0, Steve is at position 1, and so on. For whatever reason, they decided to make it start with 0 instead of 1. That can be confusing for folks, but it's just something you'll have to remember. But what this means is, because we have an index, if we did want to echo an individual value that looked neater, we can say echo var, and now we open those brackets and say 0, and now when we load the page, we'll just see Tony. That's how you access an individual value in an array, and that's what was going on in our post. We were pointing to name because its index was name. We'll continue some more about arrays in the next video. Now that we know how to create an array and we know how to view what's in it, we can start manipulating it and see what we can do. I'm going to change this back to print_r so that we can see the whole array and we can see what effects are going on inside, even if it is a little less clean. And now before it's spit out, I'm going to see it about adding something. So we have our array already with Tony, Steve, Jeff, and Franklin, but I'm going to say array_push and open up, and we're going to put in the name of our array, $var, and then the value we need. We'll say Billy. If I do that, then let's watch what happens. Now we have our array, and on the end of it is Billy. We've pushed Billy onto the array. Now, I can also do another command called array pop. And we just put in the variable name for this one. So, there you go. And now, when we see it run, you're going to see that Billy's gone. Pop removes whatever the last thing in the array was. So we can add someone and then we can remove them. It's also possible to do updates. To do that, we're going to use the syntax we saw earlier. We're going to say $, var at 2 equals Arnold. We'll give him a capital since everyone else has one. Now when we save this and we run it, you can see that Arnold is now number 2. We've updated someone in the list by declaring which one we wanted to update and what value to set it to. Now all this works if we only want to do one record at a time and if we're just spitting out one record at a time. But how do we do things for the entire array? If we wanted to know everyone that's in it without printing R, what if we wanted to echo every value, but we didn't even know how long it was, so we didn't know what numbers to put in? Well, that's what we use a command called forEach for. Now, what we're going to do here is say forEach $, open, $, var as, we're going to call it index, because that's what it's going to be for us. Then we'll do what's inside. And what we're going to do specifically is we're going to echo index, and then we're going to echo a break tag. Now let's see what happens when we run this. We have our print _R, but we also have Tony, Steve, Arnold, and Franklin all input by themselves. It looks a lot neater. We can do this because of the forEach. It goes through each item and assigns whatever's at that index to the value that we set here. And then we can echo that as an individual value. We'll move on with these in our next video and learn a little bit more about arrays as well as how to use them when they come from forms. So now we've covered using basic arrays. You can push them, pop them, or modify them to add, remove, or change something that's in an array, and we know how to create them. But one of the most powerful things about arrays is that they're not only in one dimension. You can not only have an array of values, but you can have an array of arrays, or even an array of an array of an array. We're going to stick with 2 dimensions for right now, though, because it gets a little complicated. So first, I'm going to change our values here so that instead of a 1-dimensional array, we're going to have a 2-dimensional array. We simply say var equals array like before, and this time, instead of comma-separated values, we have comma-separated arrays. And then these arrays are just like the old statements. Here I have a list of some car names and then some random numbers. Now, what's going to be interesting here is now that this is an array of arrays, our forEach can't process it anymore because now index is going to be another array. So what we're going to have to do to resolve that is stack our forEaches. So we'll go inside and we'll say forEach index as $value. Then we'll create some input. And this time what we're going to do is we'll echo value in here, but we're going to leave the break tag out here. And what this is going to do is make it so that we're going to echo all of the values of the inside of the array, but we're not going to go to a new line until we change arrays. This allows you to start having some flexibility with your output. And let's line these up a little bit, just so that they're a little clearer where they're going. It's always a good policy in your code to keep your opens and closes on the same line so that you know where your values belong in each statement. Because if you have multi-dimensional arrays or anything else, a for each of a for each of a for each can get really confusing. And we'll also put a space at the end of our value so that we can tell them apart. The numbers will be separated a little bit. And we're going to have to comment these out because we don't want these to process. If you put 2 slashes in front of something, then when the file runs, it'll basically ignore these. It's a good way to comment stuff if you want to describe the code that's below, or in this case, make some code not run. Push and pop doesn't work with multi-dimensional arrays, so we're going to comment it out. We're also going to comment out print_r just to make our screen a little clearer. And now here's the result. Now we see Volvo 2218, a new line, BMW 1513, and we can print out different values. We now have all of this stored in one multi-dimensional array, but we're processing it out so that it's formatted how we want it to. Now, arrays are important for more than just formatting data. In fact, you're going to need them for a lot of our forms. Let's see why. If we come back in here to the form we made, we're going to add a new input. This one's going to be a multi-select. In this case, the select's name is lessons. And notice these brackets right here. This indicates that we're going to pass more than one value back. It's going to pass back an array full of whatever options we select. So we're going to get an array back, and we're only going to get a one-dimensional array. So we're going to change our for each here to be back to a single-dimensional one. We're going to copy index over value. And then let's go ahead and change our else up here so that it's one-dimensional too. Copy this. There we go. And now we'll save the post name to lessons. We've saved our file. Let's watch it run. The first time, we have everyone's name because we don't have any post data. But our actual form is down here, and it says, hello from creativeonlineschool.com, and asks for your name, and what lessons do you want to learn? And we have 4 options. Let's say that we wanted to learn about SQL and Oracle. Let's click Submit. Now it's printed out MySQL and Oracle, the 2 values that we selected. It did this because we submitted it as an array, and that array allowed us to print out the values. Many kinds of form elements will be passed as arrays, and you're going to need to understand a good use of them if you're going to make web pages. Hopefully these will give you good examples. That concludes our lessons on PHP. Thank you for watching, and this and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about Git and its relation to GitHub, how to create an online repository, how to copy that repository to a local machine, and how to push changes made from a local copy back up to the online repository. First, we're going to talk about Git and GitHub a little bit. We've already downloaded and installed Git, but as we discussed, its intended purpose is to have local and remote copies. You'll have a master copy and then make changes on your local copy. Due to this, it's most common to put that master copy online so that it's available from wherever you're at or wherever your developers may be. GitHub partners with Git to have a place where you can store those files. Now you can sign up here, but I've already got an account, so this is the page you'll see when you log in. We're going to go ahead and start a project, and we'll give it a name. We'll name ours project _1, because this is our first project. We'll go ahead and initialize it so that you can see a file in there. We'll create it, and now you see that we have a repository. That repository has one file in it, and it's their README file, which just has project 1, which is the name of our repository. So what happens if we were to make a new file? Well, you can create your text document here, but we want to make our changes locally. So we're going to go back up to project 1, and I'm going to show you how to get a copy of what's in here onto your computer. We're going to go back to where we were doing our lessons, and we're going to open the Git Bash program. Now, by default, it's just going to open you up in your home space, so we have to change it to the location that we're working in. You can do that with the command cd, and if you're stored in the same local place as we were, /c/zamp/htdocs/lessons. And now we're in the same folder in our Git as we are in our folder here in the background. Now let's go back to our repository for a second. If we go back and click the green button, it'll show us our clone key. Now this is for a secured one, and we don't really need all that security right now, so we're going to click Use HTTPS. This is still secure, but it won't require an authentication key. We're going to copy this, and we'll go back to our Git Bash. Now that we're in here, we'll type git clone, and we paste in that URL. And when I hit enter, it'll say cloning into project 1. If we go back to our folder, we're going to see that we now have a project 1 folder that it created for us. And inside is that README file. Now, in here, we're able to use this as our Git repository. This is our local copy. So if we were to create a new index file in here, for say, we now have this file. We'll open it. We're going to take this and make a quick PHP file. We'll set new variable equal to, this is our new lesson from Creative Online School.com, and we'll echo that out. Now this isn't HTML, but it'll give us our ideas, and we'll close our PHP. Now we're going to go back and view this file. We're already in our lesson, so we'll just do project 1. And now we see our new output. So we now have output from something that we cloned on our local computer. That means our local copy is different than our remote. We'll go over how to resolve this and push our local copy back up in the second video in this lesson. Now, picking up where we left off, we have some new files that we created. You can see that we have a new index file. But online, if we go back to our repository, we still don't have that file in here. So we've got to add it. To do this, we'll open back up our Git Bash into our project 1 folder. Now we can add git add index.php. And when we run this, it'll add it. Now, if you have a lot of updates and you don't want to have to deal with adding them individually, you can also use the command git add dash star and something like .php, and that'll add all PHP files in the folder you're in. Or you can do git add a folder name like projects 1 -star, and it'll get everything in that folder. So that helps you a lot instead of having to add everything individually, but we have index, so we're good. Now that we've added everything, we're going to need to commit it. So we type git commit. And it's going to tell us that we have to enter in a comment so that it knows what changed. If you don't enter one, it'll actually discard the commit and you won't be able to proceed. Remember that editor we installed a long time back? That's what this is. And all you have to do is type your comment, so you can say added index, and then you hit Control X and it'll ask if you want to save. Hit Y and then just hit enter. And we've now saved our commit. By adding a file and then committing it, you're saying, yes, I know that this is the file I've added and I want to keep all my changes. Now, in order to push it back up, we're going to need a little bit of information. Specifically, we're going to need to know what branch we're in. This is the master branch. Everything that's initially created is called master. If you create copies of the file, they become different branches, and you can choose those and edit those individually and independently of master. But for now, all we have is master. So we're going to go back to our git bash and type git push origin master. And it tells us that it updated our information. So now if we go back and refresh, we can see that we now have our index.php file on our remote repository. And we can see if we go into it that it has our new lesson from Creative Online School in it. That covers how to take files from your repository, clone them to your computer, make edits and updates, and push them back up to the remote repository. This is very important when getting your version control, because if you don't have these different commits and you don't have these different additions, if you accidentally overwrite something, or if someone else accidentally overwrites something that you've written, you can lose it. If you click over here and look at branch, you can see that I have this update that I just made, and I could potentially go back and change it to a version where this update hadn't been made. Well, that's all for this lesson. Thank you for watching, and you can watch this and other lessons at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about JavaScript, specifically what JavaScript is, how to use script tags, how to set variables within JavaScript, JavaScript alerts and how to use them, as well as JavaScript redirects. First, JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. That means that instead of happening on the server, it actually happens on your computer. In fact, it's processed by the browser. All modern browsers allow for JavaScript to be processed. And it has access to everything on the page. That means everything that was produced with PHP or whatever other thing that created the web page, it can access the results. Also, it can dynamically respond to user actions, having things happen without having to reprocess anything online. Also, it can utilize elements such as time to cause effects that are not possible with server-side languages such as PHP. If you wanted an image to pop up but then disappear after 3 seconds, you can't do that on the server side because the person won't see it until after the server sends the web page. But because this happens on the browser side, you could show the image, wait 3 seconds, and then make it go away. Let's walk through some JavaScript now. Here's the page we created earlier. It's just a standard HTML page with a form on it. And we're going to go to the code for this, and we're going to add some JavaScript so that we can see how it works. First, the best place to put JavaScript is right before the close of the body. This ensures that all the form stuff is loaded before the JavaScript executes. So we're going to open a script tag, open bracket, the word script. That identifies that this isn't HTML, it's JavaScript that's going to be executed inside. And that'll be closed with /script. Now, inside, we're going to start by declaring some variables. In PHP, a variable was just started with a $, and it knew that that would be a variable. But in JavaScript, you need to declare your variables. So you do that by saying var, and then whatever you put after it is going to be what the variable is named. So let's say a, and we can set a equal to 5. And then we'll have variable b equal to 3. And variable c equal to a plus b. Now, once you've declared the variable, you don't actually have to use var anymore. You could also just say c equals c plus c. So we're going to see what happens when we run this. Nothing happened. Now if we go and look at what the actual source of this page is, you can see that the script is in there, but it didn't output anything to the page because it's just sitting there operating in the background. We haven't told it to modify anything. But fortunately, there's a good way that we can see our results. It's called an alert. And we can say alert, and we can feed it the value of C. You can also put text in there or whatever you want to alert, but for now we're just going to give it this variable that we created. So we're going to save that, and now when we run the page, we get a pop-up, and it says 16. That's because we added 5 plus 3 and got 8, and then we added 8 plus 8 and got 16. It still works even though we didn't redeclare the variable. Finally, we're going to go over one more fun little thing with JavaScript, and that's the redirect. Here, instead of sending an alert, we're going to put in a redirect. This is the text of it. It's windows.location, and then you set where you want it to go. In this case, we're going to tell it to send us to our project 1. That way we have a page that we already know will load. We save this and open the page, and now when we load it, we're automatically sent to project 1. It redirected us from the page we were on to where we wanted them to go. This is very useful because you can do some things behind the scenes, like allow them to be counted for purposes of click tracking, but still take them to the page they want to be. Thank you for watching this basic intro to JavaScript. This and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we'll go over some more complex JavaScript techniques, such as how to access values from the page, creating JavaScript functions, setting JavaScript actions to happen on certain events, loading JavaScript from outside sources, and how to show and hide fields of information, along with how to do some form validation with our JavaScript. Here we are on a page we've already created, and we've already seen JavaScript alert us to a value that we set within the JavaScript. But one of the most powerful things about JavaScript is its ability to grab things right off the page. Let's go through how to do that. First, we're going to go ahead and comment our for each because we don't really need all those names displayed. And now we're going to have to set something for us to grab from the page. We have our what lessons do you want to learn simply wrapped in a bold tag. We're going to add a paragraph tag so that we can assign an ID to it, and that'll help us with our JavaScript. We'll assign it an ID of value 1, just to keep things simple. And then we'll close our paragraph tag. Next, we're going to come down here and overwrite our redirect because we want to stay on our page this time. And I'm going to paste something in real quick so that we can go through it. What I've done is set a variable named HTMLVal, and it's set equal to document.getElementById value1.enterHTML. The document says where you're going to look. You're going to look within the document that you're in. And getElementById allows it to find the correct piece that we want. We named this one value1, and it's going to look for value1. Now, this enter.html part helps it to translate what it retrieves because it's going to see what it got as HTML. And we actually want it to display as text, so this will help us do that. And then we're going to do an alert based on this value so that we can see what we got. Alert. HTMLVal. And we save it. We go back to our page. You can see that we've now grabbed the value, what lessons do you want to learn, and we've output it to the page. We've taken something that was created in the PHP and grabbed it in the JavaScript after the page was loaded. This gives us a lot of power to both use information and to be able to update it. And to be able to update it, the easiest way to do that is going to be by using functions. So we're going to go over those real quick. Now, a function is something that basically just contains some code that's not going to be executed unless you call it. It will be sitting there ready to be used, and it can be used any number of times, but to use it, you will have to insert some other code which will say you want to use that function. We're going to do that here by creating a function, and in JavaScript you just call it a function, then you give it a name. We'll call it getValue, and we'll set this to take 2 parameters. By opening it up and setting, we'll call them T and Y. And this will be things we pass inside. Now we'll open our brackets, just like we would if it was PHP. And this time, we're going to say return, because we're going to want to send information back from our function. And we'll return T times Y. It's a simple little function. Now what we're going to do is have a variable down here called function variable. And we're going to set it equal to getVal. And we're going to pass it in those 2 parameters we talked about. We'll say 4 and 5. Now we're going to change our alert to do function variable. Let's see how it works. When we run it, we get 20. That's because it called the function and set it equal to the variable, and we passed it through the 2 values, which it multiplied together and returned to us. That covers everything for this video. We'll go over some more in the next one. So far we've learned how to create a function and how to get it to output to the page, but our goal here was to use our functions to help us update our form data. So let's start converting it over. First, instead of passing in 2 variables, we're only going to pass in 1, and we'll just call this ID. Next, instead of returning T and Y, we're going to have it return our little bit of code here that grabs our document. And instead of having value1 as set, we're just going to pass it through the ID. This will allow us to pass through a particular value and use this in multiple locations to grab whatever ID we need. So we'll set this equal to value1. And now we should be able to see that the same value we get in our HTMLVal, we should now get in function_var. And we'll do 2 alerts to see this happen. We'll set the first one to HTMLVal, and the second one will be function_var. Save it, and we'll take a look. First, we got our successful lessons do you want to learn, and then when we click OK, we get it again. Now, because we're doing multiple alerts, our browser is saying we can block these just in case something was suspicious. But right now, what's important is that we have the same information. Our function works. Now that we have a function that will allow us to grab the value we want, we're going to start working on one to update it. So first, we're not going to use these variables and alerts anymore. We'll get rid of them. What we're going to do instead is instead of outputting it in an alert, we're actually going to try to change things. So we're going to, instead of returning this, we'll set this equal to a new value. In this case, we'll set it equal to just new value. New value. Alright, now we have to call our function, remember, and pass it an ID. So we'll just say get val, and we'll pass it value 1. Now what happens when we load our page? Notice what we have here. That changes to new value. We've not only gotten the information from the page, but we've updated it. So that even though we didn't have to call PHP again, we were able to change the display that was seen on the page. It took the value that it had and gave it a new one. We can further expand this by adding more variables. Instead of just passing the ID, we can pass a text through. And we'll use text to display what we're changing it to. And here we'll do new value. But let's create another one. Currently we have our header, hello from creativeonlineschool.com. But if we set this header equal to an ID, and we'll call it val2, then we should be able to update it too. And we've already got our function, so we can just copy our call and change the information. Instead of doing value 1, we'll do val2. And instead of saying new value, we'll just say welcome from creativeonlineschool.com. And let's run our page. You see, we've now updated both. We now have welcome from Creative Online School and new value. We didn't have to rewrite everything individually because we created a function, and we just have to call that function and pass in the correct values. That's all for this video. We'll continue on in the next one. So now we're able to use our functions to grab and update information on the page, but right now it's all happening on page load. It's being updated as soon as the page loads, and that's often not ideal when you're wanting to change information. You could have just changed it on the PHP side. So instead, we're going to go over some different events that we can fire off our JavaScript on. To do that, I'm going to go up here and add a new button. We'll put a few breaks just so that we have some space. And then I'm going to add a button. This button's going to have an event called onClick. But this is something that JavaScript will recognize on its own, and it knows when this element will be clicked. And we're going to set it equal to, open quote, and we'll copy our bit from our function down here. We're not passing an ID anymore, so we'll go ahead and just pass it our value, value 1. And that's going to be encapsulated by single text since it's a string. Now, you can tell the colors changed here. This is our text editor trying to help us understand that we've just closed our HTML string. This is something that often happens because you're opening and closing lots of single and double tick quotes throughout your file. To resolve this, we're going to put a backslash before the quote. This is called escaping. And it basically just tells it, I don't want to end my quote, I just want to put a quote here. Now we'll continue on here. and we're going to set it equal to, instead of something of our own, we're going to set it equal to a function that JavaScript comes with called date. And date is really, really useful because most of the time you're not just caring about what a form is submitting, you want to know when that form was submitted. And you can do that on the PHP side, but it's going to load when the form was loaded. And there may be time that passes between the load and the actual submission. So for a true time of submission, you need to do it on the browser side, which is what we can do here. And because we don't want to submit our form, we're also going to say return false. This keeps it from submitting. Now we're going to close this with another escape quote. We'll give it a name. We'll call it update. And then we'll close our button. Now when we save this, we can go and see it execute. You can tell it has our updated page load values, but when I click update, it now changes to the current time. We've now changed something on our form based on an action that we took in the form. We clicked update and it made the change. And you can even do it more than once. If I click it again, you'll see the time changed a few seconds. This happened because of our onClick event. OnClick is probably the most common event you're going to see, but there are a lot of other ones that we're going to go over too. Another common thing that can be checked is not just an event that the user may have done, but an event that's happening just because it exists. For example, we may want to do something based on a measurement of time. We've already seen in our script down here where we can create a redirect. This will redirect it to the place we want it to go. But what if we don't want it to immediately redirect? What if we want it to wait a little while? Well, we can do that with a function that JavaScript gives us called setTimeout. And we'll open this up. We're going to have to put this in quotes, which we're going to have to escape. And then we'll go over here and close it. Now, there's another piece of information that setTimeout uses. You have to tell it how long you want to pass. And it takes information in milliseconds. We're going to say 3,000. That's about 3 seconds. So we're going to close that and let this run. And when we load our page this time, let's see what happens. There you go. After 3 seconds, it redirected us to our new page. We didn't have to click anything. It just knew because time had passed. This can often be used to change out images, or if you get to a page that they shouldn't have, you may even want to say a little message like, "You have gotten to a bad page," returning you to the home page, and then send them back there. It gives them time to read it, but it doesn't require them to do anything to get them back where they belong. We'll go over some other parts of JavaScript in our next video. Now we're going to talk about something that just makes our lives a little easier, and that's being able to clean up our code. We've got all this script data that we've made, and it's mixed in with HTML and some PHP, and we really want to be able to keep things clean and neat so that we can update them and not have to worry about finding the right parts. To do this, we can load a file with JavaScript in it instead of actually calling the JavaScript in the page. So we're going to go and create a JS file. I've named mine myscript.js, and you can create it just like you've done these others. And currently it's empty. But I'm going to take some of our stuff, like our function and these variables, and I'm going to copy them into this file. And then I'm going to save it. Now our function is no longer in the page. I'm also going to take out our timeout since we've already used that. But we're still trying to call it even though it's not in the page. So we're going to have to add it, and we'll add it by adding our document that we just had. We usually add JavaScript files in the head. So we'll go up here in our head tags and we'll say script type equals text / JavaScript source equals, and we'll put a name of our file. In this case, we named it myscript.js. We'll close that and close the script. Now we're going to save this and load our page. We'll go back to Lessons Index 2. And we've got this running. But you can see that we have welcome from Creative Online School and new value instead of our pages. That's because our function is still executing. That's because even though we didn't have it in the page, we loaded it through a file. So it's still usable, even though it's not here directly, and we can get things a lot shorter. It's much easier to just put your function references in your HTML instead of having to put the functions themselves. Now we loaded our own file, which is located in the same directory as our index2 file. However, you can load a file from anywhere, even over the internet. It's possible to use scripts that other people have written if you know where they are and you have their permission. And that allows you to use their functions and other pre-made things. So next we're going to talk about something that you often have to do in a form. You don't want all the fields to display, you only want some of them to display if certain conditions are true. We're going to do that with a radio button real quick so that you can see how it's done. I'm just going to paste this in here. And we've got a little text asking a question. We've made some radio buttons, and we're calling an onClick event that calls a function called JavaScript yes/no check. Now we haven't shown you this yet, but I'll show you that in a moment. Other than that, it's just a regular checkbox. And then we have our div here, which we're going to display as none initially, but if they check yes or no, then it'll change from visible to invisible. So we're going to go back into our JavaScript file, and you can see that I've added this function for yes/no check. And all it does is say, if document.getElementById yes check is checked, then do this, and we'll set it equal to none. Else, do this and set it equal to block. It's pretty simple, and it's using all of the things we've learned already. So let's watch it in action. We reload the page. Now you can see a question. Are you learning from our videos? If you say yes, then that's great. But if you say no, then it's going to pop up a question. If no, please explain. And if you set yes again, it'll disappear. Being able to pop up new questions based on the user's input is very useful and one of the best things you can do with JavaScript. So now that we've got a pretty good looking form going, we'll want to worry about validation. Currently we have values, but if I hit submit, it doesn't require me to input anything. It basically just refreshes the page. If I want to make sure they put in a value, how would I do that? Well, let's show you. First, we're going to go into our script here, and we don't really need these values to change anymore. So instead, I'm going to paste over them. And we've got a little function here. It's called validateForm. And basically, it creates a variable called name, and then it pulls the name field out of the form and looks at if it has a value. If that value is equal to empty, then it sends an alert, and then it prevents your submission. If the value has one, then it's fine. Now, to make this work, we're going to have to give our form a name. So we're going to call it form1. ID equals form1. That way, when we get element by ID form1, it knows which form we're talking about. So if I save this, and let's let it load, we can now submit and get a warning. Name cannot be left blank. So now we have a nice little form going. It uses PHP to create it, and it says hello from creativeonlineschool.com. It asks for your name, what lessons you might want to learn, and if you're learning anything or not. And it checks if you actually submit anything or not. You can see that this is now becoming a real useful web page because of all the PHP and JavaScript. That's it for this lesson. We'll continue on with some other lessons. And as always, this and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to cover an introduction to JSON, also sometimes called JSON, objects and name value pairs, using JSON with JavaScript, and converting to and from strings with JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a syntax for storing and exchanging data. This is needed because when exchanging data between a browser and a server, the data can only be sent in text. JSON is text, and we can convert between JavaScript objects and JSON so that we can send those objects between the server and the browser. When storing data, there are format requirements for what you can store. Text is always an allowed format, so JSON is also a great way to store JavaScript objects for later use. So we've been talking about objects. Let's cover what they are for a moment. In JavaScript, objects are just about anything that is storing a value. This includes things like arrays, functions, or dates. They're all just storing the code that's inside in a name that you've given it. Now in JSON, objects are surrounded by curly braces and are written in a name-value pair. Name-value pairs consist of a name, which is encapsulated by quotes, and that serves as our index. It's sort of like an array, followed by a colon and the value to be stored at that index. These indexes are separated by commas. If you look at our example, you can see that we have our brackets and curly braces, and our quotes of first name and last name and age. Those are our indexes, and our values are John, Doe, and 30. By storing them in name-value pairs, you can reference them later. You can say first name, and it'll print out the value of John, just like how in PHP, we used an array at 0 to print out the first object in the array. In order for JavaScript objects to be converted to JSON, it also has to follow this same format. What this means is that if you intend to use JSON to send between your server or to store your objects, then you're going to have to keep this in mind when you write your JavaScript, because you're going to have to put it in the same format as JSON. You can convert between those two things, and we'll go over that along with some other usages in our next video. So once again, we're here on our little form. We've got it doing all the things that we wanted, including validation. Now we're going to talk about using JSON to convert some of this information so that if we need to, we can send it back and forth between the servers. So to start with, we're going to create a variable for our object. We'll just call it variable myObject. And we're going to set it equal to our JSON format. So that's going to be open bracket, and then quote name, colon, John. Then we'll separate it by a comma, and we'll do age, colon, 30. It's not a very big object, but it'll serve our purposes. Now, this may look like I'm just creating a string, and it makes sense that you would think that, but watch what happens if we try to send it out in an alert. Here we go. It just says object. It can't determine what's in there because it knows it's an object, but it doesn't understand how to tell us what's in it. In order to convert it to something that it can use, we're going to have to use a function called stringify. So we'll say another variable called myJSON, dot stringify, and then we just put our object, myObject. Now that we've done this, we can send out an alert for our new variable, myJSON, and we can see that it now has the values. Name John, age 30. This gives us the ability to spit out the whole thing because it converts it to a string. That's why it's called stringify. However, what if we don't just want to put it out an alert? Let's pass our getVal function, and we'll use value 1 as the identifier. So value 1, and then we'll pass it my JSON. When we save this, we'll see that it actually changes the text on the page, and it keeps it in that object array. But what if we wanted to do the opposite? What if we wanted to convert it from a string to an object? Well, there's a function for that too. In this case, it's called parse. So we'll create a new object. We'll call this one myObject2. And this time we're going to set it equal to JSON.parse, and we'll pass in my JSON. Before we go on, we need to change my JSON to our new myObject2. Now we save it and run it. Now we see that it's an object again. And we can still use this even though it's an object, we just can't use it as an object by itself. But because it's in our particular name value pairs, and those names act as indexes, we can use what's called the dot syntax. So we could say myObject2 dot name, and now we're talking about the thing that's in the object, not just the object. So when we save this and try to run it again, we now get John. That's how you convert things to and from strings and objects using JSON model. This allows us to send things across the internet that normally wouldn't be able to. You can't send an object to a server. It wouldn't know what to do with it. But by using Stringify, you can turn it into a string that it knows how to handle, and if it sends you back a string, you can parse it back into an object so that you can use it on your screen. That's it for this lesson. We'll continue on with other lessons, and they can always be found at creativeonlineschool.com. Welcome! In this video, we're going to go over an introduction to XML. We're going to teach you to create XML with PHP, and how to use JavaScript to read the XML that you get. First, a bit of an explanation. XML stands for Extensible Markup Language. And XML was designed to store and transport data. Basically, it's designed to be a simple, easy way to send and retrieve data so that you know exactly what you're getting. XML itself does not actually do anything. It's just a format that you can send and retrieve your data in. XML was designed to be self-descriptive. That means that when you get it, you should be able to determine everything you need to know about the message. It has sender information, receiver information, headings, and bodies. It can have any piece of information in it you want, in fact. It's just that every piece of information will be encapsulated by tags. And those tags will allow you to identify whatever you need to know about that piece of information, and also are very handy for needing to manipulate that information. So, as they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what XML actually looks like. You have a version and an encoding method, and that just helps on the receiving end for them to know what they're looking at. Other than that, you're just going to have a series of tags around all the information that you have. In this case, we have a main grouping of bookstore. There's only going to be one group of bookstores, and inside that group, there's going to be multiple books. In this case, we only have one, but this entire book section could be copied. Within the book section, there are things like title, author, and year. Those tags wrap the actual information so that on the recipient's end, they know exactly what they're looking at. If they want to know the title of the book, Cooking, then they can go to the category Cooking, look for the title, find out that it's making pizza, and they know exactly what to look at because each step has its own tag. Now, because this doesn't actually do anything, we won't be showing you how to do anything with XML, but we will show you how to create it and read it. And we'll do that in our next video. So now we're going to look at actually building some XML with PHP. And I've already created a file to do that for us. Let me preface this a little bit by saying this isn't as complex as it looks. Most of this is just here for styling. XML by default is not really meant to be viewable in a browser because browsers tend to hide tags and they don't allow for tabbing. They instead just use one space. So I created my own tab with 4 spaces in it, and I'm using that variable. And HTML special characters just allows me to display name instead of the browser normally hiding it. So basically, as far as the code goes, you can ignore all the HTML special characters, tabs, and breaks. The rest of it is what actually constructs our XML. So let's get to what it does. First, we have 2 arrays, an array of bookstores, and then a second array called books, and each book has a subject, a title, and an author. I know the names here aren't terribly original, but they'll serve their purpose of keeping them distinct for us. Now, we go down here and we create a for each. We're going to loop through that array just like we did on a lot of our other arrays in our lesson. But this time we're going to use the HTML value which we created up here and say HTML.equals. Dot equals is something we haven't actually talked about yet. Instead of assigning a value to HTML like we did here, this is going to append a value. It'll add whatever I put in there to whatever's already in HTML. It's a good way to build strings, and when you're building HTML with PHP, this is often how you do it. You do it one step at a time, just appending to the end in each function. So we create this, and we set our first value in here. Then we go through another for each, and we format all of our next bits of our array. Each title, info, author, it's all in here and just set to a specific value. So let's take a look at it. If we change this to index 3, you can see we now have some XML. It looks just like our example. We have bookstore, and then each bookstore has a name, subject, title, and author. And it goes through and keeps them all in line. And then the second bookstore has its own list of books. Each bit of information is wrapped by an associated tag. That's what makes it XML, and that's what will allow it to be easily used by whatever we send this information to. Speaking of sending the information, now we're going to go through how to read XML with JavaScript. So we're going to go back into our code, and I've cleaned it up a bit. We no longer need to view it through the browser, so I've removed all the formatting, and it's still building the same XML, but now it's doing it for us to use within our program. As you can tell, it looks a lot simpler now. So what we're going to do is show you real quick what this actually looks like if I tried to print it out. This is what we get in a browser. That's why I had to add all that formatting stuff, because it isn't going to look like XML through a browser. But it is, and we're going to use it to show how to parse with JavaScript. So we're going to paste in some script right here that I've already written. And we have a p tag around all of our XML. We've just named it XML. And this allows us to get element by ID, just like we have before, XML. And we're assigning that to HTML val. Now, here's the new stuff. We have to create a DOM parser, and we're setting a variable equal to new DOM parser. That is one of the things that allows it to know that it's creating an XML versus creating something that's just a string or another type of object. Then we set XML doc equal to parser.parse from string, the HTML val that we set, and we're going to use text XML. It knows that this is text XML. It's pulling that out of this object, and it's going to assign it to XML. Now we have an object with our XML in it that we can access with JavaScript. And we're creating variables with getElement by tag name, and the tag within our XML was subject, title, and author. So we're getting one for subject, one for title, and one for author. You can use different numbers here to get the second or third values, but we're just showing how this works for now. And I've created 3 alerts for each of the 3 different values that we're pulling out of the XML. So when this is saved and we run it, let's run it from this page. Book 1 subject. That's our subject that we named from Book 1. Next we'll get Book 1 title and Book 1 author. We successfully parsed the XML and got our values out of it with JavaScript. That concludes our lesson on web development. Thank you for watching the lessons. I hope you enjoyed them. And this and other lessons can be found at creativeonlineschool.com.
Hello and welcome to Learn MySQL with Justin Posey, brought to you by creativeonlineschool.com. A little bit about me. I have 9 years in web development, and my specialization has been in MySQL and PHP. There are other courses available at creativeonlineschool.com. In this tutorial, we're going to go over a basic introduction of MySQL, how to install MySQL Server, PHPMyAdmin, and MySQL Workbench. We're going to teach you how to create databases and tables, how to import and export information from those tables, how to input, retrieve, and manipulate data with SQL, and some more advanced SQL techniques for those who want to get the most out of their system. Well, let's get started then. First, a quick aside about pronunciation. As you can tell, I've been calling it MySQL. That is the correct pronunciation. However, it is also commonly called MySQL. If you hear it called that, don't be confused. It's the same thing. So what is MySQL? Well, MySQL is a relational database management system, or RDBMS. According to a poll by Dell, around 90% of the 300 companies polled actively use these systems in their businesses. So as you can see, the RDBMSs play an important role for almost every company. MySQL is one of the most widely used of the RDBMSs in the world. According to the same poll, 41% of the companies were using MySQL, putting it in the top 3 along with Oracle and Microsoft SQL Server. So now that we know it's important, the next question is, just what is a relational database management system? Let's break it up into 2 parts. First, a database management system is simply a system designed to allow you to store and retrieve information from a database. For example, let's say you wanted to store a list of reservations. A database management system would allow you to put that information into a database, and it would store it for you and keep it available so that you could retrieve that data at any time. However, you can only pull out what you put in. Now, a relational database management system does the same thing, but it uses a particular structure for storing the data called the relational model. This model allows different pieces of information to connect to each other in a meaningful way. For example, if you look at the image on the right, you can see that there are 2 different sections of information. But despite these being stored separately, you can produce a combined section of the information. This is possible because both sets of information have something in common, the activity code. That commonality is what relates them. And storing information with those commonalities is what makes the database relational. So how does MySQL store and retrieve data? It uses something called the client-server model. In this model, the database typically resides on a server and is accessed via a client through the internet. A client can be an interface for direct manipulation, such as PHPMyAdmin, or it can even be a website, application, or program which operates behind the scenes. Now that we know what a client is, let's talk about how a client communicates with a server. To do this, it uses something called SQL, or Structured Query Language. This language can be used to define, update, and query the database. A query is just a term from the set of instructions sent. Like any language, SQL has a specific set of syntaxes that when sent from the client to the server can then be interpreted by MySQL so that it can take the appropriate action on the database. A quick example of this syntax would be something like select name from person where age equals 21. We'll get into the actual syntax later in the course, but for now, that's how it looks. And the best part is that SQL is used by virtually all relational database systems, so you can use the same set of instructions no matter what your environment is. That's it for the introduction. In the next video, we will go over the different types of data that can be stored within MySQL. Welcome. In this lesson, we are going to go over data types. Specifically, what data types are, the most common data types, the data types that are supported by MySQL, how data types affect what you can do, and how to choose the best data types for you. So let's get started by going over what data types are. Data types are classifications for data that help to identify what kind of data is going to be stored, as well as how it will be used. What this means is that in effect, you can think of them as identifiers for the containers the data is going to be placed in. In fact, there is an easy comparison with something you are probably already familiar with. That's right. Just like the labels on these containers, data types determine what kind of information should be stored in the container. Also, just like these recycling containers, the data type labels aren't arbitrary. They matter because of what's going to be done with what's inside the container. If you put glass inside a paper container, then when it comes time to run the process, there are going to be problems. The same is true for data types. With that in mind, let's talk about what kinds of data types there are. Although there are dozens of different recognized data types, ranging from the common, like containers for numbers, to the obscure, like containers designed to store coordinates for locations in three-dimensional space, for now we're not going to be too concerned with the data types that are rarely used. We're going to focus on the data types that are most common, the ones you're actually likely to see. Those data types can be broken down into three broad categories. The first category is the numeric category. As the name suggests, these types deal with various kinds of numbers. The numerical types you are most likely to run into are integer, float, and decimal. The integer type primarily deals with whole numbers, while the floats can store numbers or numbers with decimals. However, it can round numbers and it truncates leading and trailing zeros. The decimal type is like the float type, but it stores the exact number without any rounding or truncating. The second category is called date time and relates to storing dates. The most common of these types are date, date time, and timestamp. Date stores only the date, usually in year, month, day format. Date time stores both the day and the time in hours, minutes, and seconds. Timestamp also stores the date and time, but it converts the time from its current time zone into the UTC time zone. And when you retrieve the information, it will automatically convert the time to the time zone of the requesting client. Finally, we have strings. Strings are one of the most versatile types because they can store all kinds of letters and characters, everything from a person's name to an account code that may have both letters and numbers together. The most commonly used string data types are char, varchar, and blob. These data types are a bit different from the others, as they all store the same types of information, but they store them in different ways. Char can store information of up to 255 characters in length, and it fills any remaining room with spaces, so it's always the same size. Next, we have varchar. Varchar, instead of having a set number of characters, is instead limited by the space that it is used by the data it's stored. It does not fill with spaces, so smaller strings take up less space. The maximum space used cannot exceed 65,535 bytes. Last, we have the blob. Blob data type, which stands for binary large object, can store up to 65,535 characters. However, it stores the text as binary data, ones and zeros, so it has to be converted back in order to be readable, and that requires more processing. Well, we've covered a lot of information so far, so let's pick up the rest of the lesson in the next video. Picking up where we left off, Now that we know about data types, let's talk about how they relate to MySQL. MySQL supports all of the common data types and categories mentioned, as well as having specific categories for spatial types, and it has recently added the JSON data type, so it should cover almost any data type you're likely to have. Beyond that, it also allows for more efficient storage by supporting size-limited types. An example of this can be seen in the different scales for integers, which range from the tiny int with a max number of 255 all the way to a big int, which can store numbers of over 18 quintillion. This allows you to only allocate as much space as you will actually need. Now let's talk about how choosing a data type affects what you can do with the data. We have already mentioned several ways that the data type can affect the space used as well as your processing efficiency, but let's talk about something more tangible. That is, how the type affects what you can do with the data. For example, it is possible to store a date as an int or a string instead of as an actual date, and as long as all you are doing is storing and retrieving the date, that's fine. But let's say you then wanted to order the dates so that you had them from oldest to newest. Let's take a look at what happens in the chart below. When told to order the date, the system is going to order the integer by pure numeric value, while it orders the string alphabetically. Both of these fail to give you the date from oldest to newest, but the correct types allows for getting the correct dates in the right order. So now that we know how important the types can be, let's go over how to choose the best type for you. To do that, there are three primary things to consider. First, think about what you're going to be storing. That includes both what it is as well as its length. If all you're storing are small numbers, then there's no reason to use a string or a big int. That just limits functionality or wastes space. Also, consider how important it is to keep the data exactly as entered, or if it's okay for it to be converted in some way. Next, think about how you may want to organize or report on the data. If you're storing a name and a date, and you sometimes want it ordered alphabetically and sometimes you want it ordered by date, then you're going to need two separate data type containers. But if you know you will always need it in an alphabetical list with both name and date present, then it may be okay to store them together in a single string. Be careful though, as it may be too late if you decide later on you need them separate. Lastly, remember that this is a relational database, and as such, the data may be connecting to other data. It's always much easier to connect and filter data if both parts are the same type. Well, that's it for this lesson. Next time, we will go over how to install some of the programs you will need in order to use MySQL. Brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be learning how to install some of the programs required to use MySQL, as well as some we're just going to be using in this lesson. The first two we're going to install are MySQL itself and PHPMyAdmin. Fortunately, we can get both of these in a single package called XAMPP. If you go to the link provided, you will come to this page. Now we could sign in with Facebook or Google, but I choose to just use the alternative download, which will take you to this page. You'll quickly have a pop-up which will ask you to save a file. Click Save. We could watch their installation video, but I'll explain everything you need. Now, as you see, this is downloading. I'm going to cut a little bit out here to save some time. Now that it's all downloaded, we just have to open the file, and it'll ask us to run it. You may get a little pop-up that warns about possible slowing down of the installation due to an antivirus, but it doesn't really have much of an effect, so just click Yes. Then you will click Next. And in here, we don't really need most of these things. We're just looking for MySQL, so we're going to uncheck all of these. Remember, we also want to get PHPMyAdmin. We're going to click Next. And you can select the installation folder. By default, it's just C XAMPP. Don't have to click to learn anything more, so let's uncheck that. Now it's ready to install. Unpackaging. And once again, I'm going to cut to the end to save you some time. Once that's loaded, it'll take you to the Finish page. And yes, we're going to go ahead and launch the control panel. It'll ask us to choose our language. And then you're going to see this easy to navigate panel. Let's go ahead and start Apache and MySQL. That's it. We actually have the prep work for a database already. And not only that, because we installed phpMyAdmin, we have a way to see it. To open phpMyAdmin, simply go back to your browser and type localhost phpMyAdmin. That'll bring you up to an interface where you can see that we now have MySQL installed and some test databases that come default on the system. We're not going to go into actually using this just yet, since this is just an installation video. We'll move on to the next thing. If you're not using Windows, then the installation instructions provided already may not tell you all you need to know. For XAMPP, if you're on a Mac, you can use the download location I provided in Figure 1. After downloading, just open the downloaded file. It should be named the same as I listed here. Drag and drop the XAMPP folder into your Applications folder. That should complete installation. And then, to start XAMPP, simply open the XAMPP control by going to /applications/XAMPP/XAMPP in your control finder. And from there you can start Apache and MySQL. If you're on Linux, then you will need to use this location for download. After downloading, you're going to need to change your permissions on the file so that it can be executed. I provided the command to do that here in Figure 2a. After that, run the installer. The command for that is in 3a. Once it's running, you can just follow the prompts to install. It should be just like the Windows version. After installation, to start XAMPP, enter sudo /opt/lamp/lamp start. That'll load everything and should get you back where we were in the video. Speaking of videos, that's it for this one. We'll continue our installation with SQL Workbench in the next video. Next, we're going to install MySQL Workbench. It's similar to phpMyAdmin, but also has a few bells and whistles that we may want to utilize. Let's go to the download link, and you'll be taken to this page. Now, if you read carefully, you'll see that there are actually a couple of other things that need to be installed in order for MySQL Workbench to work. One of those is Visual C++, and the other is Microsoft.NET. I already have .NET, and you may too, but we're going to need to install this one. If you need both, the installation is the same. So let's click here. It'll take you to this page and ask to select the language. Next, it'll ask you whether you have a 64-bit computer or 32. Click 64 if you have that, which is what I do. Click Next. It's going to start your download. It's fairly small. So now that that's downloaded, we'll just click on the executable, click Run. It'll open up and ask you for you to agree, install, and it only takes a second, and now you have it installed. Simply close this. Let's go back to the original page, and now we're ready to install MySQL Workbench. It uses something called the MySQL installer, so we're going to go ahead and download that from its download page. If you scroll down a little further, it'll have two different options for you. Let's use the smaller one, as it doesn't download anything we don't need. Scroll down. You don't have to use or sign up anything. Just click No Thanks, Start My Download. Save file. It too is fairly small, so let's open it. You may get a small warning, but this is for Microsoft, it's harmless. Click OK, Run. It may ask if you want to upgrade. Just say no for now. I accept. Next. Now we only want part of this, so we're going to go to Custom, Next, Open Applications, MySQL Workbench, Continue Opening, and select MySQL Workbench. Now if you don't have all the necessary components, this will be grayed out and it'll tell you what you're missing. Just click over here once you're done, and click Next. That's it. Now we're ready to execute. And it's begun the installation. Once the installation is complete, just hit Next, and it'll ask if you want to launch. We will. And that's going to bring us to the setup. Now, to create a new connection, simply click the plus right here, and you'll see the connection window. First, let's give it a name. Let's call it example database. Next, we have the connection info. If you're connecting to a server, you may have to modify this a bit to connect to the right place, but for now, we're connecting to the instance we just made, which is local, so this is all already correct. Next, click OK, and now we actually have one set up. There may be a short warning, but it's just telling you that Workbench and the MySQL version we installed are different. It's no big deal. And now you've created the connection so that you can see the database that we created earlier. Now there's nothing in this database yet, but we'll go over that in our next video. For now, let's just talk about the differences in installation if you're not on a Windows machine. If you're on a Mac, you can get the same file we did earlier at the provided URL here. Once it's downloaded, double-click the downloaded file, and then drag MySQL Workbench icon onto the application folder. Once that's done, you can now launch the MySQL Workbench from the Applications folder, or from the command line. If you want to do it from the command line, the command is below. If you're on Linux, then you can get the download from Workbench by selecting your system from the Selected Operations System menu, but you can also get it automatically. All you have to do is type sudo apt-get update, hit enter. Quite a few things may load depending on what updates you need. Once that's done, type sudo apt-get MySQL Workbench, and it should install it for you. That's it. Now that we have all the tools installed, next time we'll go over how to create databases, tables, and columns. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Hello. In this lesson, we're going to go over the differences between PHPMyAdmin and Workbench, how to create and update database, tables, and columns in both PHPMyAdmin and Workbench. We're going to go over the principles of table design, as well as go over the uses of users and their permissions. We have already went over how to install both PHPMyAdmin and MySQL Workbench, and later on we will be demonstrating how to do some basic tasks on both. But for now, let's talk about some of the core distinctions between the two. First of all, MySQL Workbench is a desktop software. This means that it is installed on your local operating system, and it can connect from there to different servers. This is helpful if you need to manage databases on multiple servers. PHPMyAdmin, however, is a web-based tool, and is designed to be set up on the server itself. This means that it can be accessed through any browser and is not limited to a particular local device. This is helpful if you often use different devices or have multiple people working on the same server. Also, it's worth noting that PHPMyAdmin is a bit more streamlined and is often easier to learn for new users. MySQL Workbench, on the other hand, contains some added functionalities like server administration and database modeling, which can be very useful when trying to visualize complex data relations. Okay, so now let's get started by showing how to create databases, tables, and columns. We will start with PHPMyAdmin. Now remember, to open PHPMyAdmin, just open a browser and type localhost/PHPMyAdmin. If this was installed on a server that wasn't on your home machine, you could just put the server's address there instead of localhost. Next, to create a database, we simply go over here to the left and click New. Choose the database name. I want to call it Person. And then choose the collation type. Now collation's a little bit of a tricky subject for people because there are a lot of options. But basically collation just sets the language that your data is going to be interpreted in. And most people don't know the language that their data is going to be in, because a person's name, if input, could be in German, Spanish, or Chinese. So what we need is a good general way to sort through all of them. Fortunately, we have a good option, and it's what I use for most of my data. It's called UTF-8 MB4 Unicode CI. This uses Unicode formatting in order to sort things so it doesn't care what language it's in case insensitive just means it treats capitals and lower cases the same. So let's create our database. Now that we have a database, it's prompting us to create a table. You can set the number of columns and the name right here. Now every person has a name, so our first table we're going to call Name. And I'm only going to use 3 columns for this because we're going to keep it pretty simple. Now click Go. and it brings us into where we need to input the information. Remember those data types from earlier? This is where they come in handy. So our first column, I'm going to call it ID. It's always useful to have an ID because that way you can reference it in your other tables. And this ID is going to be very special. It's going to be our primary key. You select that here, primary. Now what this is going to do is it's going to say that this is the key thing that we're going to use to access other data types. So click Go. Now as an ID, we're going to want to increment it so that it's always unique. You don't want two IDs to be the same. AI just stands for auto increment. Next, every name has two parts, so we're going to call this one first name and this one last name. We could do middle, but we're just keeping it simple. Next, we're going to change our type. There's no point trying to use an integer to be a name, so we're going to use the varchar. Now we have to set how many characters we want to use. A first name is not too likely to be over, say, 15 characters, so I'm going to put that. And the same for the last name. You could increment it if you think it'll be longer, but for now, this is what we'll use. Now, if we wanted, we can set default values. For first name, for example, we could choose, if no one inputs the name, to set the name as John. And for the last name, if no one inputs it, it'll say Doe. You could also default it to be null or default it to the current timestamp. Next, notice you could actually set your own collation for each variable, but we're just going to use the one that we set for the whole table. For attributes, it's going to change a little bit depending on your type, but the primary thing for integers is whether or not they're signed or unsigned. By default they're signed, but that allows numbers to be both negative and positive. For an ID we don't really need that, so we're going to choose unsigned. This also allows us to go up to the full number in the int range. If we wanted any of these to be null, we could select to allow them to be null. So let's click Save. And now we not only have a database, but we have a table, and that table has 3 columns: ID, first name, and last name. That shows you how to do it in PHPMyAdmin. In the next video, we'll go over how to do the same thing in MySQL Workbench. Now let's go over how to do the same thing in MySQL Workbench. First, choose your connection. If you have different databases, you can select them here, but we only have one for now. Remember, this is just a warning about a version difference. Over here, you can see that we already have the person database we created earlier. Now I'm going to create a new one by right-clicking and clicking Create Schema. Because this is a desktop application, it allows us to do things like right-click, which we couldn't in PHPMyAdmin. We're going to give it a name. Since we already have person, we'll back up a step and we'll call this one Customers. Oops. Next, we'll choose the correlation type. We'll choose the same one, UTF-8, MB4, Unicode CI. Click Apply. Workbench does something interesting. It shows you the query that's going to be run before it runs it. This can be useful if you're trying to learn how they're working. Click Apply. It's executed, so now we hit Finish. And now you can see over here that we have a customer database. If I double click it, I can go up here and click Create New Table, and that'll give us our form. Now, I'm going to skip this for now because MySQL has the visual way to do this, which is one of the things that make it more unique, and it uses the same form, so we'll see it in a moment. For now, instead of this, we're going to click File, New Model, Add Diagram, and it's going to open up this page. From there, simply come over and press the table button, choose a place on the map, and now we've placed a table. If we double click it, we'll see that same form from earlier, and you can actually enter the table name and the columns at the same time. Since we already had person, before, we'll name this one person. We'll give him an ID, which is an int. It's already selected that for us. We'll set it as the primary key and not null. And set its auto increment. Over here, we'll give each person a name, and it's selected varchar45 for us. We can change these things if we want. Each person, if they're a customer, is also going to have something they bought, so we'll say purchase. That should do for now. So if I get out of here, you can see that we have a representation of a table with 3 columns in it. Next, we're going to create one from a template. It has a few already loaded, and this will just save us some time. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a primary key since it doesn't have one. We'll call that person ID, since we're going to try to connect these in a moment. We'll set it as an int, primary key, non-null, and auto-incrementing. Now we have these two tables, and it can actually help us visually connect them. And the more tables you have, the easier it'll be to see how things connect if we do it this way. Also, it has a very handy feature of if you select down here and you select 2 tables, it'll automatically create a table that has the things they have in common in it. In this case, it has the ID from person and the person ID from user copy 1. These are called helper tables and can help you make your queries a little bit easier to use. Now that we have some tables, let's save them. You come over here to File, click Save Model. You can locate it anywhere you want. I'm just going to call this Model 1 for now. Click Save. Now that it's saved, we can come up here to Database, Forward Engineer. All this stuff will just stay the same. And it should be processing. If everything goes well, those are checked. We close it. And now, when we go back to look at our customers table, we can expand tables and see that we now have person, person has user, and user tables. All 3 of them were automatically created for us. And if we expand, we can see that inside there are columns for ID, name, and purchase. Well, that's how to make databases, tables, and columns in PHP MySQL. In the next video, we'll go over some principles on how to best structure your tables so they can be used together. Now that we have covered how to make tables, let's talk about some principles of table design. That is, some things you should think about when deciding which columns will go into which tables. The first and most fundamental is the idea of avoiding redundant data. Redundant data is what we call it when you're storing the same data multiple times or in multiple places. This wastes space and can lead to slowdown or even data inaccuracies if one gets updated and the other does not. Here's an example of redundant data. We are storing Dave's name, address, and email multiple times, which wastes space and makes keeping it up to date difficult. The second thing to think about is how the data will connect and include what's necessary to connect them. We call these keys. You already saw how we set an ID to be a primary key, and that's the primary way that data is going to be connected to other tables. So what does that look like? Well, let's try and fix our table here. First, to avoid redundant data, we keep info about the person in its own table with the primary key of ID. Next, we create the table for purchases. Notice the column on the right called Person ID. It stores the information needed to identify the correct person. We call these foreign keys, and it allows this data to be connected back to the primary key in the person table. Our last guideline is related to the other two, and that is that you need to think about what you're going to do with the data and how you're going to want to view it. This will help you to determine which tables need to connect to each other and which may be fine on their own. An important part of this process that we haven't currently covered is what happens when different people have different needs. This is handled through a combination of users and permissions. There are three main uses of users and permissions. First, it allows you to determine what actions a person can take on a database. You may not want everyone who can see the data also being able to enter new data or update it. The four primary permissions are read, write, update, and delete, and they allow a user to do exactly what you would expect. Next, you may want some people to be able to access some of your data, but not all of it. This is common, especially if you have sensitive information in some tables, but that's okay because permissions can be set per table, so you can choose to allow access only to what you want that user to have. And finally, a user can also be set so that they can only access information if they are making the connection from a specific place. So you could only allow access from your office, or only allow connections from other servers that you own. This greatly helps with security. Let's quickly go over how to create new users. First, select the database you want that user for. We did person over here, so I'll check that one. Go over here to privileges. That'll show you the users that currently have privileges. We can choose to add a new account. Select the username. I'll name mine Justin. A percent means that you can connect from anywhere. If you have a specific location, you'll need to enter its IP. You can have a password, which you'd need to retype, but it'll also allow you to generate a random one for extra security, and we're going to do that. You can see that it's selected to grant privileges just for this table. If you wanted it everywhere, you could check here. Now, all of these here on the right are pretty much things you're only going to want your server administrator to have, but for generic users, you're only going to be using data permissions. Select, insert, update, delete. File also helps if you have files that may be uploaded or downloaded. But we'll give this particular user select and update. Next, click go. And that was created. I've now added a new user. So if we go back to person and go back to privileges, you can see the new user, Justin, has been added. For Workbench, to add a new user, all you have to do is select the table, go to Server, Users and Privileges, Add Account, select the name. You can see we've already used Justin from the one we added in PHPMyAdmin a moment ago. So for now, I'll just name it New Justin. We're going to leave it at %. It doesn't generate a password, so I'll have to make up one, and I'll use one that I choose to use, even though it thinks it's weak. It's only for a demonstration after all. We click Apply, and you can see New Justin has been added. Now, you can go over to Schema Privilege, choose to add an entry. You can choose whether you want this person to have access for all the databases, or just a selected one. We're going to select Customers, since that's the one we created here. Click OK, and then we can select our Select, Insert, Update, and Delete privileges that we normally have for our users. Click Apply, and there you have it. We have a new user with the permissions we want. Next time, we will go over importing and exporting data. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome! In this video, we're going to be talking about importing and exporting. That is, now that we know how to create tables and structure them, how do we get our data inside or out? Well, when we do that in bulk, it's called importing and exporting. Importing is taking data from an outside source and in a particular format and loading it into an existent table. Exporting is taking data that's already in a table and creating a file with that data in a specific format. The most common file formats are called CSV, XML, and JSON. CSV stands for comma separated value, and it's the most commonly used, and it's what we'll be using in this video. So let's get right to it. In PHPMyAdmin, all you have to do is select the table. Remember, we called this one person, and its table's name was name. Click Import. Select the file you want to import. We're going to click Name. Now inside of name, this is what it looks like. You can see that it's encapsulated by quotes and separated by commas. This is pretty standard, and it has a different one on each line. If we scroll down, we can see that it shows us the same things. Columns separated with commas, columns enclosed with quotes. You can change these to be whatever you want, but you have to make sure it matches the file. Next, we're going to click Go. And now, if we go over to Browse, we'll see that there's actually data in our file. And that's importing data. So, to export it, we simply click Export. We don't have to select a template, but we do have to select a format. We'll do CSV again. There's also CSV for MS Excel if you intend to open it in an Excel sheet later. It can be useful. We're just doing it in text though, so CSV. Click Go. It'll automatically name it according to your table name. Click OK, and it's saved the file. It looks exactly like this one. Next, we're going to go over Workbench. In Workbench, we select Customers because that's our table here, and Person was our table itself. Click this little square next to it, and that'll let you see what's in the table. Currently, it's empty. It also gives you your export and import buttons. We're going to click Import. I'm going to go to where I have the file. It's called Customers. Open. This is a preview of what it's going to look like, but it's not actually saved yet. We're going to click Apply. It'll show you your query, handy if you're trying to learn them. Click Apply. It's finished. And now you actually have the data in the table. To export, you click Export. And then you give it a name and click Save. We already have one called that, but we'll just replace it. And now we have it exported. Now, something to be aware of is this is what the table looks like when it's exported into CSV with Workbench. It's not all new lined. In fact, it's all in the same line, and there's also no quotes. These things aren't necessary. As long as they're separated by commas, it still works, as you saw when we imported it. But different programs can export in different ways, and there's no uniform method. Well, that's it for importing and exporting. Next time, we'll go over how to manipulate data with queries. Brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome. In this video, we're going to go over an introduction to queries and query structure, cover some useful learning tools in PHPMyAdmin, as well as constructing some basic queries to select, insert, update, and delete data from our tables. First, let's start with what a query is. Queries are sets of instructions written in a language that can be understood by the database system. In our case, that system is MySQL. Queries have three basic parts: an action, a location, and a restriction. An action, or what the purpose of the query is, will begin with either select, insert, update, or delete. A location, which identifies which table or tables the action will be performed on, will be started by from and the table name. The restrictions, which is the most expansive section, covers what columns and rows of data will be affected. Most of them will start with where and the set of the restrictions. Restrictions often use operators like greater than, less than, equals, not equals, like, or not like. So let's quickly go over some of those tools I mentioned. If we select our database, you can see we already have some data in it from earlier. But up here, there are the search and in search tabs. Those will allow us to do things through a form instead of making a query. Now our goal is to make queries, but they can help us understand what's going on. So if I wanted to insert, I can say I want to insert Smith, and then just click Go. And you can see the insert it created. This is the format it follows. And now we're on the SQL tab, which is where you will write your own queries. And that brings us to the second thing that it has that's useful. It allows you to have default formats for deletes, updates, inserts, and selects. These tools can be very helpful when you're still getting used to the whole formatting of queries. But let's start making our own. For now, I'm going to use their preset format. This is a select. It's selecting ID, first name, and last name columns from the table name where1. Saying where1 is like saying where nothing. You don't even actually have to have this, but it uses it the default. And I'll click go, and you see it gives us all the things in the table. ID, first name, and last name, and everything in here. Now, we can edit in line to make things a little easier for us. And if I were to change ID, first name, and last name to star, I'll actually get the same thing because star means everything. That way you don't have to list them all out. So if I click go, I get the same results. Next, let's go back and say where first name equals James. Now, because first name is a character set, we want to put the value in quotes. That identifies that we're talking about characters. If you don't put it in quotes, it's going to assume it's a number, and we'll probably get nothing in this case. So we click OK, and it gives us only the records who have a first name of James. If we wanted instead to use a number, we could say where ID equals 1 or ID equals 4. Because these are numbers, we don't have to use those quotes. And an or means I'll accept it if either of these things are true. So I click go, and you see ID 1 James, but now we have ID 4 Amy. Next, we'll cover making more than one thing true. This one is either, but if we wanted two things to be true, we would change it to and the ID is never going to be the same number. So we're going to do first name again. You can also auto finish with this. Equals James. And remember when we just had James, we got 2 results. But because now we're also requiring the ID to equal 1, we only get 1 James. Next, let's change our search so that we only want the first name and last name. Let's say we didn't care about ID. I can change this to first name, comma, and when I run it this time, ID is no longer in the column. Next, let's, instead of using equals, use greater than. If I say where ID is greater than 1 and click go, you can see that it gives me 9 results. We're missing the first ID. I'm going to go ahead and put ID back in there just so that we can see what else is going on. Now, along with greater than, less than, and equals, there is not equals. So if I said where ID is not equal, that's an exclamation equal 4 or 5, I can click go, and you can see we've got all of them except ID 5. That's not equals. Last, we'll talk about likes. Likes are only used for strings. So let's do first name again. Like, open a quote. We're going to enter a percent. Percent is a wildcard character. It means anything before A, and that's just the letter A. And we're going to put another percent. So any A with anything before it or anything after it is acceptable. So I click go, and now I only get the names that have an A in them. And if you wanted only the ones without an A, you can just do not like. And that gives me the others. Now, there's one thing we haven't covered yet. We've been setting everything equal to or like something we're entering. But what happens if you're looking for a comparison of data you already have? So let's say where first name equals last name. And if we do that, then it'll actually look at everything in first name and find the ones that match it in last name. And if we click go, then we'll see Smith Smith, which we entered earlier. We'll be moving along now into the next video, where we're going to do the rest of the updates, inserts, and deletes. Let's move along to the other kinds of queries. Next is insert. The primary difference between inserts and selects is that when you're selecting the table, instead of selecting from the table name, you're going to insert into the table name. The second thing is that there's two different formats you can follow. There's the one that they have here as their example, which lists the columns and then sets the values. If we were to enter values for these, and we're going to remove ID since that one auto increments, we don't actually want to assign any values there. And then we were to just replace these with Bobby Holmes. When we run this one, you can see Bobby Holmes was inserted into our database and the ID was auto increment. Now, the other format that you can use is insert into name, and instead of breaking them out into different sections, you can have set, which is a keyword, first name equal to Sandy, comma, last name equal to Meeks. And if we hit go, you can see that that also got inserted. Now, which format you use is entirely up to you. If there's only one or two values, it's often easier to use the second one. But when you're doing a big list of values, this one's much more efficient. Now we're going to move on to deletes. Deletes are one of the more interesting ones because they're very dangerous. As you can imagine, you don't want to lose your data. So it's much like a select. You delete from table and you have your where condition. Now, the reason they're dangerous is because if you don't do anything to this where condition, it's going to delete everything. So you have to be really careful what you're deleting. So it's often wise to actually run a select so that you can see the data before deleting it. So we're going to run a select, and we'll select star. And to do this as an example, we'll just say where ID equals 5. If we run this, then we can see which record we're going to delete, Sam Johnson. So I'm going to go back to the SQL, paste in the query we had, change select star to just delete. And when I run it, it will delete that record. You can see we no longer have an ID of 5 in here. Next we have updates. Updates use the format update, table name, and then it does set column equal, just like the second set of inserts we saw. So if I were to set, again, we don't have to do ID. Actually, we could do ID in this case because we're not inserting a value. Of course, we don't usually want to mess with those, but just to show you how it works, I'm going to set ID equal to 5 since I know there's not a 5 because we just deleted it. And then first name will be set to Billy. Bully. Thompson. Now, again, your where is going to be important because you don't want to update everything. And if you ran this, it would update everything. So we have to insert our where, and we'll do where ID currently equals 10. We'll update that to 5, and that way we can see the change. And if I hit go and look at the data, you can see we now have a 5 of Bully Thompson, but we don't have a 10 because that one was updated. And that's how to do inserts, updates, and deletes. That's it for this video. Next time, we will begin discussing some more advanced concepts and query techniques. Brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Before we go any further into more advanced queries, let's talk about something that will have an important effect on how those queries run: the database storage engine. In this lesson, we will go over what they are and talk about the most common ones and their differences. And then we will show you how to change the engines in both PHP/MyAdmin as well as in Workbench. In short, database storage engines are the things that power the queries that we run. Just like you have different engines in a sedan or a race car or a diesel because of the different purposes of those vehicles, databases can have different storage engines depending on their best use case. There are 4 primary database storage engines: CSV, ISAM and MySAM, Heap or Memory, and InnoDB. First, the CSV storage engine. CSV storage engine, as its name implies, has tables that are really text files with comma separated values, just like the ones we were importing and exporting earlier. This allows the exchange of data with applications that can read and write to CSV format, but CSV tables are not indexed, and that can make them be extremely slow when running queries. They're mostly created just to assist with large imports and exports. The ISAM and MyISAM storage engines were designed with the idea that a database will be queried far more often than it will be updated. That is, based on the idea that selects will be what you'll run most of the time. As such, it's very fast when running those, but it can have some issues when you have frequent updates or inserts, especially ones run at the same time. This is because it doesn't support transactions. Each individual statement is run on its own, and they can sometimes overlap with each other if they're coming quickly. Also, it's not fault tolerant. What I mean by that is that if something goes wrong and your disk is corrupted or your hard drive fails, it's quite possible you'll lose everything. MyISAM is an upgraded version, and it allows for table locking and some better fault recovery to address those 2 issues, but it also requires periodic clearing of wasted space, and so is a little bit more labor intensive than the other options we have. Heap, or as it's recently been renamed, memory storage engines, allow for temporary tables that reside only in memory. They are faster than even ISAM or MyISAM. However, there is greater risk of data integrity issues because your data will be lost if it's not saved prior to shutdown. So if the power goes out or it locks up, you're going to lose a lot of your data. It's not really designed to be in long-term use. The last storage engine I'm going to talk about, and the one you may remember us selecting earlier in our databases, is called InnoDB. It was designed to address the ISAM and MyISAM issues with their transactions and their lack of foreign key support. This allows for better handling of parallel insert updates and deletes, so they're not likely to interfere with each other. However, it's slower than ISAM and MyISAM when it comes to doing select statements. As such, it can be very good for small to medium data operations, but if it's too large, it may need to be used in conjunction with MyISAM or memory, so that you can run the selects from there and then do the rest with InnoDB. Now that we know a little bit about the engines, let's go over how to change them. Here we are in PHP/MyAdmin. All you have to do is click on your table, go over here to Operations, and you can see the drop down for storage engine. We currently have NODB selected, but you can choose CSV or MyISAM. Depending on the interface you're using, you may have different storage engine options. These are the ones we have for PHPMyAdmin. Next, we'll go to Workbench. To change it in here, you once again go down to your table, and just click this little wrench next to it. That'll open this window, and you can change the engine. You can see we have a few more options here. If I wanted to change it to MyISAM, I just click Apply, and you see the query, and now it's finished. They're very easy to change, and as such, you can use whatever engine you currently need. Well, that's all for storage engines. In the next video, we will go over some more complex queries, such as how to use multiple tables. Brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome! In this video, we're going to be going over joining, specifically what joining is, the different types of joins, some basic queries using joins. We'll then go over how to do multiple joins, as well as how to use the halving clause, which is used with joins. So what is joining? Well, joining is the process that allows data from multiple tables to be used. So far, we've only been running our queries on one table, but most of the time you're actually going to need to use 2 or even more. The 4 types of joins are inner, left, right, and full. An inner join, often just called a join, returns records that have matching values in both tables. It's the most common type of join and the one you're most likely to see. If you look at this picture, you can see that of the 2 tables, only the inner portion where they overlap is returned. A left outer join returns all records from the left table and the matched records from the right table. So if you look at this image, you can see that it will return the entire left table, but only the portion of the right table that matches the criteria. A right outer join returns all records from the right table and only the matched records from the left. As you can see here, it loads the whole right table, but only the matching records from the left. And a full outer join returns all records from both tables when there is a match in either the left or right. So it returns everything where either side has the value you're looking for. So let's get started on those queries. As you can see, I've created a few tables here. But for now, we're only going to be using the name and purchase tables. I've moved to Workbench because it allows us to see our results without clicking around quite as much. Our name table is just what you saw before, and the purchase table has some product names along with a name ID, which relates to the name.id, and the DOP, or date of purchase. So if we wanted to add the name to this list of results, we can simply say select star from purchase, join name, which is the other table we need, on, and this is where we specify how they're connected, name.id. Now, using the dot syntax simply helps you connect the name, the column and the table, because ID exists in both tables. If we don't specify this, it won't know which ID we're comparing to. So name.id equals name_ID. And if I execute this, you can see that it gives us our results. Notice that even though there's 15 names and even more purchases, we've only gotten the results where the name ID equals the name.id. That's what makes this an inner join. To make this a left join, we use the same syntax, but we change join to left join. When we execute this, you can see we've now added the row for peas. That's because there was a purchase for peas, but no name ID was recorded. So now we have all of the products, but we have null for the name because we couldn't match that record. To make this a right one, we change left to right. And when we execute it this time, we get all of the names, but it only has this many products to match. That's because there were no purchases made by these people. So everything else is null. Null just means empty. Now, if we change right to full, we're going to see that it actually gives us the same result as an inner join. That's because it's defaulting to an inner join because MySQL doesn't support the syntax for full joins. You have to achieve a full join by combining a right and left join. However, that requires a few things we haven't covered yet, so we'll have to push it off until later. That's it for this video. In the next one, we'll talk about doing more than one join, as well as the having clause. Picking up where we left off, we'll now discuss how to use more than one table. Now, according to the principles of table design we talked about, you'll remember that we really don't want to be storing the same data more than once. So I've changed our tables up a bit. Name is still the same. However, instead of using purchase like we did before, we're going to look at product, which now has the name of the product as well as a new column for distributor. And we have this other table called purchases that actually contains our date of purchase along with the IDs for the other two tables. So now we're going to need more than one join to connect them. If we start with the basic join we had before, with select star from purchases, join name on name.id equals name underscore ID, then we simply do another join on product with product.id equal to product underscore ID. And if we execute this, we'll see that it actually combines all three tables. It has the name as well as the product and the distributor. However, there's a couple of things that aren't ideal here. First, you can see that the column for your product name is just called name. This could easily be confused with a person's name. Also, when typing these, we're having to use our table names, and that can get long after a while. So we're going to solve both these issues by using something called aliases. To do that, we simply assign another value to the word that we're using. For example, purchases we can shorten to P. Name can be shortened to N. And product could be shortened to Pro, since we already have a P. And then instead of having name, we can just have N. Instead of having product, we can have Pro. And when we run it this time, we get the same result. Also, when we're doing our selects, instead of selecting all of these different IDs and a name that doesn't fit with our data, we can simply select what we want. So we can say name underscore ID product underscore ID DOP first name last name. Oops, that isn't capital. And then instead of using, we'll still select name, but instead of calling it name, we're going to say as product name underscore name. And we don't care about distributor right now either. So now when I execute, we're going to get a much cleaner list. Instead of name, it now says product name, so I can keep it clear. And I didn't have to retype the table names every time I was getting specific. In fact, if I wanted to add the IDs, I could even say p.id, n.id, and pro.id. And then I can add those IDs back in the select. And I could give them some names if I needed to keep them uniquely identifiable. So the aliases work both ways. But for now, we'll go back to our original information. From here, we're going to talk about the having clause. The having clause allows us to further filter our data now that we have it looking the way we want. To use the having clause, we'll go to the next line and simply type having, And let's say we only want them after a certain date. So we'll say DOP greater than, and we'll put it in quotes because it's not an integer, and we'll hit execute. And now we'll see that we only have the results that are further filtered by having a date later than the one we selected. Now this looks a lot like the where clause, and in fact you can even use them together, where last name like O and now we only have the ones that are after a later date and have an O in their last name. However, there is a few differences. The where is going to happen earlier on in the process than the having, and there's some things that can come in between, and we'll talk about those in a later video. Well, that's it for joins. In the next video, we will cover some of the things that you can do with the query results after you get them. Brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome. In this video, we're going to be talking about the different ways to manipulate the data after you've retrieved it. Specifically, how to order your results, performing arithmetic on them, some string manipulations, and using the results you get as further query restrictions. So let's get in there. If we look at our purchases table, I've added a column for amounts, but other than that, it's the same. And currently we're looking at these results based on the order of the ID. That's the default because we're just selecting star, we're not giving it any further instructions. But what if we wanted to order it by, say, the date of purchase? Well, to do that, we would go to the end and say order by DOP. Now, by default, it's going to order it in ascending order, or ASC. But as you can see, that orders it from oldest to newest. However, what if we wanted it the other way? Well, to do that, we would do DESC, or descending order. And that gives it to us from newest to oldest. It can do this because we've correctly labeled these as dates, so it knows how to order them. We're also not limited to only one order. As you can see, there's 2 orders on 910 and 2 orders on 810, and their product IDs are 13 and 94. Those aren't in any particular order. Well, what if we wanted them further ordered by product ID? We could simply add a comma and then do product ID descending. And now, not only are they ordered by date, which is first, but they're ordered by product ID in descending order. You can have as many of these as you wish. Now that we know how to order them, let's move on to a little bit of math. Let's say we wanted to do some calculations on these. Now I'll just be using mostly random numbers here for example, but you'll see what I'm talking about. So we're going to add amount to this result, but we're also then going to add 1 to it. So if I run this, we now have a new column, and it's calling itself amount plus 1 for now. We could name it with the as we saw in last video. But we now have this, which is amount plus 1. We can also subtract with a minus to have 1 less. We could multiply by 2. Multiplying in SQL is done with the star. That's going to give us a multiplied amount. Or we could divide. Dividing is done with a slash. And you can see we can even get results that have decimal places. That brings up another important point. What if you get a result that's not quite what's in the format you want? This one has decimals. Well, we can fix that. If we want to round down, we use the word floor, and then we encapsulate it. By doing this, it rounds everything down. And if we wanted to go up, we could use ceil, and it rounds it up. So that shows us how to do numbers, but what if we wanted to deal with strings? Well, let's go over to our name table. We have the names first and last, just as we wanted it, but what if we wanted instead to have the names together as full name, or what if we wanted the last name to be first? Well, instead of selecting star, we can select concat, short for concatenation. We open this up and we'll type last name because that's what we want first, comma. We'll put an empty space here so that there's a space in between, and we'll enter another comma, and then we'll do first name, and we close it. So now when we run this, we're getting Donovan James as one field. Well, that's great for combining things, but what if you only wanted part of the name? Let's say we only wanted the first letter of the first name. Well, we can do that with a substring. In here, we can put substring, or substr. We'll open it up. We'll use the same name, but now we'll add a comma, and we have to select the positions that we want. Because we want the first letter, we're going to put 1, 1. This is from position 1 to position 1. And then we'll add another close. And when we run this, you'll see that we now have Donovan J, Patterson A. And if we wanted to go to 2, we would just change this to 2, or 3 in this case. And now we have the first 3 letters of the last name. That's how to manipulate characters. We'll continue on with how to use these things we're making to help further restrict our results in the next video. Let's pick up where we left off. We're going to talk about using some of those custom things we were making to further restrict our searches. Let's start with something simple. Name underscore ID plus product underscore ID. And we'll go ahead and also select star so that we can see the data. And we'll name this total just so that we can refer to it a little bit more easily. When we run this, we see our data, but we also see a total, which is product ID plus name ID. But what happens if we want to see the totals and only the ones greater than 10? Well, let's try it with a where clause. Where total greater than 10. It didn't work. That's because the where is looking for the information before it's created, because we're creating it as part of the select. But we have a solution for that. Remember how we discussed there was a timing difference between where and having? Well, if we use having, that takes place after the select, and so now we get the results we expect. Results of only those greater than 10. Now, as you can see, there are different product IDs, and there's different instances of, say, product ID 7. So what if we wanted to know the total amount of all of product 7's entries? Well, we can do that with a command called sum. Go over here and type sum amount. We'll leave it named total. And we'll have to set this equal to product ID equal 7. Otherwise, we'll get a total of everything in amount. So we'll execute this. Oh no, it didn't work again. Well, that's because having doesn't have access to the information that's not created from the data. So this one needs to be aware. The basic policy is that if it's in the data already, use aware. If it's something you're creating as part of the query, use having. Now when we execute it, you'll see that the total for all of those amounts is 13. Now let's say instead of sum, you wanted to find the average of the numbers. You can simply change sum to average, or AVG. When we run this, you'll see the average of those numbers is 3.2500. We could floor it or seal it if we wanted to round it off, but we've already seen that. Next, let's move on to something a little different. What if we had data that we knew was supposed to be entered in a particular length, but may have been entered inaccurately? How would we find the correct ones? Well, we can do that with the length command. Let's say select length, first name as total for naming purposes, and we'll also select star so that we can see exactly what we're lengthening. And remember, because we're creating this in the query, this is going to be a having command, having total equal to 5. If we run this, then we only get the results where there are exactly 5 characters in the first name field. This is very handy if you need to validate data of a particular length. That covers most of the basic things. In the next video, we will cover how to use these data manipulations more efficiently and how to get multiple results with grouping. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome. In this video, we're going to talk about grouping. Specifically, grouping as it relates to data, how to use grouping to get a single result, how to use grouping to get multiple results, how to use grouping in combination with other query actions, like the math or string manipulations we've already covered. So, grouping as it relates to data. Grouping allows us to consolidate multiple rows of a result based on a common data value. That means if our original query produced 5 rows, but they're all for the same person, we can consolidate it down to 1 row. And that allows for the production of a result set that contains only the information that we care about. Well, let's see it in action. We're back in Workbench, and we've already got loaded up a query you've already seen. It's joining the name, product, and purchases tables, and in this case, we're doing it where name ID equals 1. That's the name for James Donovan, so that we can see all of the purchases that he's made. And he's made 3. But what if we only wanted to produce 1 result set? Maybe we're looking a result that's going to be fed to a program that's going to insert his name into an email. Well, we don't want to get 3 results back because he only has 1 name. Well, to resolve this, we're going to do group by. And we're going to group by, in this case, first name. When we run this, notice that we only get 1 record. And if all you need is a consolidated report and based on first name, you're fine. But what if we wanted to go a step further? What if we wanted to see what his most recent purchase date was so that we can include that? Well, normally you do that by ordering. And if you order by DOP, descending, you would think that would give you the most recent date. However, it doesn't. That's because the order by happens before the group, and the group rearranges everything. So if we want the most recent date of purchase, we're going to have to do that in the select. We'll get rid of the order by for now. Here, we can select the max DOP, and we'll go ahead and name it max DOP. And when we run this, we've now got a new row. It's showing us the most recent of the dates for James. Well, let's take it even one more step further. What if we wanted to use some math on these functions? What if instead of just some random amount in the group, we wanted to know the total amount of all of his purchases? Well, we can do that too. In the select, we just add some amount. Because the group by is in effect, it knows what value set you're looking at, and so it will automatically sum them. And so we know the total is 18. He's bought 18 products, and his most recent purchase is on this date. You can see how this kind of stuff becomes more and more useful the more you add. We'll stop there for now and continue on with the rest in the next video. Picking up where we left off, we have a max date of purchase and the total amount of his purchases for James Donovan. So What if we're not just looking about James? What if we want to use everyone and find out their maxed data purchase and how many products they've purchased? Well, if we remove our where so that we're no longer caring specifically about him, we'll get that list. It's a list of one name and that name's max data purchase and how many items they've bought. However, we've ran into an issue because we no longer have the ID requirement, and there were people with multiple first names that were the same in our database. That's why these numbers are so high. So instead of grouping by first name, we need to group by name.id. Because that's a unique field, we'll know that we'll only have each person once, even if that person has the same name. When we run this, that looks better. Now we have the totals for every individual person that's in our database, even if they have the same name. And we could further refine it with our having clause. We could also say having a max DOP. We did rename that accidentally up here, but it's fine. Greater than 10. And now we've even further refined it so that we only have the most high purchased people in our list. But what if we wanted to add some more information? What if instead of looking for the highest people, we wanted to see the total that each person bought of each product? So let's get rid of that having for a moment, and we'll add another group by. We'll do that by simply adding a comma and now saying name, because name is the field that we have called the name of the product. Now when we run this, we'll see that we not only have the max data purchase for James Donovan, but we have two of them. That's because this is the max date when he bought flour, and this is the max date when he bought butter. And he's actually bought butter twice. That's why his max of butter is 15, but his amount is only 7, because one of the times he bought 7 and one of the times he bought 8. So this breaks it out even further. Now we have a list of the total of each product that every person has purchased, as well as the most recent time they've purchased that product. That's starting to sound like some real business data, isn't it? Now, one of the things that often comes up is if we're selecting their name and there may be other personal information like their address or phone number, how do we make sure that we get the most recent record? Since we're currently selecting what amounts to a random one of these in the group, how do we ensure that we get the most recent and up-to-date information? Well, we're going to have to add some more content. It's called subqueries. And subqueries are going to be what we cover in the next video, as well as the uses for the null value. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Welcome. In this video, we're going to go over subqueries, specifically what they are, the benefits of using them. We're going to go over some examples of basic subqueries and their use, and we're going to go over using subqueries to pull the most recent records. Remember that thing we couldn't do in our joins? We're going to go over that here. Well, what is a subquery? A subquery, also sometimes called a nested query, is a query that is run inside of another query in order to return a row or set of rows of data for use in the primary query. What that means is that you can select data and use it almost as a new table to join in with your original query. The benefits of subqueries are they allow us to dynamically obtain information that we need, and they also allow us to get information in a way that may not be available at the processing state we need. Because of our group by, our order by didn't work earlier, but we can use subqueries to accomplish the same thing and get our recent dates. So let's go over an example of why we would need to use a subquery. You may remember this purchase table earlier. It contains our product info, but it doesn't have a product ID because it was never intended to connect to a product table. Well, if we wanted to use this info in our new queries, we wouldn't be able to connect them because of the lack of key. However, with a subquery, we can find the appropriate product ID based on the product name. So let's do that. Here, instead of selecting from purchase, we're actually looking for the information that's in product. So we're going to select star from product, where product dot name, which was what we had the name of the product as, equals, and here's where we begin our subquery. Select product from purchase where ID equals 9. This will allow us to pull the information that we need based off the product name, because our product table, our purchase table, has the name of product, which is the same as the product.name. So when we run it, we see that P's, which exists in our purchase table, is actually product ID 5. And we could use that information to join it back in with the rest of the data. So that's fine if we know the ID or only want to pull one record, but what if we wanted to find all of the products that match our name that we have in the purchase table? Well, one way to do that with subqueries is to use right join. That will allow us to join all of the results of the query in with the main query. Let's show that now. We'll still be selecting star from product, but now it will be right joined, and we'll start our query. Select purchase.id as PID. It's good to give things like ID that are very vague different names when you're using subqueries so that you can reference them later and so you don't get confused. From purchase. And now we're actually going to do a join in the subquery. From purchase, join product on product equals name. Now we're going to give the result of this a name so that we can use it as a table. For now, we'll just call it A. And we'll say as A, just so that we have some more things here. Now this happens just like a table would. So we're still in the middle of our join. We now have to say what we're joining on. So we say on product.id equals PID. And that will allow us to join product to the results of this query. And if we run this, we can now get the product ID of every name that matches something in our purchase table. So we can now use it even though it doesn't have a key. We'll continue on with these in our next video. Picking up where we left off, we're still talking about subqueries, and now we're going to use them to accomplish something we couldn't accomplish earlier. You may remember this query, where we used our double joins to produce a max data purchase and to sum the amounts by product type. But we weren't able to obtain the most recent data, so if we had phone number or email address, something we needed to keep up to date, this wouldn't be as useful as we needed it to be. Well, we're going to fix that with a subquery. In this case, instead of typing it, I'm going to paste it in just to save us some time, and then I'll explain it. We're going to take that same query, and we're simply throwing in this inner join right here. Now, an inner join is the same thing as a join. I'm just labeling it so that it can be visibly different. And within that join, we have this select statement. We're now selecting the max date of purchase, and we're calling it last date. We're also selecting the name ID and the sum of the amounts of the totals. We're doing that from purchases, and then we're going to group by name and product ID. It looks a lot like what we were doing on the outside, but now we're doing it on the inside, and we're calling it submax, the subquery max values. Because we're doing it within the subquery now, we no longer need to select these in our external query. And we're going to join the results that we get from this query on purchase data purchase equals submax.latest date. So what that means is we're pulling out the data purchase just like we were before, but now we're only selecting from the table where that data purchase equals the max data purchase. That's giving us our most recent record. So when I run this, you can see that not only do we have our totals, and we have latest date here so we can use a comparison, but our latest date is also the date we're selecting with our other data. And you can see the product IDs and amounts have changed a little bit. That's because it's now showing the most recent record. This is a very common thing that you're going to need to do in your data because usually the most recent record is the one that's going to be the most important. Let's pop back over and talk about something we've seen a few times but never really went in depth on, and that's null values. Null is a representation of an empty piece of data. It means there's nothing there. However, because there's nothing there, null is not actually a value, and so it cannot be compared with a value operator such as equals. If you try to check if a column equals null, you're not going to get any results. However, because of this, null values have their own operators, and that is null or is not null. Let's see this really quick. We're back in our purchase table because you may remember we had a name ID that was null. Somehow this got entered for a purchase, but we don't know who it was that purchased it. And it's the perfect example for us. If we were looking for all the information in our data that didn't have a value, we might try to say where name ID equals null, because that's what we see represented in the table. But if we try to run this, we're not going to get anything out of it. It just gives us a bunch of empty values. The same thing happens if you try to say equals an empty string or 0. We're not actually getting the table place where the value is null. And that's because we need to use the command isNull. If we do that, then we get our product, peas, and we can see that it's missing the information. This is useful when trying to find information that needs updating. You can also use isNotNull in case you wanted to obtain all the information where you had all the pieces of data. And in this case, we no longer include peas in our list. We have only those that have all of the data we entered. That's enough for this video. In the next and final lesson, we will cover transactions and sequences. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Hello, and welcome to the last video in this lesson. In this video, we're going to cover sequences and transactions. A sequence is a set of integers, such as 1, 2, 3, that are generated in order on a specific demand. We already saw an example of sequences when we set our IDs to auto-increment in our tables. They go up by 1 automatically. That is in fact the most common type of sequence. A transaction is a set of queries that must all be completed before the action becomes permanent. One of the things that transactions is necessary for are things like auto-incrementing. The correct ID has to be determined, and then the insert has to happen. And we need to make sure that nothing happens in between, and so we can use a transaction. Transactions begin with start transaction command and end with commit if the transaction was successful, or roll back if not. It will undo everything that happened within the transaction. Let's see an example. Here we have our name table. Now, if we look at the actual table itself, we can see where we set the auto increment, and that's where we've been doing our sequence. But if we remove this and wanted to do it ourselves, I'm going to click apply. Now it's no longer going to auto increment. Instead, we're going to have to do it manually, and we'll do that with a transaction because we don't want to find out the correct ID to use and then have the ID change because some other insert happened between them. So we're going to go up here and start our transaction. Now, in a transaction, it's important that everything happens individually. So we're going to add a semicolon to the end, and that says run this and then do the next thing. Now we'll do our select. We'll select ID from name. And we don't need a where because we want the max ID. We'll just put max on this ID. Now we're going to have to do one other thing as well, because we need to use this ID in our next statement. We're going to have to assign it to a variable. We'll do that by saying at a colon equals, and that'll allow us to use at a later on in the sequence. So we'll put a semicolon on this one, and now we'll run our insert. Insert into name set ID equal to at a plus 1, because remember, we want to auto increment. We already have one max value. Then we'll set first name equal to Oliver and last name equal to Tanel. And then we'll commit this transaction. So if I run this, and then we go back and look at our our name table, we've inserted Oliver Tanel, and we've auto-incremented the ID by using our transaction. Now, if I were to go back and try to run this again, but instead of committing, I used rollback, you're going to see that it did not insert a new value. That's because the rollback canceled everything that happened before it. It didn't make it permanent. This isn't too common when having to do things interactively like we're doing. However, if you're doing a whole lot of transactions in code, you may need to check that each one is successful before determining whether you want to commit or roll back. And that completes our lesson on MySQL and queries. I hope you enjoyed it. This has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com.
Hello and welcome to part 1 of the MongoDB lecture series. In this video, you'll learn a bit about what MongoDB is, how it works, and why you may want to use it for your projects. I'm Ridoy Majumdar, and I'm the instructor for this course. I have many years of programming experience, and I've used MongoDB as a database for many projects in the past. I'm a professional full-stack web developer with experience using technologies such as Node.js, PHP, and of course, Mongo. Here's a brief overview of what you can expect to learn in this course. First, I'll introduce you to MongoDB and the way that it stores data. Then, I'll show you how to install MongoDB on your machine. We'll spend a couple of videos together demonstrating both basic and advanced queries that you can do using MongoDB for handling your data. And in the last few videos, we'll build 2 web projects starting from scratch using Mongo and PHP. So, what is MongoDB? It's a non-relational database software built for agility and scalability. It was started in 2007 and is maintained by MongoDB Inc., which is headquartered in New York City. Many major companies, as shown in this graphic, use MongoDB for their data storage needs. In recent years, it's become a popular database solution because of its speed and ease of use. MongoDB stores data as documents, and it stores these documents in collections. Suppose that you're building an application for tracking the attendance of students in a classroom. For this application, you may decide to create a collection named Students, and each document in this Students collection can represent the data for a single student. Documents stored in MongoDB are in the JSON format. If you're not familiar with what JSON is, that's fine because it's very easy to understand and it's also very human readable. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Objects in JSON start and end with curly braces, and data is stored as key value pairs. Here's an example of an object. You can store strings like John Doe, or you can store numbers like 42 without quotation marks. And you can also store arrays, for example, this array of strings right here. You can also store objects within objects. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed watching this first video in the MongoDB lecture series. In the next video, I'll show you how to install MongoDB on your computer. Welcome to the second part of the MongoDB lecture series. In this video, I'll show you how to get MongoDB set up on your computer so we can start playing around with it. To get started, visit mongodb.com in a browser and click Download in the top right corner. This will bring you to the Downloads page. Click Community Server and select the operating system that you're running and click Download. To save us time, I've already downloaded and extracted the archive from mongodb.com, but while you're waiting for it to download on your end, MongoDB requires us to create a data folder. If you're on OS X, navigate to the / directory and create a new folder called data, all lowercase. Inside of the data folder, make another folder called db, all lowercase. Great. Now let's return to the folder that we just downloaded from mongodb.com. Inside, you'll find a bin folder. Open this folder and you'll find a number of executable files. Before we can use MongoDB, we have to run it locally. To do that, open the MongoD executable. This will open a new terminal window that prints the details of the MongoDB server that is now running. If that went well, then we can return to this folder and open the Mongo executable. This will open a shell that allows you to interact with your database and execute commands. Now we're ready to build a database. Stay tuned for the next video where we'll create our first collection and perform some basic queries to add and modify documents in that collection. Welcome to part 3 of the MongoDB lecture series. In the next couple of videos, we'll be going over some basic and advanced actions that you can perform in the Mongo shell. In this video, we'll be going over how to create documents and how to search documents. Type show DBs once you're in the Mongo shell, and that'll show the databases you have. Type use and database name to either create or use a database if it exists. So now that we're in our database, we can create a collection. To do that, type db.createCollection and the name of the collection you want to create. And now that we have our friends collection, let's insert some documents into it. To do that, use db.friends.insert, and in here you put in a JSON object. So let's make a name property where the value is John and an age property where the value is the number 23. Great. Now if we do db.friends.find, we'll see the document we've just created. Let's insert a few more documents in here. Let's make a Mary whose age is 25 and a Bob whose age is 24. Now we have all three of our friends. And say we want to narrow down our search. All we have to do is pass in a JSON object into the find function. So say we want to display only the documents that have the name John. Then you would do it like this. Say you want to display or find only the documents where the age is 23. You can do that too. And you can also search for all the documents where the age is greater than 23, for example, using the greater than operator, $GT. So $GT is an example of an operator that you can use. There's a whole lot of them, and I'm not going to go over all of them. So you can find, if you're curious, all of them on docs.mongodb.com. So that's the basic usage of the find function for narrowing down your search. Say that you also want to narrow down the number of fields that are returned. So for example, I want to hide the name field. To do that, you pass in two arguments into the find function. The first is your search term, and the second defines the fields that you want to display. So I want to just display age. And here you see that _ID is still returned. That's because by default you have to explicitly define for MongoDB to hide it. So you set that to 0. I should also mention that _ID is a unique identifier that's automatically inserted into new documents by MongoDB. Say we want to sort our results. Well, we just append a .sort, and we specify that we want to sort in ascending order of age, like that. Or we could use -1 for descending order. Pretty simple. And finally, say that we want to limit the number of results we get back. So if we do an empty find, we get 3 results back. Whoops. But say we only want 1 result, then we would do something like dot limit of 1, and we only get 1 document back, or dot limit of 2. If we do dot limit of 4, we get 3 documents back, because the 4 only specifies the maximum number of documents we want back. So that's how to both create and search documents in MongoDB. In the next video, we'll be going over how to update and delete documents. See you next time. Welcome to part 4 of the MongoDB lecture series. In the last video, we went over how to create and search through documents, and in this video, we'll go over how to update and delete documents. To update documents, you would use db.collectionname.update, and the update function takes in 2 arguments, the search term and the new data that you want to add. So, for example, if we wanted to add a gender field to all of our existing documents in the Friends collection, we would pass in an empty search, and we would use the set operator and define gender to be M for all of our documents. Now you can see that it only modified one of our documents, and that's because by default, update only updates 1 document at a time. So to ask it to update more documents, you have to set the multi option to true by passing in this 3rd argument. And now it did apply the changes to all the documents. We can also target particular documents. So say that we want to change Mary's gender, set it to female. Then we would do it like this. And say that we wanted to get rid of the gender field for all of our documents. Then we would just use the unset operator instead, and we would do an empty search, and we have to make sure that the multi option is true. And if we want to update a document in its entirety, so in other words, to replace a document, let's say that we want to replace John. Instead of using a set or unset operator, we would just pass in a completely new document here. So let's say that there is a John 2, and he has a favorite food field where it's pizza. So we replace the John document with this new document that we passed in here. So that's how to update documents. Now let's go over how to remove documents. Very simply, you just use .remove, and you pass in the criteria for the documents that you want to remove. So let's say we want to remove John 2, or all the documents where the name is John 2. It'll happen like that. Say we want to remove all documents, we just pass in empty braces. And so we have no more documents in our collection. And finally, to drop a collection, all you have to do is do the collection name.drop. And you can see that we no longer have our Friends collection. So that's how to update and delete documents in MongoDB. Welcome to part 5 of the MongoDB tutorial series. In this video, we'll be going over document relationships. We'll be discussing why relationships are important to consider, and we'll be talking about the 3 different kinds of relationships: one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many. You need to worry about the way that your documents are related and the way that you define those relationships, because if they're defined poorly, then that has a direct impact on the performance of your database. And no one is going to want to use your website, for example, if the data loads slowly. So in order to optimize performance, you need to intelligently plan how you design your database architecture. For example, if you have a website like Amazon.com, there is an optimal way of associating all your products and all your manufacturers so that everything loads quickly. The first kind of relationship to consider is a one-to-one relationship. You don't need to overthink this. It's pretty simple. You just need to have So for example, if we have a database that has users and home addresses, and each user has one address and each address has just one user, then we can simply define the user object and define the home address object, and in either one of them contain a reference ID to the other. So here in the address, I've defined user ID is Homer, and that links this address to this user. So if I, for example, was looking at this user and I want to find his address, I would do db.addresses.find, where user ID is equal to Homer. So that's pretty straightforward, and you don't need to overthink one-to-one relationships. One-to-many relationships can become a little more complicated. Say you have a newspaper website where you have articles and comments. Here's an example of a poorly defined relationship between articles and comments. Here's a whole article object, and it has a comments array, so all the comments on the article are nested inside of the object. So this is fine if you want to load all the comments for an article while you're loading the article. But say you want to upvote any one of these comments. You would have to go through the entire comments array until you find the comment that you want to modify, and then only then could you change this upvotes counter on any one of these nested comment objects. When there's two comments, like in this example, it'll work just as fast, but you need to consider scalability. When there's 1,000 comments in this array, it's gonna be a clear bottleneck on your performance, and every single time that a user wants to upvote a comment, you would have to go through this entire array and find the appropriate comment. So this is a bad way of structuring article and comment relationships, or one-to-many relationships. A better way is to do something like this. Define an articles collection and a comments collection. So here's the article on the left. There's no longer a nested comments array, and instead we define the comments as individual documents in the comments collection, and each comment has a reference to the article. So each comment has an article ID reference that links to the ID of this article. So therefore, if you want to find all the comments, if you're loading this article on a web page and you want to find all the comments along with it, you just need to run a command like db.comments.find, where article ID is equal to article 1. And that'll happen at the same speed as loading this. But say that the reason why this is better is because if you want to upvote any particular comment, you no longer have to traverse through this comments array. You can just specifically refer to any one of these comments and change the upvotes counter. And then there are many-to-many relationships. An example would be comments and tags. You can have a single comment can have many tags, and a single tag can have many comments. So here on the left we have comments with tag arrays, and these tag arrays contain IDs of the tags that are associated with each comment. And then on the right we have all these different tags, and so if we want to find all the comments that contain a particular tag, we do something like db.comments.find, where tags contains tag 1, and that would get us what we want. So that's an optimal way of structuring many-to-many relationships in MongoDB. So that's all for relationships in MongoDB. Next up, we'll be talking about indexes. Welcome to part 6 of the MongoDB tutorial series. In this video, we'll be discussing indexing and how that can be used to make your database much faster. Indexes are special data structures that make it easier for MongoDB to fetch records from your database at much quicker speeds. So I made a comments collection, and I've inserted a couple of comments here. And now say that I want to find all of the comments that are written by Homer. I would do a find query like this, where I set author to Homer, and I would execute it, and it would give me the document I want. However, the more comments that I have in my collection over here, the longer this query will take to execute, because in order to find all the documents where the author is Homer, it has to go through the entire collection and check each author field to see if this author is Homer, if this author is Homer, if this author is Homer, and so on, until it gets all the ones where the author is Homer. So the faster way to do it is to create an index. That allows MongoDB to not search through the whole collection, and it can actually instantaneously get all the documents where the author is Homer. So to do that, you set insert index, and you define it you define an index on a field. So we're going to define it on the author field, and we're going to write 1 to define it in ascending order. So now we have a index on the author field. So if we write get indexes, we'll see the one that we just created, author_1. Also note that there is automatically an ID index by default, and that's the reason why when you're given the ID of an object, you're able to automatically fetch it instead of having to traverse through the entire collection. MongoDB does that by default, and so that's pretty neat. And you can drop an index like so. You use the drop index command, and you put in the name of the index that you want to drop. So we just drop the author index. Now we can also make indexes on values inside of arrays. So say that we want to make an index on tags, we can do that pretty easily by doing db.comments.ensureIndex and tags in ascending order. And then all we have to do is db.comments.find tags, and then wherever we search something like this, tags where pizza is contained in the tags, we'll get, for example, these two documents where pizza is contained in the tags. And so by creating an index, that operation becomes much faster. And finally, we can make a index on text. So the way that works, say that we want to search through the text of each of these comments. So I want to find all the comments that mention the words MongoDB. Very simply, I can do another ensure index command and write that I want to make an index on the body field, and I define the type as text. Great, now I can do db.comments, db.comments.find, where $text operator is equal to $search operator and the text that I want to search. So let's say I want to search for MongoDB. Great, and it gets us what we want. Say I want to search for comment, and it gets me all the comments that contain the word comment. So that's how to use indexes in MongoDB, and in the next video we will be discussing our first small project, so you can get a hands-on look at how to use MongoDB in your project. Welcome to part 7 of the MongoDB tutorial series. In this video and into the next video, we'll be going over how to build a basic project using PHP and MongoDB. And in this video in particular, we'll be going over some of the setup that we need to do before we can start using MongoDB inside of PHP. So this video assumes that you have at least some familiarity with PHP and using that to write web pages. But if you don't, then this tutorial should still be very easy to follow along if you have any programming experience. So what we're going to end up making is, well, you'll see here that I have the Mongo shell open, and I've created a database and a friends collection which has 5 entries with names and properties and whatnot, and we're going to end up with this table over here, very simple, that prints out all of the data in our database, in our friends collection. And hopefully by doing this project, it'll illuminate to you how the database and the front end all connects and all comes together. So the first thing we need to install is the PHP and Mongo driver. And the easiest way to do that on OS X is using Homebrew. If you don't have Homebrew, then it's very easy to install. You just go to brew.sh and you copy this command right here, and that should install Homebrew for you, and it's not much to worry about. And then from there, you have to, once you have Homebrew installed, you can get the PHP MongoDB driver based on the PHP version that you're running. Now to find out what PHP version you're running, you need to go to your web server. So I'm running an Apache server. So all of my documents are in this directory, and I'm going to make a file called phpinfo.php, type in my password, and you'll simply type phpinfo parentheses and good. And then in a browser, you visit localhost/phpinfo.php, the file we just created. And it will tell us that I'm running PHP version 7.1. So now that tells us what kind of driver we need to install. So first off, we need to do brew tap homebrew/php. And then when that happens, do brew install PHP 7.1 MongoDB, and that will install the driver that we need. I've already installed it, so it gave me this warning, but it will print out all the it'll print out a lot more when you install it for the first time. So once that's set up, then all you have to do is go back to your project directory. So again, this is where all my server files or all my project files are located. And what we're going to do is we're going to install something called Composer, which is a dependency manager for PHP. If you're familiar with Node.js, it's very similar to NPM. So you want to go to download and follow these instructions and copy these in one by one, each of these commands, and it will set up Composer inside for you, inside your project for you. And then what you ultimately want to do is, well, you're going to have this composer.far file, and you're going to want to do php composer.fr, which stands for PHP archive, and then require MongoDB/MongoDB. And I've already done that, but when you execute that command, that will bring MongoDB into your project, and you'll have everything you need to get started. In the next video, we'll be going over how to basically take this project now and then now that we have the driver set up, link everything together and print our database contents into this table. Welcome to part 8 of the MongoDB tutorial series. In this video, we're going to take this JSON data, import it into our database, and have it show up in a table on this page. So to do that, you want to pause the video and go to this URL and copy all this data and save it into a .json file. I've done that already. And then you want to use the mongo import binary and run a command like this. Mongo import, specify that you're using a JSON array, specify your database, specify your collection, and specify the file that you want to import. Run that and it should run successfully. And now we're ready to write some code. So first off, you're going to want to make a file called index.php in your project root. And once you've done that, you need to require the autoload file that Composer creates. And you want to make a new MongoDB client connecting to localhost. You want to make a object that allows you to interact with your collection. So client, arrow, your database name, arrow, your collection name. And then we're going to run an empty find query on the friends collection. And now that we have that, we're going to, the result variable is a 2D array, is a iterator object, and we want to convert that to a nice 2D array. So to do that, we're going to use the iterator to array function that comes built into PHP. And once you have that, let's just print everything out to see what we're working with. And you'll see the five entries that were present in this JSON document. And so this looks good, and we're ready to put this all into a table. So let's make some body tags in the HTML down here. Let's make some table tags. Let's make a T head, which is the head of the table, and a T body, which is the body of a table. In the T head, we're going to make a PHP for each tag that iterates over the keys here. So because we want ID, name, age, and gender in our headers, so we're going to, for data 0 as key arrow value, and for each, we're going to want to enclose this entire thing inside of a table row tag, and then inside of here we want th tags. And we want to basically print out our keys. So here you go, that's their table head. We don't want the ID field though, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back up here to our query, and we're going to pass in another array. And it's going to look something like this, where we specify that ID should be hidden. And once you have that, let's save it, and the ID field is hidden. So now let's work on our T-body. Essentially what we want is to make a new row for each entry in our collection. So we're going to iterate over all of the data, and each data is an entry or a row. Let's just call it entry, and then we're going to have another for each in here, and for each entry we're going to iterate over each of its properties and print out the value. So I'm going to do something like this. Whoops. I'm going to print out a TD and echo out the value. And there's our entire database, our collection, and all of the data fields associated with it. So that's how to get all of the data from your database onto a short little table. So that was our basic project. In the next video, we'll be going over a more advanced project, how to make a Twitter clone using MongoDB and PHP.
Hello, and welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I'm your instructor, David Baker. This course is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Before we get started with the actual instructions, I'd like to introduce myself. Again, my name is David Baker. I have 8 years of Python programming as well as in other languages. I have 3 years of programming with MySQL and specifically Python and other databases in multiple languages. If you are interested in any other courses or interested in more about Python, I would highly recommend Creative Online School as a resource and to use their tutorials. So going forward in this course, what will you be learning? Well, I'm going to start off with a basic introduction to Python so that we're all on the same understanding and same knowledge base. And then I'm going to get into what a database is and why we're going to be using it. Then we're going to start looking at the actual coding and how to connect a MySQL database to a server and how to create this database, and also how to create tables and store information inside of these tables. Next, we're going to move on to how to visualize this information in a web page for those of you that are looking to display your product or anything online. And then finally, we're going to look at how to optimize our database creation with classes. If you don't know what a class is right now, no worries, I'll explain that in a future video. So let's get started with a basic Python introduction. The first thing that you will need to know are variables and what they are. So what a variable is basically just a representation of something else. This can be thought of as in math when you have x or y equal to anything. So let's just go ahead and go into a Python terminal so I can give an example. So if you have any variable, say we have the variable v, and we try to see what v is holding, it gives us an error in Python because when we first start it, there is nothing that v is set to. However, if we put quotation marks around v, then Python knows that we're just trying to show v as a letter and not necessarily reference it as a variable. In order to set up v as a variable, what we will do is set it equal to anything. So I'm going to set it equal to the string hello creative online school. Oh, excuse me. Forgot the O. So hello creative online school. And once I press enter, v is now mapped to the string hello creative online school. So variables are also used in comparisons, which we will look at in the next video. However, this is just a basic understanding for you so that you know what a variable is and also how to use it. I hope that this video has been helpful for you, and in the next video what we're going to be looking at are data types and which data types to use when and how their interconnectability. Thank you for watching. My name is David Baker, and again, this video is brought to you by Creative Online School. Hello, and welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I'm your instructor, David Baker, and this course is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. In the previous video, we learned about what variables are, and I gave a brief introduction to myself. Going forward in this video, we're going to be learning about what data types are and why we need to use them and why there are so many different ones. So let's go ahead and get into a Python terminal. And the first data type you would need to know about are what booleans are. So a boolean is just true or false. And in Python, true and false are capitalized to make them booleans, otherwise they're considered just strings or they can be set to variables. But true and false are just a logical comparison or a logical return of a comparison. So if I'm doing 1 equal to 1, so I'm asking is 1 equal to 1, it will say true. If I ask is 1 equal to 2, then the boolean that is returned is false. Again, these are just boolean data types. Going forward, next we have strings. Strings are anything enclosed in quotation marks. So again, we can have hello Creative Online School, and this would be considered a string, and once we print it out, we get a string back. These strings can be any length, and they can also contain numbers in them. So, hello Creative Online School 521, and still considered a string. The next data type are numbers, but however, in Python there are two types of numbers. There are integers and floats. So, integers are fairly self-explanatory. Integers are anything such as 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. They're just numbers that don't have any decimal place, or as most people know them, whole numbers. Floats, on the other hand, are numbers that have decimal places. So anything like 1.2 or let's say 3.0, these are all floats. The important difference between these are in Python, when you're doing math, specifically division, you get different data types returned based on the method that you use. So if I do 1 divided by 2, I will get a float returned because I'm using this single slash or single forward slash. However, if I use a double forward slash, I will get a boolean, not a boolean, but an integer returned, because this double slash means that I want to round it to the nearest integer, or I need an integer returned. This can be important for any specific operation that you're doing. If you cannot be using floats, you need to know that you need to use the double slashes. The next data type that we have are lists. So a list is anything that is enclosed in braces. So I'm just going to make a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and lists contain several elements that are comma separated within the list, and so we just hit enter, and then we can print out the list and see what's inside of it. The important thing about lists is that we can index into it, so we can see one element out of the entire list. So if I do L of 0, so I'm taking the 0th element, which in Python is the first one because Python starts indexing, counting at 0, so it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I can access any point in this list by accessing its index. However, if I go to index 5, it is out of range because I do not have a fifth element according to Python, because 5 or the fifth number would actually be a 6th element. Next we have sets, which are extremely similar to lists in the way that they can store multiple or a large amount of information and multiple separate pieces of information. However, with sets, they are unordered. So a set you cannot index into, which is very important because sets contain less metadata, and that means that they take up less space on your computer and they take less time to actually find information in. So this is just like a difference of when you would use lists and sets if you're trying to save some space. And the final one that we will be talking about today are dictionaries. So a dictionary is a set of key value pairs. And what I mean by that is I will show you. So we have a key, and then we have the value separated by a colon. And I'll go ahead and put another element in here, which will just be separated by a comma. And I'll just put hello, and then I'll put as the value Creative Online School. And then we just hit enter. It stores this dictionary, and dictionaries are also unordered in their individual elements. However, their key value pairs are still mapped to each other. So I can access each individual value within the dictionary by typing in their key. So to access the first value, or the value of key, in this case I would type in key, I would get value. So this would be this first pair of information. To get the second pair of information, I would type in the key hello, and then I will get the value of Creative Online School. I hope that this video has been helpful for you with a just brief introduction to what data types are and the different data types within Python. In the next video, we will actually be learning about what a database is and why to use them. Hello, and welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I'm your instructor, David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. In the previous video, we learned about what a database is and specifically how a MySQL database is laid out. Today, what we're going to be learning about is actually creating this database in Python, which is going to be my favorite part because we actually get to start coding. So let's go ahead and create a file, We're going to create a file which I have already gone ahead and done, and I just named it database.py. The top line from here is just if you're in Linux to be able to run a Python script in terminal. And the first thing that we want to do is we need to import the module. So we need to import what is PyMySQL. So this is the 3.5 version of MySQL in Python. If you have a different version of Python, you're going to need to import a different module. And let's go ahead and get started. So first thing that we need to do is actually connect to the server that's going to be hosting it. So we're going to connect by using pymysql.connect, and we need to give some parameters. The first parameter being the local host of where the host name of the server, which for me is localhost since it's on my own computer. Next will be the user that you want to log in as, which for me is root. And finally, the password of this user, and mine is simply mine. Next thing that we need to do is set up a cursor so that we can actually interact with the server. So it's just going to be server.cursor. And finally, we're going to actually create some SQL code. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a database. So just create database, if not exists, Creative Online School. And then we end our SQL code. And finally, to send our SQL code to the actual server, what we're going to do is cursor.execute and then SQL. So this will actually create the database within the server, and the next thing that we need to do is start creating tables. So I'm going to go ahead and use Creative Online School. So this is just telling the server that I want to start manipulating the database Creative Online School, and then just go ahead and execute this code on the server, and this is where we're going to start to actually create the tables. So we're going to do create table if not exists, owners, and then ID is going to be an integer and not null, and go ahead and auto increment it because we want each individual ID to be, or each ID to be individual. And then we go to the next one, and we're going to do name. It's going to be a varchar, and let's set it to 30. And we want to have this information, so make it not null. Next will be gender, varchar of 7. This is where all of the data types come into play. It is not necessarily in actual Python, but in other languages, because you have to specify in a database what kind of data type you're going to be entering into each field so it knows what to expect. And then just set our primary key to ID. And go ahead and close this out, end our SQL code. And I'm using these triple single quotes so that I can enter my information on multiple lines. If you want to enter in all of your information on one line, you can do that with just a single quote. I was just showing you a way to do it. And then I've already got the next information copied down, so I'm just gonna go ahead and copy that over for the next table so that we save some time. And go ahead and copy. Okay, so then we just do cursor.execute SQL, and we can see we can tell if these tables were created inside of the database by actually using the command in SQL of show tables. So we'll just do show tables to make sure that we have actually created them, and cursor.execute. Another command that you will need to know is cursor.fetchAll, which will actually receive anything that the server just returned and return it to the actual Python script, so it doesn't automatically download it. So we just print out what cursor.fetchAll takes, and it should print out our tables. So now we want to just run this script, and there we go. We can see that we have created the table of owners and pets. I hope that this video has been helpful for you in learning how to create a database and also tables within Python. In the next video, we will actually be loading data into these tables and learning how to manipulate it. Again, my name is David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Hello, welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I'm your instructor, David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. In the previous video, we learned about how to create and connect to a database in Python. And now going forward in this video, what we're going to be doing is actually loading some data into this database so that we are able to use its functionality. First thing that we need to make sure that we have is some actual data. So if you remember from when we were going over the concept of what a database is, we created some fake information which I have just put into text files here. These text files are just comma separated by the rows, so we have in our owners table, we have our name, and then gender and phone number. You might be asking where the ID field is. However, if you remember, the ID field was an auto-incrementing field, so we don't need to actually input it. It will automatically input that data, just the way that MySQL is set up. So now let's go ahead and get into our file. So I just created a file called loaddata.py, and what I've done in here is, for those of you that do not know, what this means is just basically when I run the file, I want everything that is underneath this if statement to happen. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually connect to my database, Creative Online School, and then I'm going to create a cursor and then call load owners and also load pets with that cursor. So what we're going to need to do is create these two functions. First thing that we need to do in load owners is actually open our data so that we can use it. So we're going to do owners.txt. We're just going to open it up as a regular file, and then for row line in owners data, and we want to split this data by the commas because it's a comma separated field. And then we just need to make the SQL query, insert into owners, name, we need to actually give it the columns that we're going to be entering, and phone, and then our values that we're going to be entering. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a format strings method. I'll explain exactly how it works once I have it all laid out for you. And finally, we will close the parentheses and stop our SQL query. And then I just use .format and I specify what I want to go in between those braces. So for me, I'm just going to index every item in the row. And what is important about a .format string format is that these single quotes around the braces tell where .format needs to insert. So that is extremely important. They need to be single quotes and not double quotes. And then we just do the cursor.execute SQL. And finally, we're just going to go ahead and on the outside, we're going to make sure that all of it is loaded in, and we just want to see it. So select star from owners and print cursor.fetch all. And I've gone ahead and created the second load pet so that y'all don't have to sit here and watch me actually go through it again. I just need to format it out. And the only thing that I've done different in this one is I've done the .format method differently, where I index each element in the row inside of the brackets, and then I just use a star row in the .format method. It's just two different variations. So then we go to after we run both of these functions, we do db.commit, which actually uploads all of our information, and then db.close. So let's go ahead and see if this works. /load data, and row is not defined. I must have misspelled it. Let's see, yes, I did dot row line instead of equals row line. So let me just do that. And there we go, we have loaded all of our data. We just printed out the owners table, and here's all of our data. I hope that this video has been helpful for you. In the next video, what we're going to be actually looking at is how to display this data in a table format in HTML using Python. Again, my name is David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Hello, and welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I am your instructor, David Baker, and this course is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. In the previous video, what we learned about is how to actually load data into our database through a Python script. Going forward in this video, we're going to be learning how to display this data that we get from the database and put it into an HTML table. This is helpful for anyone that is trying to display any product information or anything like that on the web page. So I've got this file here, and I just called it rendering.py. And don't be alarmed by how much code is already here. We've done most of it, and anything that we haven't, I'll explain right now. So this HTML head, all it's doing is adding into an HTML string the header information for HTML, since we're creating the actual HTML inside of a Python file. Same thing goes with the foot HTML, except for it's just doing stuff with the footer. And then this owner query is just going to select everything from owner, so we actually get all the information, and we're going to return it at the end. And then this SQL query right here is telling us to get all of the names of all of the columns in owners. And then we do the same thing for the pet, and then we also create the pet table. What we're going to be working on today is this owners table. And if we go down to the bottom, we can see that the startup information is, we just call it HTML head, and then we're going to do the owner query, and then we're going to do our owners table. If you need to, you can copy down all of the information by just pausing the video and copying down the code. And then right at the end here, we're going to write out the HTML to a file and then close it. So let's get started on creating this owners table in HTML. So in Python, what we're going to do is we're just going to start with creating a table. So table, and we're going to give it a border just so we can see easier of 1. And then we'll add a row for our column names. So and we'll keep track of how many column names there are with this I. In column names, I'm going to add, and for HTML you just do header for table header, and then we do our name of 0. The reason that we have to index into our name is because the information that we get returned from a SQL query is actually in a list of lists, so we have to index into the second list. And then don't forget to increment our I. And then we close this row so that we can start with our actual information that we want on the table. So we're going to input this information, owners list, and we're going to do HTML plus equals another row. So what this is going to do is it's going to add a row for every single item within the owners list. So we've got that covered. And then we're going to make sure that we don't go outside of the column count. We shouldn't based off of our input into the database, but we're just going to make sure by doing the check in the while loop. And then I'm going to just use the format string here because it's much easier than having to type out and the print or the pluses and open and closing the quotation marks. Format, and owner, index into it. And then we'll increment our R. And finally close our row. And then we'll close our table. /table. And return our HTML so that we can use it throughout the rest of the functions. Okay, we just want to make sure we did plus equals to HTML, didn't replace it anywhere. Okay, so let's get out of here, run it. Alright, we don't have any errors. I told it to return the actual column names for owners, so let's go ahead and open this file. So this is our rendering.html, and there we go. We have 2 tables of all of our information that was downloaded from the SQL database. I hope that this video has been helpful for you, and going into our last video, what we're going to be learning about is how to create these tables and make it more efficient through the use of classes. Again, my name is David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. Hello, and welcome to Python with MySQL Database. I'm your instructor, David Baker, and this video is brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com. In the previous video, we learned about how to actually create tables in HTML format and display them using Python. And going forward in this video, what we're going to be learning is how to use classes to create our databases and make our lives easier. So I'm just going to use a script that I've already started creating called SQL classes. And what we're going to do inside of this script is we're going to create a class called DataB. What this DataB is going to do is set up the parameters for actually creating our database, adding tables, and also adding elements. And then we can also view table. Again, if you need to, you can go ahead and pause the video and copy this code so that you can get caught up. But I'll explain what the coding does once I am going through those portions of the class. But to start off with, we have this init function, and what this init function does is it defines the actual startup of the object database and what we have to do. So I'm just going to make some shorthand here and use self.in is equal to database name. And then we do the same thing that we've been doing, is we're going to connect to the database, and we're just going to do the host is equal to our server name, the user is equal to username, and then the password is equal to password. And then we're going to create a cursor is equal to db.cursor, and then we're going to make it so that we can access this cursor inside of some of the other functions. And then we're just going to do cursor.execute and give it some SQL to actually create the database. Exists. And use our format strings here. Format self.in. And we're going to tell the server to actually use the database, to use, and then whatever database name that we give it. Format. Okay, and so this is defining what we're going to do on the initial setup. And then what we have in the add table is we have it requiring a table name and ** columns. What this ** columns does is allows us to input multiple inputs into the add tables function and does not limit it to a certain number. And what we will have to do is we'll have to enter in to columns a column name field and then also a corresponding type, so the data type for that column, just like we have to do in a normal SQL query. And this code just sets it up so that we can make the SQL query. And we do the same thing in add element, except for the values is going to be the name of the column that we're adding values into, and then we'll actually have the values later that we will add. So let's go, and then with this view table just lets us view everything that's in the table. So let's go ahead and create a new database, and we'll create an instance of database, and let's call it Creative Online School.com, since we already have the Creative Online School database inside. And then we give it the host, which is localhost, then user, which is root, and then finally the password 9. And then we'll do newbie db.add table. So the dot method is how we access each new function inside of, if it's defined inside of the class. And then we'll just create a table called new table. And then we'll add some of the column fields. So create a column named ID. We'll make it an integer, not null, and auto increment. Since it's going to be our ID field, it needs to be unique, and it's going to be our primary key. And then we'll add another field called first, where we'll just have our first names being a varchar of 40, and then we'll have last, which will be also a varchar of 40, which will contain our last names in that, and then we'll start adding elements into it. So add element, and select the table that we want, and then we just type out, so we're going to add into first the name David, and then we'll add into last the name Baker. And then we can also do another entry dot add element to new table, and we'll just do first equals creative, and then last equals school. And then we'll actually view this database. Oh, excuse me, I need to capitalize that table. new table. Okay, this should have everything set up. We'll run our SQL classes, and okay, I spelled something wrong. Excuse me, I need to get this actual first and spell first correctly. It's always a problem. Okay, and there we have it. We have our SQL query of the table, and we have Baker, David, and School Creative. So it doesn't matter which way they return the columns, but I hope this video and this entire course has been helpful for you. Now that you have a more understanding of how to create databases in Python, how to access the databases, add more elements to them, and also view the databases on an HTML platform. And these classes that we have created in this video will be very helpful if you're trying to create a lot of databases very quickly and add multiple elements to them. Again, my name has been David Baker, and this video has been brought to you by CreativeOnlineSchool.com.